Greetings and blessings to all of you. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And with that said, I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I am late because I was dealing with the dog and making coffee. Brandy, that's the reason. Yeah, I am on Eastern time versus Central, but my house clock is on Central. But anyway, I'm late because I was making coffee and taking Duggar outside and kind of sort of last minute. And I I forgot what time it was. I thought I had another 10 minutes. Anyway, it's 11:20. It's 4:20 somewhere, and I'm already pre-packed. So, hey, Doug, Niall, Brandy, Barry, as always, Doug, Tatya. So, anyway, I was waiting on this, and I'm late. I'm sorry, but only by 10 minutes. I went outside to look at the moon and take the dog out, and last minute stuff, and I lost what time it was. So anyway. So if you got it, smoke them. And if you can, share. And if you can't, we can pass on good thoughts to our friends and neighbors. So anyway, I hope you all are doing as well as possible under the circumstances. There's just a lot of craziness going on. Hey, Brandy. I'm sorry I'm late. I was like, I looked down at the clock and went, son bitch, I'm late. Doggone it, man. Where have I been? I don't know if we should call them the elderberry or the never mind. I've been looking at the elderberry bushes all around here. When I had to go to the store earlier to get some dog food, and the dog food crisis is over, at least temporarily. I'm stocked up to the gills now with about 40 pounds of cat food, dog food stuff. So, and a few cans. So that issue is over. So, being that there's only like 5 folks, it says in the room right now. Barry, you got your pencil ready? No heckling tonight. Oh, is Chloe in the house? I didn't see. Hey, Chloe and Michelle, how are you all? So put your names in the hat now. And Barry, if you got a pencil ready. Hey, Jody. Wow, folks are piling in. It was all right for me to be a couple minutes late. Oh my goodness. Witch Moon, how you are? Okay, Jody's first out of the box. All right. We'll get you shuffling here in a moment. Tanya, I somehow read that wrong. Anyway, greetings back. Jody, you're the first card. Alrighty. How things going with you, Jody? Creepy and weird along with everybody else? Just saying. There are some creepy, weird things going on. Just in general. Was outside looking at the moon, and it is so low in the sky. It's like, oh my God, it is really low in the sky. About the same, Jody, a little up and down, but I'm still here. I sleep way too much from what I would like. But with all the head concussions and the infection with the teeth, few teeth that I have left in my mouth, and the fact that I'm still, you know, living and breathing and can talk is like a good thing, you know. I'm shuffling. Susie Q, it's way low in the sky. Yeah, it is. Today was 86 and it felt like 94. Today it was 94 and it felt like 100. But anyway, hey, Susie Q, you just sent a picture out. Hey, Doug, if I didn't say hi to, anyway. As you, and you as well, David Castle. Julie is tracking the eclipse. Cool beans. Yeah, we didn't get to see much of it here. It was way too low in the sky. This card keeps getting messed with, I swear to goodness. Yeah, fired up, he's late. But it's never too late to fire it up. Is the sound gone? What sound? Hello, hello. So anyway, I'm sitting here shuffling cards. Jody's first on the list tonight. Y'all hold on a second. I don't know if I turned the coffee pot on. Hey, Elena. Hang on a second. Yeah, okay. Oh, you just got sound. Okay. Well, that sounds good in that respect. All right, trimmed my beard today. It was just getting too yucky. My hair's all done up in a bundle. When I look at myself here, it's like I look different, you know. Not that I've really done anything different. You got 5% battery. Mine is 97, but I got it plugged in. So, but anyway. So I do continue to pray each day that y'all are doing all right out there. You are my extended family. And I love you all. And I thank you all for your participation and being around and all that good stuff. We're going for a walk, Doug? All right. Do you want to be second? Because Jody's first. Okay, Susie. Got to get in the house and plug in, still watching the fire. Aha. Yeah, I was been wanting to do a fire too, and I was almost. You were on when you came in. That must be for somebody else. Yeah, pigtailed it today. Yeah, that's why my hair is way up today. And I got a light shirt on. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 fans, 5 fans running in the house where I normally only have maybe 1 or 2. Hey, Ed, how are you? You'll take a card? All right. So we got Jody's up first. And I'm just, you know, sitting here kind of chilling with y'all for a minute. It's been a really odd day. And I was being kicked by spirit to, you know, to do some readings. And I'm lighting some sage right now. Not that I feel like I need to be, hey, Mary. You already got a list? Okay, brother. I know y'all got me. You know, we got to say, Bob, we love you out there. And to YouTube and the AI, we love you. We thank you for allowing us to be here. And we sing your praises. And if there's any glitching going on, we ask that you try to keep things from glitching too badly. But anyway, for tonight, I did a little bit of drumming. You got that, Barry? Elena wants a card. Did y'all notice anything that I put in the title? You know, card readings. You know, for the compassionate. There's a particular reason why I did that, but I'm not going to explain it because for those folks who caught it, they'll understand it. Anyway, may I have you draw me a card? No, Mary, I'll pull a card, but I'm not going to draw it. I know what you mean. I'm just teasing. I'm trying to be in a good mood, and that sage wouldn't stay lit, so I'm lighting some other. The sages for me. I mean, it's for the universe, and I always give thanks to the universe. But for whatever the reason, my energy was a little just off. Just can't explain it. Just off. And it may be that I didn't make fresh coffee, which is brewing right now as we speak. Jody, I haven't forgotten you. I'm just saging up the place. Here, going to give y'all a little bit of this sage and sending it your way. Hey, wash your name. Hey, wash away. Hey, wash away. Hey, wash away. Hey, away. Hey. I thought, is it okay to say what's happened to me? If you want to now. Oops. That almost got away out of my ashtray. Now hold still there, will you? That looks good right there. Here, let's move you around a little bit like that. Greetings, Isby. I kind of sort of I'm calling in the spirits tonight just to kind of look over it because it's kind of strange energy and stuff. Tucker don't really like the drum, even though I'm not doing it loud. Well, hey, 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 now, hey, hey, now, hey, hey, now, hey, wash away all the pain. Hey, wash away. 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 the words that I was saying that sound Indian, hewa, hewa, wash away. And it literally means what it says, wash it away, wash away. So it's not an Indian word, okay? It's my word. And I'm saging tonight for everybody. This prayer, it's sort of a still full moon. I'm looking at it out there. Uh, Not quite, because full moon lasts 3 days. It's not one day. It's the day before, it's the day, and the day after. But I'm sending out prayers, for whatever this energy is. I refuse to have any of my you dancing by the fire. I have been diagnosed with terminal cancer. Damn it, man. Started as a lesion in my groin. Well, crap. I hate that, Niles. I do. I'm not going to the doctor because I'm hoping that I'm wrong, but it feels like there's something wrong inside of me, and I don't want to be panicky about it. But I'm I'm due for a blood test. With all the chemicals and things been in me and all the. I mean, I'm talking about chemicals as far as working around them and being around cancerous things. You know, and my grandfather, I outlived my grandfather. No, my dad was 72 and he passed away from. Uh, hey, Dominic. My pops died at 72 or maybe 74. Anyway, I'll have to look that up, but 99, but I can't remember when he was born. But anyway, um, yeah, love is present. We definitely, if nothing else, and I'm trying to get to a doctor's. I don't drive much because of my um, brain issues and falling asleep. And oh, Niles, we can understand that. And if I found out something like that, and like I said, I'm avoiding the doctor because I'm afraid. If you want to know the truth, also I can't get to my doctor. He's like 45 miles away, and which means it's a 90-mile round trip, and I have to stay awake. I have to be there, and all that kind of stuff. And I usually could get a ride, but I haven't been able to get a ride to the doctor in 3 years. So I'm hoping that I'm wrong, and I try not to ever think about it. Yeah, there are lots of things, and if it's gotten into your pancreas, um, my grandpa Raleigh died of pancreatic cancer back in the like 63, 64. Um, you too, Susie Q. It's not that I refuse to go. It's that if somebody would get me there and back, I would go to the doctor. Because she's been my doctor for like 25 years and she's gotten me through some really nasty stuff. She's a cancer survivor herself and a few older than me. She's in her 70s. And if nothing else, I need to go to the doctor and get some of my, stuff and find out if there's any other doctors that that she would recommend, being that she ain't gonna be around forever. God bless her, but I've known her for 25 plus years. So also it's important that you make sure that sugars feed it, the cancers. Also, the one thing you can do, and one thing I do every time I make a pot of coffee, it's not much, but make sure your pH is above 7. Get a litmus test, whatever it is. But one thing that you can do is that you just include a little baking soda. Take a quarter teaspoon and drop it in a little bit of water and drink it down. It ain't going to kill you. But now there are some people, and I was advised to not take too much baking soda, and make sure the baking soda isn't to put in your kitty litter box. It's got scent in it. And you can buy the cheap stuff, the store brand, but make sure it is baking soda. That's all. But the old timers used to take a little bit of baking soda for an upset stomach or whatever. Of course, they were eating a lot of grease and stuff. But John Sloan, my first father-in-law, he he died at like 92, and he took little dabs of ammonia along the way. He took pine tar. He took turpentine like a medicine. He took a baking soda on a regular basis, and for all that he did, he lived to be over 90. Now he was bedridden for quite a few years there, but the fact that he lived is like okay. So I guess it's really important that we're all. You don't have to. Well, Niles, I have faced similar things as many of us have. My drowning experiences, my 3 days on the river when I thought I was not going to make it home. And I can't say that anybody has said you've got cancer, Dave, but I can say this. I've been with lots of people over the years, and some people are angry to the end. I watched my adopted mother, Bessie. It was horrible right to the end, and there's just no sense in that. So if there's something you think you need to make amends, make your spirit clean. My grandma Raleigh, that I always talk about, my granny, she passed with so much light around here, and she died of cancer and failures and stuff. So we're all going to pray for you, Niles, and just pop in when you need to or when you are, and just let us know you're still around. And it's all right with me. I don't think anybody else would mind. That if you need prayers, we can do it here, you know. And maybe it's one of the reasons why tonight they said you need to get on tonight. You need to take your drum. You need to do card readings for folks. Sorry, Jody, I haven't forgot you. And you need to drum, and you need to light some sage. And so even though I'm not sitting here with you in your residence, but I am sitting with you on this planet. I'm sitting with you in this universe. I'm sitting with you as a brother and or sister. We're all cousins in the universe. And so with that said, wahi, wahi, nahi, wahi, 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 nahi, wahi, 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 wash away, wash away, wash away, wash away. Take the pain, wash away. Take the pain, wash away. Hey wa, hey ya, hey wa, hey. Hey wa, hey wa, hey wa, hey. Ya wa, hey wa, hey wa, hey. Oh. Creator, hear our prayers. as we humbly ask you to hear our prayers for spiritual healing at least. Hey, I'm sorry, conscious, cosmic. Anyway, whoop, ow, that burnt. To the north, actually, that's east. To the north, to the south, and to the west. I give honor, love, and may our prayers pass up to Creator. Through this smoke, our prayers, wherever we may be, we are in this universe together. Oop, got fire on the floor. Okay. It's I'm Dana, easier to say. That might not be easier for me to remember though. CE, conscious evolution. I might, truncate it, All right, my copy's ready. If you will please, please, please hold that thought. Jody's first. I got cards shuffled. He's been on my mind, but I want fresh coffee before I get started, and it's done. So y'all hold on for give me a couple of minutes here, and think positive thoughts and talks amongst yourselves. I'll only be a minute, but let me go get some fresh coffee. I've been waiting on this coffee all day. Okay, I'm back. Fresh coffee. And I welcome you all who've come in a little late or whatever. And Barry, I'm so glad you got the list. Welcome, Dana and Gaza, Brandy, as always, Susie Q. I said hey to y'all, but I like to make sure y'all know that I know that you're here. What's that now? Milk Dud. Hey, how are we? Well, I got Jody first, and he's not on the list, but I got him. So, all right, Jody, I'm going to start here. And Niles, I hope I don't miss whatever goes by if you type it out. But I need to go ahead and since I've been trying to focus on the cards. So, Jody, I know you're out there listening. Raise your hand. You know the drill. So, this card or cards is for you. So, the way I shuffled them, they're like, okay with that, as far as being upside down or not. I'm going through them now. Yeah, Milk Dad. This is a very interesting card pull. Um, I was waiting for you to say something before I started this, Niles, and the spirits were getting a little impatient. I'm my apologies. This may take a while with all the people that are lined up tonight. So, but anyway. Well, now that was just plumb weird for sure. It's okay, Barry. If someone's just telling them where they are, that's okay. That's agreeable. Um, here's an interesting number, Jody. This one's for you. Number 42, and it's the bat. And interesting, it's about rebirth. Now, along with it came Swan, which, as some of you may know, because Swan has popped up here recently, last couple of readings, and it's about grace. And just think of the ugly duck. It's just it's just interesting. So let me clean my glasses, but it's bat. But the upside down swan suggests that I'll get to the swan. It's the secondary card. It's the backup card. And as I've been learning here lately, some of these backup cards that like the one before and the one after the primary card is like it really makes a point. Hey, Chloe, love you too. It really makes a difference in the reading. It's important about one thing, but then when two other cards like back it up, it's hard to not pay attention to something like that. But bat is rebirth. I'm wiping my glasses. I was not prepared for this tonight. It was sort of a last minute thing after I got back from the store, and so here I am. But I'm ready, willing, and as much able as possible. Bat is rebirth. The number on page, or for the number is 42, for whatever that means. Sacred bat flew to me from the darkness of the cave. Womb like reflections, answers it gave. Birth, death, rebirth, cycles of the whole, never ending, just eclipsed the journey of the soul. Now, I just got to say that there are some words in this. We just went through an eclipse, a darkness of the cave. The moon went dark. Uh, Birth, death, rebirth. That's just in and of itself. The never-ending cycle of the whole, the journey of the soul. Jody, this is for you. Hey, Johan. So just certain words in this already, just from, tonight. Steeped in the mystery of the Mesoamerican tribal ritual is the legend of the bat. Akin to the ancient Buddhist belief in reincarnation in Central America, bat is the symbol of rebirth. The bat has for centuries been a treasured medicine for the Aztec, the Toltec, the Tolkien, and the Mayan peoples. That embraces the idea of a shamanistic death. The ritual death of the healer is steeped in the secrets and highly involved initiation rites. Shaman death is a symbolic death of the initiate to the old ways of life and personal identity. They want me to read that sentence again, but I got to have some coffee. Tracy B., how are you? Really, Jody? So it's already, for whatever the reason, it's already kind of sort of hit home for you, if not in just the synchronicity of the card. That embraces, I'm reading this over again, that embraces the idea of shamanistic death. The ritual death of the healer is steeped in the secrets and highly involved initiation rites. Shaman death is the symbolic death of the initiate to the old ways of life and personal identity. They want me to read that sentence over again to you, Jody. Shaman death is the symbolic death of the initiate to the old ways of life and personal identity. The initiation that brings the right to heal and to be called a shaman is necessarily preceded by ritual death. And I have to agree with that. You got to die and be reborn. You just have to. It's just kind of in the cards, if you will. It can be not too hard, but you have to be able to drop what society is. You got, anyway. But I would agree with that statement. The initiation that brings the right to heal and to be called shaman is necessarily preceded. It says necessarily preceded by ritual death. Most of those rituals are brutally hard on the body, mind, and spirit. In light of today's standards, it can be very difficult to find a person who can take the abuse and come through it with their balance intact. The basic idea of ancient initiations was to break down all the former notions of self that were held by the shaman to be. This could entail brutal tests of physical strength and psychic abilities, and having every emotional button pushed hard. Taunting and spitting on the initiate was common and taught him or her to endure the duress with humility and fortitude. So no matter how people pick on you, whatever, you take it. So if people are picking on you, how you react to that could be your shaman's test. You follow me? The final initiation step was to be buried in the earth for one day and to be reborn without former ego in the morning. This ritual is very similar to the Night of Fear practiced by natives of Turtle Island. In this ritual, the shaman to be is sent to a certain location to dig his or her grave and spend the night in the womb of Mother Earth, totally alone, with the mouth of the grave covered by a blanket. Darkness and the sounds of the animals prowling quickly confront the initiate with his or her own fears. As the darkness of the grave has its place in this ritual, so does the cave of Bat. Hanging upside down is a symbol for learning to transpose your former self into a newborn being. Hanging upside down is a symbol for learning to transpose your former self into a newborn being. This is also the position that babies assume when they enter the world through the womb of a woman. If Bat has appeared in your cards today, it symbolizes the need of a ritualistic death of some way of life that no longer suits your new growth pattern. This can mean a time of letting go of old habits and of assuming the position in life that prepares you for rebirth, or in some cases, initiation. In every case, Bat signals rebirth of some part of yourself or the death of old patterns. If you resist your destiny, it can be a long, drawn out, or painful death, shamanistically. The universe is always asking you to grow and become your future. To do so, you must die the shaman's death. This is an interesting sentence. The universe is always asking you to grow and become your future. To do so, you must die the shaman's death. Now, I picked the card and then put it back on top of the deck by accident. And when I picked it back up, I am not sure if it was upside down or not. So, but it was the Bat card. So I will continue and I'm going to read the contrary side of this. So both of these points might be to the point. If Bat is still hanging upside down in the cave and immersed in darkness, you have met its contrary medicine. This position leads to stagnation of the spirit and a refusal to acknowledge your true destiny, which is always to use the talents you have to the fullest. Now, I think this message part is for everybody. If you're upside down and still in the cave, okay, it leads to stagnation of the spirit and a refusal to acknowledge your true destiny, which is always to use the talents you have to their fullest. Is there some area of your life that has been dammed up and therefore stopped your desire to create? If so, look at surrendering to the death of that stagnation. So the death of, like for me, I've been wanting to play the guitar more, and I got to get out of, there's got to be a death of how I feel about not playing. It's the stagnation that is the death, okay? That can also imply that in the reversal of your natural cycle of your rebirth, you are trying to go at life in a backwards mode. This is a breech birth in a sense. This type of occluded understanding of how to go about freeing yourself can lead to a stillbirth. If you struggle too long in the birth canal, the final outcome can be death of the body. Some people think themselves into a corner with obstacles that are illusionary. We've talked about this before. By the time they decide what to do, the opportunities are gone and old age is upon them. Pay attention. All of their dreams have passed them by now. Now, I won't say all, but Reverse Bat says to use your mind, your courage, and strength to ensure an easy labor and quick delivery into your new state of understanding and growth. Surrender to the new life you have created from thought and desire, and bravely greet that dawn. If you are concerned with today and tomorrow, but not much further, you may forget to see further down the road. They want me to read this over. If you are concerned with today and tomorrow, but not much further, you may forget to see further down the road. That's a really interesting statement. And I think everybody needs to pay attention to that one. Tribal teachings say that you are responsible for future generations because you, that means us, are the ancestors of the future. Whatever you do today will affect the next 7 generations. Every decision, every thought is to create a state of stagnation or rebirth to those that follow you on the good red road. If you are blocking yourself, you may be blocking the generations to come. That flies at night, and then the night are born your dreams. These are the dreams that build future civilizations. So nourish them well. Now, in this was Swan, number 39, upside down. And I'm going to be a little short on some things tonight in that I'm not going to read all about Swan, but I will give the basis for Swan. Swan, the power of woman entering sacred space, touching future yet to come, bringing eternal grace. Now, Bat was just saying that, in the contrary position is that, if you can see today and tomorrow, but not much further down the road, then you may be stagnated. And so here's Swan touching the future yet to come, bringing eternal grace. So Swan flew through the dream time looking for the future. She rested for a moment in the coolness of the pond, looking for a way to find the entry point to the future. This was a moment of confusion for Swan, as she knew that she had happened into the dream time by accident. As Swan looked high above Sacred Mountain, she saw the biggest swirling black hole she'd ever seen. Dragonfly came flying by, and Swan stopped him to ask about the black hole. And Dragonfly said, Swan, that is the doorway to the other planes of imagination. Dragonfly said, I've been guardian of the illusion for many, many, many moons. If you want to enter there, you would have to ask permission and earn the right. So basically, Swan went into the black hole and came out a swan and learned grace. Swan told Dragonfly many of the wonders beyond the illusion. Through her healing and her acceptance of the state of grace, she was given the right to enter the dream time. Swan card is telling you to accept your ability to know what lies ahead. So in this, the stagnation, pay attention to your hunches and your gut knowledge and honor your female intuitive side. Now, it was most definitely upside down. If you pulled Swan in reverse, it is a warning that you must acknowledge what you know. It is a warning that you must acknowledge what you know. So stop denying your feelings and clutching things up. You may be bumping into furniture, forgetting what you are saying in mid-sentence. If so, this is a sign that you are not grounded. Jump in place and hold the top of your head as you do so. This will get you back in touch with the earth and keep you from wandering into a dreamy reality that lessens your focus. Baths help, as does going barefooted or doing some gardening. In any case, Swan Reversed says that you need to pay some attention to your body. It can seem as if you are flying without a pilot's license if you're not aware of when your takeoff or landing is. Not recognizing the shift from the left brain to right brain is common when you are evolving spiritually. Okay, so Bat was talking about rebirth, and now this is common if you are evolving spiritually. This is all part of the developing intuitive side of your nature, and is a sign that you are not being conscious of higher mind. You are embarking on new territory. Bat says rebirth, here says new territory that has rules or universal laws of its own. In the world of spirit, you need to pay close attention to the unseen. You may sense or feel in a slightly different way, but this is gradual. Sometimes this shift is lost among your normal activities until you feel spaced out. They want me to read that over. In the world of spirit, you need to pay close attention to the unseen. You may sense or feel in a slightly different way, but this is gradual. Sometimes this shift is lost among your normal activities until you feel spaced out. At those moments, it is time to reconnect with Mother Earth. The solution to Contrary Swan is notice your surroundings and touch the earth with your hand, feet, or both, or just waller on the ground. 2, focus on one reality or the other. If you are being called to visit the dream time, stop what you are doing and be still. I did a video recently about being still. Enter the silence and empty your mind of chatter. Be receptive and open so that the message may enter your consciousness. Number 3, if you're just preoccupied, daydreaming, or spacey, you need to focus on doing some physical activity. Use the reasoning side of your brain to make a list of what you need to do next. And this will stop the clutter in your mind that may be causing the confusion. Thus spoke Upside Down Swan. Okay, Jody, that there was interesting things in there. Not, I know those cards were for you, but I think a good message for all of us. You know, if we're being too stagnant in whatever we're doing, we need to be careful of that. So, I have been being still, Johan. So, that's one of the hard lessons to learn, Niall, is how to know that you're not alone. When you come here and hang out with us, you know, we share the love. We are tribal in that. I'm very strong in that. Swan is also. I butchered this. Were you trying to say Swahili? Hi, Sophia. But we can't not mention her. Jody says, I think I get what I need to do, sir. Thank you for this and the spirits too. Yeah, it's the spirits that are sending this out. Yeah, ESB. Okay, so Mr. Elderberry, I'm sorry that some of these take so long, you know. But if the messengers are supposed to go out, then they're supposed to go out. It's my duty as much as possible. You can't wait for the shift. I hope it actually happens. I know it is. There are things shifting. That's an absolute fact. So, Brandy was first. Okay. Come on down. Now I'll say this after I've got it. But now I know whatever energy that we can help you with, I'm willing. And I know there are other people here that will, send prayers out for you as well. Whether it's healing physically or spiritually or both or whatever. Um, none of us really know the outcome, but we can take steps. So for those of you who may have missed my blue heron feather, here it is. This, that was a wonderful gift from the creator. Actually, the bird gave it to me, but it's in doing my readings, I also have to you have to listen. I mean, and for that was saying, to trust your gut instinct. So I turned around to go get this feather. I'd already passed it. So you have to well, wait a minute. What was that? What was that I saw? Did something touch me, teach me? So when I'm shuffling the cards, I can't put me into it. It's not a possession. It Loneliness is when you know you reject it all. That is when you feel prepared to die. I don't know now about that last statement. I guess that's a personal opinion, but there's been some couple of times where I thought I was history, and wake up the next day and go, So acceptance of the universe to me was my initiation. My 3 days on the river in the heat of the August was that despite it all, there's more to this. And whether we understand it's despite it all. But when I got out of the situation and I looked back on it, and I was like, there was a death there. 3 days on the river, and me and my little Sasha dog. I still don't. I know I talk about it, but I am still freaking amazed that I made it through. And the death of David versus Hawkeye was that I accepted that I am one with the universe. And so when you accept that you're one with the universe and you get it, then there is no loneliness. Loneliness just dropped out of the picture altogether. It just was non-existent after that episode. And yeah, there are times when I get a little, oh my God, enlightened one. Yeah, I know. There's been folks who have literally got jabbed and been able to take a magnet and hold it to their arm and let go. And whatever was in the shot around the area has got heavy particles in it that will literally hold up a magnet. Now, I've not seen this, but a lot of people have talked about it. So it's like, and muskrat love. There you go. There's a lot of weird stuff in it. That's all there is to it. And and I think that it depends on who made the vaccine. But this idea of tracking, I believe it. But to the point though, people who won't shut their cell phones off, they know where they are all the time. I shut my computer off, um, and I don't have a cell phone that's current. I do have a phone, but it hadn't been active in 6 years or so. But anyway, but when me and Duggar go for a ride in the truck, like we did tonight, nobody knew I was going. I didn't even know I was going. So I said, Duggar, let's go. Put water in the radiator, cranked her up, and off we went to town. It's a 20 alarm. Here we go, everybody. Take a break. But they don't know that I went to town until I purchased something with my card. Good, you're getting rain, guys. We can get too much rain, but um, 8675309 8675. Okay, all sing together. My mom got the Pfizer jab and the magnet didn't stick. It may have dispersed though. Yep. My daughter's had it, and she was all worried because of her lung condition and so forth. It's like, okay, um, quit mistreating your lungs and never mind. I'm not going to. There are things people could do and they're not doing them. That's all there is to it. Brandy, this is for you. I know two people that have had the vaccines, both nurses. She said, this is not right. Yeah, there are some people. Um, she had to because she's a nurse. Yeah, see that kind of stuff sucks. But anyway, so I'm not going to watch the thing. I'm not taking them. I'm just not. I'm allergic to vaccines. I'm allergic to flu vaccine. Have been for quite a few years, and I'm just not falling for it. I haven't been sick with any kind of serious cold or flu or anything. Knock on wood for the last 3 years. Because I haven't had a flu shot in 3 or 4 years, and I've not had the flu, and I've been around people who were sick, and I've gotten symptoms, but oh yeah, they're trying to wipe us out in Enlightened One, no doubt. They've been trying it for years because they still haven't been able to. They haven't met their agenda 20, uh, and they're looking for 2030. So, but anyway, all right, Brandy, I ain't gonna look at the thing anymore. So it distracts my brain. Okay, Brandy, close your eyes. 30 seconds. Hold up your hand in the. They're telling me this is going to be interesting. Oh, really? Oh, okay. We got a full moon going on here. I need to light some more sage. Uh, Interesting. Interesting. Now I shuffled these cards. And so the before and after card for you, Brandy, uh, the third card was bat, right side up. So the other side was dragonfly, right side up, but your card is owl, right side up, which is interesting. All three cards, right side up. Because we know statistically it's harder to get three out in a row. Okay. So, but owl, number 21, is the primary card. Oops, upside down. Tracy B, I've had narcolepsy and stuff for, and I'm not sure. I think the people who treated me and the medications I was taking were contributing to it. Although I've had quite a few, I've had over 25 head concussions, of some of them very severe, like about 8 or 9 of them were really nasty, put me in the hospital several times. So, and not from the same head bang. But anyway, owl is deception. Owl magic omens time and space. Does the truth emerge, casting out deception, silent flight, sacred medicine bird. Now we've had owl several times, so there are parts of it I might skip over if you think, well, he left something out. I'm trying to be easy with time here, okay? Owl medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance and astral projection and magic, both black and white. Owl is called the night eagle on several medicine wheels used by Amerindian teachers. Traditionally, owl sits in the east, in the place of illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the night, the dark, and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of light. Conversely, night is owl's friend. Owl hunts its prey at night. It's very accurate. It kills at night. It gives it an advantage when seeking food. Some native people are fearful of owl and call its feathers deceiver feathers. An owl feather is silent. You cannot hear owl when it flies, but its prey definitely knows when it's caught. Owl is oftentimes the medicine of sorcerers and witches. If owl is your medicine, meaning your totem, you will be drawn to magical practices and perhaps explore the dark arts. You should resist any temptation to practice black magic or any art, listen folks, any art that takes energy away from another person or being, which is like most of them. Because if you want something to happen, you got to make it happen through, you're forcing something. So you're taking energy from somewhere. Anyway, not you, Brandy, but if you have owl medicine, these night birds might have a tendency to collect around you. Is it any wonder the culture's owl is a symbol for wisdom? This is because owl can see that which others cannot, which is the essence of true wisdom. Owl can see that which others cannot, which is the essence of true wisdom. That's good for all of us, by the way. Where others are deceived, owl sees and knows what is there. Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, had a companion owl on her shoulder all the time, which revealed the unseen truths to her. Owl had the ability to light up Athena's blind side, enabling her to speak the whole truth as opposed to only a half truth. If owl is in your personal medicine, no one can deceive you. If you've pulled the owl card, you are being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some life situation. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams or meditation. Pay attention to the signals and omens. The truth always brings further enlightenment. The truth always brings further enlightenment. All y'all remember that one. But the sister card to this was Dragonfly, which so Owl is number 21 in its deception. So keep an eye on somebody trying to deceive you. Dragonfly is number 27. And I need to mention that because a lot of times there's something in there. Dragonfly is illusion. Oh my goodness. So there's deception, and Dragonfly comes in as the partner to this and is illusion. Dragonfly breaks illusions, brings visions of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it. Believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you, blessing you, filling all your needs. Dragonfly medicine is the dream time and of the illusionary facade we accept as physical reality. We know the dragonfly shifting as color, energy, and form explodes in the mind of the observer, bringing vague memories of a time or place where magic reigned. I was outside earlier today, and Barry and I were on the phone. I was dragonfly just a few inches from me. Some legends say the dragonfly was once a dragon, and that the breath of dragon brought forth the art of magic and the illusion of changing form. And then dragon got caught in its own ego, basically. Coyote tricked dragon into changing form and shape of its new body, became like dragonflies now. In accepting the challenge to prove its power and magical prowess, dragon lost its power. Good for you, Niall. I would be the same way. If dragonfly has flown into your cards to do today, you may have forgotten to water your plants or something. On the other level, you may need to give thanks to the foods you eat for sustaining your body and so forth. On the psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusions you have held that restrict your actions or ideas. Dragonfly medicine always beckons you to seek out the parts of your habits which you need to change. So in the owl, there is deceit. So somewhere the owl with deceit and dragonfly with illusion. Be careful of deceitful illusions is what I'm getting. Have you if you feel the need for change, call on Dragonfly to guide you through the mists of illusion in the pathway of transformation. See how you can apply the art of illusion to your present question or situation, and remember that things are never completely as they seem. So, deception and illusion, interesting message. I don't know, Brandy, if so, my dear friend Barry, who's next? I'm going to be shuffling in the shuffling madness of the locomotive breath. Was the all-time loser, headlong to his death. Oh, feels the piston scraping, steam breaking on his brow. My God, he stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going, no way to slow down. Hey, hey, No way to slow down. No way to slow down. Chloe. Now that's just interesting. He hears the silence howling, catches angels as they fall. And the all-time loser's got him by the balls. Oh, he picks up Gideon's Bible, open at page 1. Old Charlie stole the handle at the train, it won't stop going, no way to slow down. What, Barry, what, Locomotive Breath? Yeah, it was one of my favorite songs. Happy birthday to whoever's out there. Who is this for, Barry? This is for Mary. No, I can't get that damn song out of my head. You know, I have been a Jethro Tull fan for a long time, and when I heard "Thick as a Brick" on psilocybin, no, it wasn't psilocybin. I'm sorry, it was peyote. I was like, wow. Anyway, uh, who's next, Barry? I saw number 3, Mary. Who? Chloe's next. Cross-eyed Mary, cross-eyed Mary. I'm confused, Barry. Yeah, blue microdot. You got that right. Help my frazzled mind. Who's next? Because they're like, Chloe, okay. I kind of thought so. Chloe, this is for you. And I think it's Wolf is the first one. But the dog card, which they're also side by side in the book, they're side by side, both right side up. But the wolf is the primary card in here, but the dog is about loyalty, and we can pretty much not have to discuss dog because dog is loyal regardless of treatment a lot of the times, most of the time anyway, and that's important. But both of these are right side up. But wolf is number 15 in the book, dog is 14, and wolf is teacher. Wolf, teacher, pathfinder, moon dog of my soul, howling, singing, teaching me to know. Hey, Julianne. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and share medicine. They want me to read that sentence again. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas. Think about that. The forerunner of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and share medicine. Wolf takes one mate for life and is loyal like dog. And the dog card is like part of this. Anyway, very interesting. They both came up. If you were trying to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family within the pack, as well as a strong individualistic urge. Having been around and healed a wolf, I know what that means. These qualities make wolf very much like the human race. As humans, we also have the ability to be a part of society and yet still embody our individual dreams and our ideas. In the great star nation, wolf is represented by the dog star, Sirius, and right now, is really near the full moon, actually, in the sky tonight. Uh, which legend tells us was the original home of our teachers in the ancient times. Sirius was thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and is still considered by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason that Native American people would formulate the same connection and adopt wolf people as the clan of teachers. The senses of wolf are very keen, and the moon is its power ally. So here we got a full moon and a wolf here. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy. Any correlation to this tonight? Just saying. Or the unconsciousness that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. The moon is the symbol for psychic energy, or the unconscious that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. Our unconscious has secrets and knowledge. A bang at the moon may be an indication of Wolf's desire to connect with new ideas, which are just below the surface of the consciousness. Ooh, werewolves, London. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us all to come forth and aid the children of earth in understanding the great mystery and life. If you have drawn Wolf's card, you may be able to share your personal medicine with others. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for your personal use at this time. As you feel Wolf coming alive within you, you may wish to share your knowledge by writing or lecturing on information that will help others better understand their uniqueness or path. So Wolf would go out on its own, but still come back to the pack. It would still come back to the tribe. It would bring future knowledge. Things that saw, things that, hey, Esty, Mary Wins, if I missed you, Julianne. It is the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Let me read that sentence again. It's a powerful one. It is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Just think on that one for all of us. But Wolf could also be telling you to seek out lonely places that will allow you to see your teacher within. In the aloneness of a power place, devoid of other humans, you may find the true you. Look for teachings no matter where you are. Wolf would not come to you unless you requested the appearance of the tribe's greatest teacher. Okay, so Chloe, you brought this one on yourself. But anyway, but next is the loyalty of dog tied with that. So there is Wolf is the teacher going out, and also there's loyalty in that, so the loyalty of dog in that you'll come back and be a teacher, you know what I mean? So for whatever that means, I have to go to sleep soon, but you can still do my card reading because I will rewatch tomorrow. Elena, where is she? Because I'm done with this one. How far we got? Can she jump in line? Elena, can you stay awake long enough for me to do it? Or if you're farther down the line, you go to sleep and we're about an hour and a half into this, so you can skip ahead at least. Yeah, that's good, Julie. It's 12:44. Okay, I'm shuffling cards. No, I don't know who's. I don't know, Barry. Who's next? I know Elena was kind of sort of towards the front anyway, and gotten down a few, and if somebody else doesn't mind, whoever's next, Elaine, I'll tell you what, regardless of where you are in line, I'm going to go ahead and do this card for you. Okay. So, oh, it's Elena's turn now. Well, I was going to do it anyway. So, Elena, hang out a few minutes. Okay. So, I don't know if I pulled a card for you before. So, I ask people as I'm shuffling, I want you to just close your eyes for 30 seconds, maybe a minute, and consider yourself raising your hand in the universe, and my spirit guides doing like one of these things, do one of the Indian things. No problem, Elena. I thought you were coming up soon anyway, but and Barry's the keeper of the list, and if you did skip one, nobody's going to know. We love you all. As for me, in the title of this, doing card readings for the compassionate, somebody else isn't compassionate enough to say, here, go ahead, But anyway, there are some folks that will push to be first. And then there are folks that are like, well, like you say, well, I'll rewatch. But if you're like close to next, I'm doing your card. So if you've had you can't be typing and have your eyes closed. So you're not doing what you need to do, Elena. So close your eyes for 30 seconds and just, ask the spirits, to help me pick a card. I hear you out there wanting to talk about it. Wanting to type something. There she goes, right? You're not. All right. Elena. No, that's Corina. Okay. Sometimes I know right where to go. Okay. Wow. And what was the ooh. But no, that's yep. Okay. You got two cards. Possum is the backup. Your primary card is Fox. And I was just thinking there's 3 canines in a row cards, but this one's upside down. And the number, as far as it's in the book, is number 25. Sometimes numbers mean things to people as well. Hey, SD, how are you? Fox is camouflage. We've talked about this in Fox medicine. And I got to say that this is, well, Elena, here's your answer if this is true. It's camouflage, but let me have some coffee. Delaney's seeing visions. What else you seeing out there, Miss Pearl? Fox is number 25, camouflage. Fox, where are you? Under the ferns? Becoming the forest so I can learn? Are you watching, invisible to me, trying to teach me how to become a tree? So Wily Fox has many allies in the woodlands, including the foliage. I mean, foxes really can just disappear. It's amazing, which offers protection and much medicine. Fox is seemingly able to vanish amidst the lush undergrowth of the forest. The flora is fox's ally. The ability to meld into one's surroundings and be unnoticed is a powerful gift when one is observing the activities of others. Another natural gift of fox is the ability to adapt to winter by changing its color. Now, they don't do that down here, but they will change to a grayish color. Like the chameleon, in rich white winter coat, fox to blend into the snow when the leaves are no longer on. Fox medicine involves adaptability, cunning, observation, integration, and swiftness of thought and action. Now it says the word cunning. That to be cunning doesn't necessarily meaning to be evil or to do harm. But these traits also may also include quick decisiveness and sure-footedness in the physical world. Fox's ability to be unseen allows it to be the protector of the family unit. If danger arises, Fox is Johnny on the spot. Nahik Daweya, great spirit in the Choctaw tongue, I might have pronounced that wrong, forgive me, honors Fox with the duty of keeping the family together and safe. This is accomplished through Fox's ability to observe undetected without making others self-conscious. Fox is always concerned with the safety of family and is an excellent talisman for those traveling far afield. If Fox is chosen to share its medicine with you, it is a sign that you are becoming like the wind, which is unseen, yet is able to weave into and through any location or situation. You would be wise to observe the acts of others rather than their words at this time. This is the warning they're telling me to read back. You would be wise to observe the acts of others rather than their words at this time. Use your cunning nature in a positive way. I interrupted myself. Keep silent about who and what and why you are observing. In learning the art of camouflage, you need to test your abilities to pull this off. Now, this was a definite upside down card. While learning from Fox, you might also gain confidence in your ability to know instantly what will happen next. After observing for a while, you become aware of certain predictabilities in given situations and be able to quickly make your move. Now, that's true for a lot of us, Fox medicine or not. There are certain things that are predictable, and you can see. Like I knew the other day before I got out of the kayak, I was going to drop that damn camera, and it did. And I was pissed because I didn't listen to myself. I hope I didn't ruin it. But anyway, Fox medicine teaches the art of oneness through its understanding of camouflage. This applies on all levels from rocks to God. With Fox medicine, you are being asked to see all types of uses for oneness. Now it was upside down, so that's just about Fox in itself. If this card has appeared reversed, someone may be watching you and trying to figure out your next move. If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. They want me to read that over. If you look deeper, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. If you have become a wallflower to the point of disappearing, you may need to decide that you are worth noticing. Contrary Fox is as foolish as it is cunning, And you may have fooled yourself into believing that your low self-esteem is due to your being born plain or having an ordinary life. This is camouflage of a different sort, in that you have camouflaged your true desires to experience life with friends, with joy, with purpose. And in any case, you are put on notice to be aware of apathy. This is the message. Okay. In any case, you are being put on notice to be aware of apathy and self-induced boredom. You may have to dig deeply to find what excites you enough to scurry across the wasteland of your dulled senses and live. Contrary Fox may also be telling you that you have become too visible. In climbing to a place of recognition, oftentimes the envy or jealousness of others is thrown in your face. If you are feeling attacked, withdraw. If you are feeling attacked, withdraw. It may be time to assume the attitude of the hermit and deck yourself in the cloak of invisibility. To write the contrary fox in this situation, call on Armadillo and name your boundaries. It's a circle within a circle, and put all the really good stuff inside the center circle, and all the maybe stuff in the next circle, and stuff you don't like goes on the outside of that, and you stick to it. So in life, the only things that you accept are those things which you've already written down and agreed upon in the universe, kind of things. You can change it, you can erase some, you can pencil others in, but at least you know where your boundaries are. Become Fox and feel the joy of knowing the playground of your life. You may just find the chicken coop full of intriguing morsels of delight. Now, Possum was right side up, and Possum. So the message here is camouflage. And Possum, number 23, a couple of pages back, is about playing dead, playing possum, diversion. So Fox is saying, learn to be camouflaged, and, and Possum here, oh, possum, roll over. Are you really dead? Or just playing possum? Was it something I said? So possum's greatest form of protection is to play dead. In doing this, a possum confuses many a predator into believing that the game is over. Often the confused rival walks away or looks the other direction for a moment, and possum runs away. Possum may be relaying to you that you are to expect the unexpected and be clever in achieving your victory. Now, Fox is telling you to be camouflaged or, come out. This could be a victory over a bothersome salesman or a nosy neighbor. In essence, Possum is beckoning you to use your brain, your sense of drama and surprise, to leap over some barrier to your progress. So, interesting, Fox. Is Teresa in the house? Hey, everybody. Okay. So my berry friend, there you go. Elena, Fox is teaching about being camouflaged, or maybe being too camouflaged, and Possum is saying, that you might need to not necessarily play dead, but as Fox said, maybe withdraw. Am I still on? Yep. Okay. So who's next, my friend? I forget. Yeah, Susie Q. There you go. That's right. All right, Susie. Close your eyes, hold up your hand. You know the drill. Yada, yada. It's 1 a.m. here on a Thursday morning. on TTFN radio, on your radio dial here, sitting in with Hawkeye. You're going to have to re-listen again. All right, Elena. Thank you. Have a good, if you're heading out, we love you. Have a good sleep. All right, Susie. You're welcome. I saw that card earlier. Turkey is the giver. Yeah, Dave. I'm going to take a. I'm taking a. Interesting spread here. I'm gotten into. You're welcome, Elaine. I hope I'm not understanding all, but I am some. Sometimes it'll just dawn on you in a day or two, you know. Okay, Susie, this is a really interesting. Number 34, grouse. And it is right side up. Grouse is the sacred spiral. It is the dance. Thank you. Grouse are the sacred spiral, leading us on to much the everlasting heights where we can live as one. Grouse is a sacred spiral, once flocked in abundance throughout North America, but now even on the plains, there is an absence of them. Many Plains Indian tribes dance the grouse dance to honor these birds. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth, the rib tunnel of eternal life and return. The sacred spiral is also one of the oldest known symbols for personal power. When you think of grouse medicine, visualize a whirlpool or even a tornado or a dust devil. For the sacred spiral will take you to the center. The spiral is a metaphor for personal visions and enlightenment. The spiral is a metaphor for personal visions and enlightenment. There have been cave drawings with spirals. They may mean nothing more than the spiral of life to whoever was there doing the experience. It may not mean anything other than that. I'm saying that because I've seen so many folks. Ooh, look, there's a spiral. It's a spiral of a galaxy. No. Let's tell the truth here. But anyway, the movement of the dance is a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth, the rib tunnel of eternal return. Many initiates on Vision Quest paint spirals on their bodies and believe that the great mystery will favor them with visions of power and purpose because of this symbol. The whirling dervishes, and I've talked about these guys before, of certain Sufi orders are masters of the spiral dance and can transcend to higher states of awareness through the repetition of this sacred movement. It is said that the dervishes can travel to the center of the spiral and return any magical power that they choose. I don't know about the magical power, but I know that going around in a circle like that is definitely, there's something in it. In the dervish state, one enters the great silence and has direct communications with the creator. By spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, the dervish draws or repulses specific energies. Sufi dancing is a system which connects one with the divine source through ritual treatment of motion. And they're saying that this is sort of a for you, Susie Q. There's something about motion. They and if you get it, then if you have grouse medicine in your cards, undertake a meditation on the various qualities of movement within your world. Begin by visualizing the sun as a member of a huge group of stars swirling in the massive pinwheel shape of the Milky Way. Then draw yourself out of this pinway of light and into the spiraling of your own DNA. An arrangement similar to a rope ladder coiled like a corkscrew. Analyze the way you move through your world. How do you picture yourself in the act of locomotion? Now that's interesting. I was singing locomotive breath earlier. That now is, how do you picture yourself in the act of locomotion? That's just interesting. What kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? What words would you describe the way you move through both the material and spiritual worlds? In the final analysis, is your movement compatible with your greatest desires and goals? Many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize the inner life. They want me to read that again. Many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize the inner life. Now, so there's the great spiral, and there's the moving one way or the other in a circle, and then there's just stopping, being in the still. Grouse medicine, however, is an invitation to the dance. So, but sometimes it's good to be still to figure out which way you need to go. But anyway, grouse celebrates the divine source through its sacred spiral dance and offers this dance to you as a gift. You can spend a lifetime learning Grouse's lesson on how to harmonize your dance with Mother Earth and her cycles, and how to offer the dance as a creation of selfless beauty. So when you dance, somebody might see it. If they don't see it, it's a selfless act to the universe, to Mother Earth. That's very interesting. Now, the side cards to this was turkey and hummingbird. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of turkey. Turkey is the giveaway. Oh, oh, ho, brother turkey, so freely you give of everything that you are, so that others may truly live. Turkey is thought to be the great giveaway eagle or the South Eagle of many native peoples. The philosophy of giveaway was practiced by many tribes. Simply stated, it is the deep and abiding recognition of the sacrifices of both self and others. People in modern day society should study the noble turkey who sacrifices itself so that we may live. In turkey's death, we have our life. Honor turkey. So turkey is the giveaway. In other words, they give them, now they're not so easy to catch, but in that turkey is the giveaway, in that it gives itself to us for nourishment and life. Turkey was the medicine of many saints and mystics. Celebrate if you have turkey medicine. Your virtues are many. You have transcended the self. You act and react on the behalf of others. You aspire to help those who need help. This is not out of some this is not out of some sense of self-righteousness, moralism, or religious guilt. Help and sustenance is given by turkey out of the realization that all life is sacred. It is knowing that the Great Spirit resides within all people. It is an acknowledgement that what you do for others, you do for yourself. Turkey medicine rests in true ego and enlightenment. Doing unto others and feeding the people is the message of all true spiritual systems. Depending on how Turkey is aspected in your cards, you are being given a gift. This gift could be spiritual, material, or even intellectual. The gift may be great or small, but it is never insignificant. Congratulations, you may have just won the lottery, or the gift may be a beautiful sunset, or the smell of a fragrant flower, or possibly a hummingbird, because that's the next card upside down. And so that's number 44. And they all popped up, and it was like, but turkey is the giveaway. So the grouse is the spiral dance, and turkey is the giveaway. So the giveaway could be your dance of life. You know, that's the giveaway. It may not go to any particular person. The giveaway is to the universe. It's a selfless act of beauty. 111. Yeah, we're coming up. Prep me for the 20 because I'm ready to take a short break. So hummingbird is joy. Now hummingbird is upside down. Uh, Hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that a certain dance done, grouse was the dance, turkey's the giveaway, a certain dance done properly would bring about the return of the animals and that white people would disappear. You know, we were talking about this earlier. Once again, the original people would know the joy of the old ways. In Mayan teachings, hummingbird is connected to the black sun and the fifth world. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. So here's the little poem. Hummingbird, joyful little sister, nectar you crave. All the sweetness of the flowers is the love that you gave. Now, it was upside down. So if hummingbird is in your cards in any configuration, it speaks to you of matters of the heart. How or why has your heart center closed? Have you done something callous to another, causing them to shut off the love that they once felt for you? That's interesting. The contrary hummingbird may presage sorrow and the inability to see the many blessings we two-leggeds have been given and the primordial beauty that surrounds us. If contrary hummingbird sings its forlorn song, perhaps you should journey into your personal pain and know that your sorrow is your joy in another reflection. So, but that's tied to the two positives, turkey and grouse. But hummingbird, basically, have you closed something off? So, okay, we're coming up on a sort of break. So does that make any sense, Susie Q? That was for you, right? Anyway, it's interesting. There are some of these. There are still some of these cards that I have not pulled. I was just looking at one. I pulled one or two just a couple of times, but there's some cards in this deck I still have not. Thanks, Dave. Tanya, Susie, the upside down hummingbird can mean that somehow we blocked off a joy somehow, or that we could possibly block off joy, or it's just the other two cards being straight up is thank you, Barry. Don't take the upside down hummingbird like, oh my God. No, it just maybe something that you haven't seen. Okay, Tanya, if you're still out there listening, close your eyes, raise your hand. Well, tell you what, hold that thought. I really want some coffee, and I'm gonna go get some, and then we'll take in 4 minutes. Will be 20. So let me take a short break. Sort of. Oh, scare me to death. Man, 2 nights ago, I had to lean over to see the moon, and now it's like right there in the window. All right, thank you for still being here. I mean, I know it takes, this has been 2 hours. Dog toys. Yeah, it scared the crap out of me. I was like, I was not expecting the hamburger with the squeaky. Hey, Alex. So I really don't mind doing these readings and all. I really don't. But, I can't do them any faster than I do them. He stepped on it too. Hey, Alex, if I didn't. So this is for Tanya. Okay. Tanja. I was listening to something. This is sort of off. The moon pooped through the clouds. Oh, I'm sorry, popped. And maybe it did poop through the clouds. I'm sorry. A little bit of humor doesn't bother us much. It's clear tonight, but man, they were doing a lot of high spraying and little narrow bands of cloud thingies behind whatever it was, and that they weren't spreading out. They were like almost like smoke trails. But anyway, hi Mary, Elderberry. Yeah, okay. Crap in the bed. It's the 20 guys. Uh, Man, I went blank there for a second. I was like, who's next? I had to look. You know, Tanya is new to my brain. Fire in the hole, everybody. Yep. Hey, Cherry. Tanya. Reminds me of Tanya Tucker. I always thought she had something going on. I don't even know if she's still alive, but back in the day, she didn't live too far out of North Tampa kind of thing anyway. I know I joke around with folks, and I hope you'll know if I honestly offend you. I think. If we, Barry, if you'll get this, if if we take things to the max, you'll get the joke. No, we were talking about uh, Jenny G. Liked and subscribed. May I be added? Um, Hi, Jenny. How are you? I thank you that you liked and subscribed, but I would have done a card for you anyway. But thank you. I appreciate it, honestly. Hello, hello, hello. And camera, the mic's still working. Okay. I'm sharing Fair to Midland, sitting here, yakking with y'all and communing with the spirits. And uh, uh, I was sitting there like, now, whose card is next? All you folks, I'm watching it in my poor little brain. And I'm getting slightly stoned, but, I made myself laugh. Yeah, you're welcome. Yes, Jenny. And if you're new and subscribed and all that, thank you. Uh, we're a great bunch of folks in here. We help each other, and if you're new, as long as you're compassionate and respectful, welcome to the group. With open arms. Cheers. That dang light back there. It's annoying to me. It's my night light in that end of the house. Oh, speaking of, y'all gonna love this, and I swear I'm gonna get to you, Tanja. I love you all, and forgive my poor little brain that I'm making fun of things when I mean no harm. Okay, please understand that. Last night, sitting here checking the mail and stuff, and over here to my that direction is the bathroom, just 8 feet away. So I look down at the floor as I'm walking across, and there it looks like a piece of rope laying on the floor. Lo and behold, it's a snake. I've got a snake in the house. It's going to be a record card reading. 15. How far along? Or we got 15 more? It's Tanya, but the German way. Like Jawohl is in German. My grandmother was my Großmutter was German, and my grandma Raleigh that I talk about all the time. Uh, you know, get this, their last name was Funderhide. 9 more. I'm not quite halfway through, but okay. So I need to shut up this prattle and take another hit, and let's get going, right? Um, but yeah, there was a snake on the floor of the house, right? Just you know less than 6 feet away. She's only 16, only 16. Ooh, and I love her so. She was too young to fall in love, and I was too young to know. She was too young to fall in love, and I was too young to know. Shel Silverstein, yeah. Only 16, only 16. Oh, and I love her so. I don't care much about gluten. It's none of my, I'm kidding. Tanya, it's your turn. All right. Tanya. I'm sorry I'm being silly tonight. No, but that's hummingbird, to bring joy. So too many people hurting and suffering, and my prayer continues. You know, you come from Bavaria. Wow, that's really cool. I've been to Bavaria because I used to work for Busch Gardens, the mountain. Never mind, bad joke. Really sad, bad joke. Okay, Tanya, it's close your eyes and way up in Canada way. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stair. Do, 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 do. Lucky, I'm feeling again. Sundown, you better take care. Anyway, we drink Bavaria Dutch beer. Yeah, I'm kidding, but that was the best I could do under that quick of a. I'm hearing this like conversation, not with me per se, but up there, and they're like, Tanya, where's their damn handout? This is a new one, ain't it? Oh crap. And I'm like, all right, guys, get your stuff together up there. Yeah, I'm not sure. But ooh, that's interesting. This is going to be interesting. Okay, Tanya. Tanja. I was thinking of ganja when I was doing it earlier, so it's sort of my little take on ganja. It's like tanja. It's like another form of really good weed. Anyway, kind of go along with this being and the Guten token. Anyway, I'm glad we can have fun in here. And I'm sorry it's the middle of the night when we do this, but I am your late night Overwatch here on Ta for Now Radio with your host, the aging hippie hermit, Hawkeye Tethers and Company. And it is 1:31 a.m. on 5/27/2021, being my old radio self. And we're doing animal card readings from this wonderful book and series. And so we're doing a reading now, and this is for Tanya. And there are 3 cards that popped out. One is kind of sort of like a pay attention. The other one is bear. But the main one is number 43, spider. Interesting. For no particular reason. I'm just like, those are like lizard and bear and spider. What do they have in common? Let's find out. Okay, they want me to, since I'm heading towards the lizard is number 36. It's upside down. Number 43 is spider, and bear is number 6. But they, since I'm already here with on the lizard page, they want me to go ahead and read this. I'm looking for my other pair of glasses. What did I do with my other pair of glasses? Holy crap on a bag. All right, we'll use these. I set them down, or maybe I dropped them when I went to get coffee. Oh, well, here we go. Oh, that's not bad. And lizard's upside down. So lizard is about dreaming. And there's a story in here that I'm not going to read all the way through. But lizard's laying under a rock in the desert, and snake pulls in. And he's like, hey, snake, you know, I mean, hey, lizard, can I come in here? And lizard was like, oh, you scared me, snake. And the snake said, well, you had your eyes closed. And he goes, no, the lizards have 2 sets of lids. And lizard was going to, you know, he wanted to share the snake wanted to share the shade. And so lizard said, oh, snake, you are such a silly serpent. I'm not sleeping, I'm dreaming. And so snake wanted to know what the difference was. And so lizard said, dreaming is going into the future. I go to where the future lives. You see, that is why I know you won't eat me today, because I dreamed you. And I know you are full of a mouse. And so, lizard, will you dream with me? Travel across the stars. Beyond the place of time and space, there lives visions from afar. Okay, now, so lizard's upside down. So, but it's tied to the spider and bear. If lizard is turned up in the contrary position, you may be having a nightmare. This is a sign of inner conflict. Look to the nightmares for a clue to the nature of this conflict. What are the feelings your nightmare causes? Breathe through those feelings and let the sensations flow out of your body. See the truth in what the nightmare is suggesting. It could be a simple message that you are confronting your fears and therefore do not need to experience the nightmarish events in your day-to-day life. Another message of lizard reversed is that you may need more sleep or dream time. It could also imply that you have a lack of dreams for your future. They want me to read that again. It could also imply that you have a lack of dreams for your future. Now, a lot of us have got that. You know, what's the future going to hold for us with all these crazy people? Good question, you know. Imagination is the door to all new ideas and creations. This seems to be, yeah. Imagination is the door to all new ideas and creations. As you examine the dreaming process, you will find that the subconscious is processing all of the recorded messages it holds concerning the events you experience during the day. These messages can be suppressed feelings, bringing inner conflict, or they can bring new ideas and or goals, other dimensions of awareness, even future events, warning signals, or desires and hopes. In one sense, Contrary Lizard is insisting that you look to your imagination for new experience. This is necessary when life becomes dull or full of boredom. On the other hand, Contrary Lizard may also apply to those who dream too much, refusing to use the dreams as tools to manifest the same vision in their lives. All levels of awareness are accessible through dreams. Remember, life is not always as it seems. Are you the dreamer or are you the dreamed? And so that goes with Spider, and Spider's next, number 43. Spider is weaving. Spider was right side up. Spider, weaving webs of delight. Weave me a peaceful world, carrying creation in your web, waiting to be unfurled. Now, Lizard just got done talking about creation. I mean, imagination, right? Anyway, weaving. Spider, number 43. Spider wove the web that brought humans the first picture of the alphabet. The letters were part of the angles of her web. Deer asked Spider what she was weaving and why all the lines looked like symbols. Spider replied, "Why, dear, it is time for Earth's children to learn to make records of their progress in their Earth walk." They're telling me that you should need to write things down, Tanya. Just a personal, that's what they're saying, write stuff down. For whatever reason, it is time for Earth's children to learn to make their own records of their progress in their Earth walk. And apparently they're telling me to tell you that you need to write that down, because later on you can look back and go, and I've talked about this. How do you know if you're making any progress if you don't ever write anything down and date it? And you can put the time and date, because then you can go back and refer to it, what was going on at that time in the world. But anyway, Deer answered Spider, but they've already have pictures, said the Deer, that show through symbols the stories of their experiences. Yes, said Spider, but Earth's children are growing more complex, and their future generations will need to know more. So I think there are some of us who are supposed to write things down, make it a diary, make it a something, because I mean, even during the Civil War, people had diaries, and we would not have known many of the things we knew if it weren't for the diaries of people. So, keep that in mind. The ones to come won't remember how to read the petroglyphs. So it was that Spider wove the first primordial alphabet, as she had woven the dream of the world, that it had become manifest. Spider's dream of the physical world had come to fruition many millions of years before. Spider weaves the webs of fate for those who get caught in her web and become her dinner. This is similar to humans who get caught in the web of illusion. Now, what was Lizard talking about? Illusion, right? He closes into the dream time. So are these tied together? Lizard, Spider, illusion, dream time, in the physical world, and never see beyond the horizon into the other dimension. The web of fate also represents a wheel of life, which does not include any alternatives or solutions. It is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good or bad fortune without realizing that we can change it at any time. If you've been with me for very long, you know I've been talking about this. Our future is only seconds away. My friend came over on Saturday, a few days back, almost a week now, and said, "Hey, let's go to the river." And I didn't know I was going to the river. Neither did Duggar. We both went to the river with other friends and went. So you never know from second to second. Now that's a little obscure and but it's not. Who knows what's going to happen next? So, but anyway, and we can change it if we want to. y'all chose to hang out with me tonight and do cards. So, and I think all these cards have messages for each of us in our own way, but it is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good or bad fortune without realizing that we can change it at any time. If we are not decisive enough about changing our lots in life, we may end up being consumed by our fears and limitations. So Spider is saying, hey, be careful there. We have Spider is the female energy of the creative force that weaves the beautiful designs of life. Her web has hundreds of intricate patterns which catch the morning dew. If spiders drop from her web into your cards today, she may be telling you to create, create, create. Look for new alternatives to your present impasse. She can also be warning you that you are coming too close to an entangled situation. That's interesting. They want me to read that over. Spider can also be warning you that you are coming too close to an entangled situation. Spider could be asking you to use a journal to write out and review your progress. If you do this, you will not forget how you are creating a new or different phase in your life. How is in italics. If you do this, you will not forget how you are creating a new or different phase in your life. So jot stuff down. It may be meaningless. It doesn't have to be a lot. And spontaneous. Where's my little diary thing? And write something down about it. Well, today me and Duggar went outside. Or today me and Duggar didn't go outside. Or whatever. Spider brings a message of a different kind when she sees you becoming a bit too involved in the weaving of your life to notice opportunity at the outskirts of your web. In other words, you're being too close. Let me fix my web. The web, it's always the web. It's always the weaving when it's, it may be that there are stuffs on the, anyway. Spider gets your attention so that you notice that something you have woven has borne fruit. In other words, if you crawl out to the edge of the web, you might find something, right? If you do this, you will not forget how you are creating a new or different phase in your life. Spider brings a message of a different kind when she sees you becoming a bit too involved in the weaving. I missed that. Congratulations. Spider caught you just in time. Before you miss the opportunity on the edge of your web or your reality. Spider caught you just in time. Before you miss the opportunity on the edge of your reality or web. The most important message from Spider is that you are an infinite being who will continue to weave the patterns in life and living throughout time. Do not fail to see the expansiveness of the eternal plan. Now, that's some heavy stuff right there. All right. Now, as far as not necessarily for you, Tanya, but in general, do not fail to see the expansiveness of the eternal plan. They are beautiful, but they can hurt you. Now, the other one to this is bear, number 5. And bear is introspection. Bear, invite me into the cave where silence surrounds the answers that you gave. And the strength of bear medicine is the power of introspection. It lies in the west on the great medicine wheel. Bear seeks honey or the sweetness of truth. In the winter, when Ice Queen reigns and the face of death is upon the earth, bear enters the womb cave to hibernate, to digest the year's experience. It is said that our goals reside in the west also, like watching the sunset. To accomplish the goals and dreams that we carry, the art of introspection is necessary. So there's Lizard telling us of the illusion in the dream time. Spider saying, go out along the edges and, and pay attention to what you're weaving. And Bear is saying, use your introspection while you're doing these things. You know, the female receptive, wait, many tribes have called this space of inner knowing the dream lodge, where the death of the illusion. Now, Lizard's all about the, seeing into the illusion of physical reality overlays the expansiveness of eternity. Spider was just talking about, don't give up on the bigger plan. So where death of the illusion of physical reality overlays the expansiveness of eternity. That's some heavy shit right there. It is the dream lodge that our ancestors sit in council and advise us regarding alternative pathways that lead to our goals. This is the power of Bear. The female receptive energy that for centuries has allowed visionaries, mystics, and shamans to prophesy is contained in this very special Bear energy. In India, the cave symbolizes the cave of Brahma. Brahma's cave is considered to be the pineal gland that sits in the center of the four lobes of the brain. So Bear is telling you about this introspection. The great void is the place where all solutions and answers lie. So Lizard's like going into the dream time. Spider's talking about that and look at the bigger plan. And here's Bear following it up to me that, the great void where Bear goes to hibernate is where all solutions and answers live in harmony with the questions into life that fill our realities. If we choose to believe that there are many questions to life, we must also believe that the answer to those questions reside within us. Each and every being has the capacity to quiet the mind, enter the silence, and know. And Lizard's talking about that too. I think, wow, okay, 3 cards. I hate that it's not just one card sometimes, but the message for these 3 cards backs up the other one, like, oh, holy cow. So Tanya, that was your first one. So don't know if that means anything. Sometimes it may not smack you in the head right away, but 3 days later, while you're doing something, silly or, whatever, you might go, holy crap, I see what that means. Doug is next. Okay, thank you, Barry. Doug, do you mind to take a minute? I know you all are sitting being patient tonight, this morning. I don't know you folks, so I don't have a clue as to whether or not I can't tell you that this is that these are predictions. I don't consider these to be predictions. All right. Does it make any sense, Tanya? You don't have to be specific. Just, did it resonate at all? Yeah, just a yes or a no. It's quite. I need no specifics. Okay, that's all. Because, see, it just helps to know that, okay, so the process I just went through, you being a newer to me to pull a card for, and if you said yes, maybe, or sort of, that's fine too. But if it really makes sense, then it means that my connection with my spirit guide to yours made the connection. That's what's important to me. Did our spirit guides talk? You know what I mean? It, cause it's not about Doug is next. Um, I just want to take a couple of hits off my cigarette. I haven't had a cigarette in a couple of hours, and which is okay. But 2.5 hours. It's 1:51 a.m. here on TTFN radio, Ta-Ta for Now radio. But we're hanging out until we're through doing cards for folks, as long as it takes. I may regret that I said that, but hey, I'm here for the. He was 3. I'm getting much better with my cigarettes. I know I'm still smoking. Shame on me. But a lot of times I'm only. All right. I'm confused. Doug is next, or is Barry next, Barry? Straighten me out, Barry. Hey, Pearl. We are dragons, Hawkeye. We smoke. Yes, I'm a dragon. Are you a dragon, Pearl? I'm a dragon from 52. I think I'm a water dragon. I have to double check that. Doug, okay, it's 1:51 and Aruba ganja time. Okay, I'm with you. There was a line from one of those movies, and it was supposed to be Martin Landau played. Oh God, not Lon Chaney, not Boris Karloff, Bela Lugosi, and 76 trombones in the big parade. So 76 would have been two. Aruba salute. All right, Doug. It's interesting to listen to my spirits up there and go, okay, do you hear Doug, or do you hear Tanya, or do you hear was the right connection made? Did we So my being right about the cards is only in that it was my connection good, because I don't know what it means for me, Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go? Down Kokomo. Okay, Doug, here we go. They got the connection. Now they want me to do it one more time. Okay. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. A rockin' and a rollin'. How it go like this. It gets you in the morning. I hear the church bell ring. And we're going to the station. And we hear the same old thing at a midnight special. Shine this light on me, on you. Let the midnight special shine this ever loving light on me. When you get up in the morning, you hear the church bell ring. Going to the captain, gonna do my thing. Anyway, so Beach Boys, yeah. So Doug, upside down dolphin with a bit of bear. All right, dolphin is about mana. I can tell you about that. And trusting in the universe that what you need will be given to you. Manna. Yep, I was right. Oh, I got both pairs of glasses on. Crap. Well, you can wait or go take a shower and come back and let us know, and we'll pop you in line somewhere. I'm going to do my best to be here till the end of this. But anyway, dolphins, breathe with me. The breath of the divine, manna of the universe, in oneness we entwine. You're waiting. I love it, Barry. So now it's upside down. How long is dolphin? I may skip some of the story part of this. Dolphin speaks to us of the breath of life, the only thing that humans cannot go without for more than a few minutes. We can live without water and food for days, but oxygen is the source of our sustenance. And that is so true. Within the breath, we encounter the rhythm of energy that all life emits. Within the breath, we encounter the rhythm of energy that all life emits. In changing the rate or rhythmic texture of our breath, we can tap into any other life form or creature by how we breathe. This is a very easy way to connect with divine energy coming from the Great Spirit, as well as with your own personal rhythms. Dolphin is the keeper of the sacred breath of life and teaches us how to release emotions through dolphin breath. Dolphin creates rhythm, swimming through the water and breathing before submerging, and then holding its breath for the duration of the underwater travel. As the dolphin comes above water again, it blows its breath out in a manner resembling the popping of a cork. We can use this same technique to pull the stopper on our tensions and create total relaxation. This is a good exercise to use before entering the silence. Manna, they want me to read this last part. We can use this same technique to pull the stopper on our tensions and create total relaxation. This is a good exercise to use before entering the silence. So if you want to dream on something with lizard or go into bear or whatever it is, so you breathe in and you hold it and then you push it all out. And when you do it, you exhale. All the thought is anything nasty in me is going out. And then you do it again. So Dolphin was traveling the oceans one day when Grandmother Moon was weaving the patterns on the tides. Grandmother Moon asked Dolphin to learn her rhythms. Now, here we go again. There's the moon outside. Here's another representation of earlier cards were tied to the moon, too. But anyway, Grandmother Moon asked Dolphin to learn her rhythms so that he could open his female side to her silvery light. Dolphin began to swim to the rhythm of her tide weaving and learn to breathe in a new way. As Dolphin continued to use this new rhythm, he encountered the dream time. A lot of talk tonight about dream time in these different cards. This reality was new and different place from the seas that Dolphin had known. Dolphin came to discover underwater cities in the dream time, was given the gift of the primordial tongue. This new language was the sound language that was brought by Spider from the great star nations. Now, isn't that interesting that Spider was in earlier cards? Just saying. There seemed to be a connection woven through the cards every time I do these. Dolphin learned that all communication was pattern and rhythm, and that the new aspects of communication was sound. Dolphin carries the original pattern to this day. When Dolphin returned to the ocean of the Great Mother and was very sad until a whale came by and told Dolphin that he could return to be a messenger to the Dreamtime dwellers anytime he felt the rhythm and used the breath. Dolphin was given a new job. He became the carrier of messages of our progress. Now, in the previous reading, there was write stuff down so you can find out where your progress is. Different person, but there's a similar message woven into the cards. The Dreamtime dwellers were curious about the children of the earth and wanted us to grow to be at one with Great Spirit. Dolphin was to be the link. If Dolphin has appeared to you today, you are to be a link to some solution for the children of the earth. This can be a time when you are to link with Great Spirit and bring answers to your own questions or to those of others. In addition, this can mean a time of communication with the rhythms of nature. Now, breaking barriers and connecting to the dream time or the great star nation. Know that we are all whole in the eyes of the everlasting one. Now, but Dolphin's upside down. You know that you are forgetting to breathe. You may be under stress and your body may need mana. You may be starving your cells and organs no matter how many vitamins you are taking. Your natural cycle may be fouling up. Pay attention to your health and your feelings. If you are on the edge or just tense, take time to relax and breathe the life force into your muscles. Focus on releasing old breath at the bottom of your lungs and refilling your respiratory system with regenerative mana. Breathe from the diaphragm and fill your lungs to capacity, and then exhale from the chest to the belly. And for those of you, this is good information, not just for Doug. Allowing your body to totally relax as you breathe out. It's a really good exercise, and you can do it anywhere. Another message of Contrary Dolphin is that many signals are carried through universal tides or waves, and we've been getting hit by some strange energies. We had a spike earlier today, kind of thing. Well, yesterday actually now, but and you may be failing to use your sonar to detect these wave patterns. You may need to realign yourself with natural rhythms within your body. Then it is necessary to use the dolphin breath to connect to universal awareness and signals. Dolphin says to dive deeply into the water, to play by the coral reefs, and to discover the beauty of the rhythms of breath. So that makes sense to you? Okay, now linked to that is Bear. And I just read Bear, and basically, Bear wants truth and introspection. So, the introspection with the breathing can help you with whatever it is. Yeah, introspection. Yep. So, but anyway, that was the card that was kind of sort of attached with it. It's a back. They're like backup cards or something. They're shadow cards is what I've been calling them. But man, are they? Almost every time I do it, there's something there that will tie them together. That if I'd have looked through the cards, I couldn't have. So is it Mary's turn? There are so many of these cards that will teach us about our connection to the universe and about the spider, that sometimes we're paying too much attention to the weaving, but that all things are, accepted by the creator. So, and so many of the cards in different places give similar messages, and many times it's like, wow, what does this card have to do with the other ones? And it's like, oh, there it is. Oh, okay. All right, you're next, baby. So 30 seconds, close your eyes, raise your hand. You know the drill. I lit that cigarette and didn't smoke but a puff. What time is it? 2:06. I'm going to be early. Just going to take a hit. Some old Pineapple Express. Boy, Mary, whatever it is that it's coming in really strong on yours, where sometimes it feels like they're out there like with little Spidey. Seriously? Now, that's interesting. Okay, Mary. The movie history reminds me. I'm done, but this is an interesting read. 3 cards upside down, and one of them is Lizard, but it's because Lizard is saying what Lizard said earlier. Um, but one that I have not pulled in a while is Mountain Lion, and Fox, which we read earlier. Fox is to be camouflage, and upside down Fox. Watch out, if this appeared reversed, someone may be watching you and trying to figure out your next move. If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. It seems like that's what they want to get across to what Mountain Lion's going to say, which is number 17, back this way. So, contrary Fox is foolish as it is cunning, and you may have fooled yourself into believing that your low self-esteem or whatever is due to your being born plain or having an ordinary life. This is camouflage of a different sort. So in realizing who we are, there are different things that we use as excuses. Well, if I had had that, or if this or this, that's camouflage. Okay. So it's a camouflage of a different kind. So anyway, that's sort of where they're leading me on this. Number 17 is Mountain Lion. And I may have read this before. There's links, but I don't know. Maybe. Leadership. Okay. And it is upside down. Mountain Lion, O kingly leader of sleek feline form, touch my heart with courage, then sound the alarm, that I may lead with foresight, assurance bright and true, to carry on the spirit of the strength I see in you. Mountain lion can be very difficult power totem for you to have because it places you in a position to be a target for the problems of others. You could be blamed for many things going wrong or for always taking charge when others cannot. You could become the perfect justification for the insecurities of others. Mountain lion medicine involves lessons on the use of power in leadership. It is the ability to lead without insisting that others follow. It is the understanding that all beings are potential leaders in their own way. The use and abuse of power in a position of influence are part of this great cat's medicine. By observing the graceful pounce of mountain lion, you will learn how to balance power, intention, physical strength, and grace. Now, I read parts of Swan earlier, and it's all about grace. Here it is again. This relates in human terms to the balance of body, mind, and spirit. The giant feline never wastes anything. It only kills when it needs for survival. The female lion is the hunter who graces her table in a style akin to mother energy. If mountain lion has come to you in dreams, it is time to stand on your convictions and lead yourself where your heart takes you. So leadership may not be about others, it may be about leading yourself. Others may choose to follow, and the lessons will multiply. If you have pulled the card of mountain lion, you may be asked to review the purpose behind your personal beliefs. They want me to read that again. You may be asked to review the purpose behind your personal beliefs. Like, why do I believe in something? Or don't believe, You may need to discover whether or not your plans include a pride of cubs, wanting to be like you, or to share in your dreams. If you are already a leader, the question may be whether or not the time has come to push the cubs out of the cave. If you are aligned with cat medicine, you are considered to be king of the mountain and never allowed to be human or vulnerable. The pitfalls are many, but the rewards are great. Now, it's upside down. If mountain lion is reversed, you may be playing with fire. A leader who tries to lead through tyranny or dictatorship has forgotten the medicine of truth. So it's not necessarily that they're telling me that the message in this is it's not about tyranny or dictatorship, but has forgotten the medicine of truth. Through the reversal of this medicine, you may be tricked in believing that nothing else has validity except the ideas created by yourself. Watch out, Rome crumbled for this very reason. If this aspect of contrary medicine does not apply to your situation, look at the other points. If you are avoiding taking your place of leadership, it could be because the whole idea scares you silly. Now, this can mean in personal or spiritual things too, in the leadership of things. Not necessarily to other people, but to yourself. In this instance, it is necessary to call upon the courage of lion. That's the part. I think this is what they're telling me. It's courage. Okay. And to begin by learning the lessons of the lion-hearted. Another message of mountain lion reversed is to not let yourself be led down the primrose path by a leader who is abusing power. If you want to put yourself on the road to being a leader in your own right, ask questions of anyone to whom you have given authority. See if they carry the medicine of mountain lion and whether you can grow into your own leadership by observing how they handle the task of setting examples. Become mountain lion by refusing to hide in the cave of your own shyness or uncertainty. Roar with convictions, roar with power, and remember to roar with laughter to balance the medicine. Now, Upside Down Fox. So their Upside Down Fox was about being camouflaged, and I'm going to refresh our memories. Someone, this is Fox. Okay, so Mountain Lion is saying to get courage. Someone may be watching you and trying to figure out your next move. If you look deeper, this is Fox upside down. If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. If you have contrary, Fox is foolish as it is cunning. You may have fooled yourself into believing that whatever is wrong in your situation is due to, well, I was born or whatever. Anyway, in any case, you are put on notice to be aware of apathy and self-induced boredom. And Mountain Lion is saying, take courage. So, Isby's next. Hey, Lady Spitfire. Roar was a very hard word to say until I finished speech therapy. Yeah, I understand. Rory Waller. Yeah, Rory. Yeah. Ratsaruck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that, I just have to ask, and if anybody is Asian American or whatever, I mean no disrespect, but where did this Asian something PC stuff? What? Where the? I mean no offense, but where the hell did that come from? Oh, there's black and there's Mexicano and there's the Jews and do you know what Jew know what I mean? 3 minutes, huh? All right. Crap. I forgot who's next. Sounded like oh, when a guy goes backwards. I got you. Esty. That's interesting. Rory, roar, you know. Isby. I'm sorry. Golly. Thank you. I went back up in the scroll thingy. Okay, Isby. Around the rugged rocks the ragged rascal ran. I don't have too much problem with that. I'll tell you though, missing teeth has made a difference in speech and trying to, you know, being a speech type person and language and character portrayal. You want to enunciate your everything properly. Scooby Doo can't pronounce his R's. Okay, Dougie. Dude, like man, like wowzers. Anything you want, you got it, baby. Roy Orbison. Speaking of Roy, and then there was Rory Calhoun, who played in a lot of cowboy movies, but later on, and he played in a couple of B-ish type horror films. And you know, 420. It's 220 here. Yep. Let's go ahead. I don't know how many more I got to go, but oh my God, it needs reloaded. We're going to shake, rattle and roll. We're gonna shake, rattle and roll. Shake it, baby, shake. Wah, wah, wah. La, lo, lo. There's a hop. Let's go to the hop. Let's go to the hop. Hop, hop. Let's go to the hop. Hop, 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 hop. Hop, 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 hop. To the hop. Let's go to the hop. Okay. Hey, CD and Lady Spitfire. I think I said hi. And Julianne, I think I did. Bare feet in the herb garden. That's a good thing. Give me a downbeat, boys. How's that song go, Julie? I'm doing his beat. Certain songs coming to me like in the dangest of times, it's like once I was crossing the garden wall, slipped and had a terrible fall. I hit so hard I heard bells ring, but I'm so glad it didn't hurt my ding-a-ling-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. Never mind. There goes my mind again. Ladies and gentlemen, he's just past the 222 mark. And butterflies are free to fly, fly away, fly away. I can't remember how the rest of that goes. Elton John. 2272 on the east side of the U.S. Woo, woo, woo. 222 AM on 5/27/2021. Here on the TTFN Radio YouTube Network. You're hanging in with Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends. Oh my goodness, we've got 15 folks in the background there. We're wishing love and honor and so forth to everyone. Pass that along. And Isby, it seems like you're a snake in the grass. Yes, moon dance, yes. Just sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Looking at the full moon is hey oh hey now hey oh hey oh why hey hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh why oh hey hey why hey now hey oh hey hey oh hey oh hey oh now hey hey oh why hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh why oh why hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh why hey oh hey oh hey oh why hey oh hey oh hey oh why why ho. Sorry, little musical interlude there. Kind of keep the theme going. Yeah. And that's Julie, that's for the moon dance. That's my drum for the moon dance tonight. But anyway, thank you. The I learned something about drum and the words to some of these songs, and in that it's what's implied with what seems like nonsense words. Hey, oh, hey. Okay, what does that mean? It's basic. It's more of a feeling than words, and so in the song there are the feelings. The sound is more important than the words. Okay, So when you look at words, it's a hey, hi, ho, hey, hi, hey. But how do you sing those notes? So what does it mean? Well, it's a crow dance, or it's a this dance, or it's a whatever. So it's not the words of the song, it's the inflection, it's the tone, and it's your intent. Well, this is, yeah, but it looks like the words are the same. Yeah, but the pitch may be different. It may be sung higher. Now, I can't sing the higher pitches, okay? In my older life, I have gotten more, a little bit more baritone in some of my voice things, From all the years of all this stuff, my voice was kind of dropped rather than being like Tiny Tim, which I used to be able to imitate. I haven't been able to do falsetto in a while, so I don't know if my vocal cords could get in that range, but to the point anyway. So Isby, here's your card. Snake, upside down, number 6. A prominent card. Now we know that. Whoa, crap! It was right on the page. It's transmutation. It's about crawling out of your old skin and into a new one. Um, you played your drum yesterday? So did I, Julianne. It felt good. Snake, come crawling. There's fire in your eyes. Bite me, excite me. I will learn to realize. The poison transmuted brings eternal flame. Open me to heaven to heal me again. Snake medicine people are very rare. Their initiation involves experience in living through multiple snake bites, which allows them to transmute all poisons, be they mental, physical, spiritual, or emotional. Now, most of the time they only talk about 3 things, but this is mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional. The power of snake medicine is the power of creation, for it embodies sexuality, psychic energy, alchemy, reproduction, and ascension or immortality. Now, snake is upside down. Medicine snakes teaches you on a personal level that you are a universal being. Through accepting all aspects of your life, you can bring about the transmutation of the fire medicine. This fire energy, when functioning on the material plane, creates passion, desire, procreation, and physical vitality. On the emotional plane, it becomes ambition, creation, resolution, and dreams. On the mental plane, it becomes intellect, power, charisma, and leadership. When the snake energy reaches the spiritual plane, it becomes wisdom, understanding, wholeness, and connection to the Great Spirit. If you have chosen this symbol, there is a need within you to transmute some thought, action, or desire so that wholeness may be achieved. Now it's upside down. So if it's in reverse, you may have chosen to mask your ability to change. That's an interesting statement. You may have chosen to mask your ability to change. Look at the idea that you may fear changing your present state of affairs because this may entail a short passage into discomfort. Does this discomfort keeping you from assuming the viewpoint of the magician within? Is the old pattern safe, reliable, and a rut? In order to glide beyond that place which has become safe but non-productive, become snake. It's interesting because there was a snake in my house yesterday about this time. Release the outer skin of your present identity. Move through the dreamlike illusion that has insisted on static continuity and find a new rhythm as your body glides across the sands of consciousness. Move through the dreamlike illusion that has insisted on static continuity. In other words, doing the same thing over and over again and getting nowhere. And find a new rhythm as your body glides across the sands of consciousness. Like a river winding its way toward the great waters of the sea, immerse yourselves in that water and know that the single droplet which you represent is being accepted by the whole. They want me to read that again. And this is good for everybody, actually. Immerse yourself in that water and know that the single droplet which you represent is being accepted by the whole. So when we don't feel like we're, this way, that's like it was important for me to be on the river the other day. We're all a part of this universe. We're a drop of water, but without a drop of water, there is no ocean. So feel Snake's rhythm and you will dance freely, incorporating those transmuting forces of the universe as a part of a sensual dance of power. And the power that you will feel is the power of realizing that you've conquered the fear that may come, as an initiative. Now, the two cards that are with this snake are deer, and I love the story of deer, is gentleness. Dear, so gentle and loving you are, the flower of kindness, an embrace from afar. Now the story is similar. Fawn was going up to the mountain to see Great Spirit on Sacred Mountain, and on her way there was a demon that did everything it could to convince the deer not to go. So Fawn was not frightened at all when she came upon the demon. This was curious, as the demon was the archetype of all the ugly monsters. Fawn, however, said gently to the demon, "Trust me, please let me pass. I'm on the way to see Great Spirit." Fawn's eyes were filled with love and compassion for this oversized bully of a demon. The demon was astounded by Fawn's lack of fear. No matter how he tried, he could not frighten Fawn because her love had penetrated his hard, ugly heart. Much to the demon's dismay, his heart began to melt and his body shrank to the size of a walnut. Fawn's persistent love and gentleness had caused the meltdown of the demon. Due to this gentleness and caring that Fawn embodied, this is the important part of this. Due to this gentleness and caring that Fawn embodied, the pathway is now clear for all of Great Spirit's children to reach Sacred Mountain without having to feel the demons of fear blocking their way. This is the main message of this with the snake. As you transmute, understand, if you feel the strength of deer and the gentleness and the kindness and the compassion. That's why the title of this video was, card readings for the compassionate. There is meaning in why I put that there, and it's showing up in the cards. Deer teaches us to use the power of gentleness to touch the hearts and minds of wounded beings who are trying to keep us from getting to Sacred Mountain. If deer is gently nudged its way into your cards today, you're being asked to find the gentleness of spirit that heals all wounds. Listen, stop pushing so hard to get others to change. and love them as they are. Apply gentleness to your present situations and become like the summer breeze, warm and caring. This is your tool for solving the present dilemma you are facing. If you use it, you will connect with Sacred Mountain, your centering place of serenity, and Great Spirit will guide you. That's pretty damned, you know. Now, the next one, here's something number 6, number 4, number 9. And the next one is butterfly, number 9. And I'm curious. I can't remember. Well, guess what? Butterfly is transformation. That's right. So you've got 4 stages, and I'm not going to go. The power that butterfly brings to us is akin to the air. It is the mind and the ability to know the mind or to change it. It is the art of transformation. Butterfly that flutters in the morning light, you have known many forms before ere you took flight. So I'm going to get right to it because it's akin to the snake, and the snake sheds its good and the transmutation. And here's butterfly saying, here's transformation. Deer's talking about the use gentleness, but also that it's a clear path to Sacred Mountain. So you look at your life and you say, is this the egg stage? Is it just a thought or an idea? Are you in the larva stage? Do I need to make a decision? Is this the cocoon stage? Am I developing and doing something to make my idea a reality? Or is this the fourth stage, the birth stage? Am I sharing my completed idea? By asking yourself these questions, you will discover how butterfly is relating to you at this moment. When you understand where you are, the symbol can teach you what you need to do next to continue in the cycle of self transformation. So there you go, Isby. That's a pretty interesting 3-card Monty. I love it though about Deer, how she just melted the heart of the demon simply with gentleness. And it reminds me of a story about a monk that had learned about Saint. Well, he wasn't a saint, but Francis of Assisi, the real dude back in the day, and where there was this bad general mayor person in town, and this friar, this monk, great gazoo. Witch moon is next. Okay, witch moon. But here was this monk that no matter how bad this general mayor, whoever, whatever the figure was, treated him, he just kept going back and kept going back and kept going back and kept going back until finally, just through gentleness and kindness, um, transmutation. It's interesting, well, snake has come up, but that there was a snake in my house today or yesterday or whatever, but is she next in line? I can do it anyway and she can come back. Okay, but in the meantime, I'm sitting here and it's 2:40 a.m., 5/27/2021, here on TTFN Radio, television, YouTube, down here in South Georgia with Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends. Oh, witchy poo. You know, on radio, it's also canned and stuff anymore that it's just pathetic. You know, and they threw a bunch of us out of work when they went to the bird. Okay. Who else? How many more we got? Because I could do her at the end if she's not here. The no, well, I'll still do her reading. The moon was the most beautiful I've ever seen during the. I had about 5 minutes before the clouds came in. Dang. Yeah, they've been smoking up the skies here, Mary. Uh, just enough to like. There's a haze on the skyline, the roses on a tray. There's a picture view postcard right on to us all. One. Anyway, another Jethro Tull song. Okay, Dominic, if you, is Dominic in the house? A picture view postcard. One white duck on your wall. Isn't it grand? One white duck on your wall. Oh, Dominique, Nick, Nick, Dominic, today's on. Today, on ball. All of them that don't review, let it don't they come through. Every song, so they come through. Anyway, the singing nuns. I don't really know the words, but I can go along with some of the melody. Raise your hand if you're sure. Is Dana in the house? I done forgot who I was supposed to do one for. I had a picture of my moon one time and I was bent over with my drawers down. You know, is Conscience in the house? Who else is in the house that I haven't pulled a card for that wanted one? Maybe we should ask that question, you know, not to be rude to the other folks, but we knew this was going to take a while. At least I did. Yeah, I found it. It was a picture years ago, and we was both about half drunk having a barbecue one time, and the girls, the ladies, the girls, you know, they were all kind of being, I don't know, girls, I guess, women. Milk Dud's next. Milk Dud around. I haven't seen him in the chat, but that don't mean that. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. January, February, June, or July. Lord, Tracy B is next. Is she in the house? If she's not, Julianne, you can have it. If there's anybody in the house that wants a card other than Julianne at the moment, if Tracy's not there, Milk Duds not here, and I forgot who else I said I would do a reading at the end. I meant that. I'm back as myself, Bob. Bob is writing my... Witch Moon. Thank you, Michelle. I would do one for her. Thank you for keeping me in line. No, you didn't miss it. Julianne, since you're next, okay, close your eyes for that 30 seconds. Let our spirit guides connect. There's been quite a few repetitions tonight. With Lizard being there, Bear showing up a couple of times. And I mean, there's 44 cards, so it's a little hard to like just, and I'm not facing them. I shuffle them quite often, but the fact that regardless of how I shuffle them, that they're not facing me and I pick the same damn one. So that's what's interesting to me in the whole of this, in a way, I quit trying to understand what I'm doing. Now, Elk showed up before. And Hawk and Turkey. Turkey is the giver. Just keep that in mind. That Elk is tied too to that as the giver. That's interesting. And Hawk is always to keep an eye on things, but Elk is the primary card. It's number 3. Hawk is number 2. That's just interesting. Tracy B, okay. Well, I just did Julie right now. I'll come back to you, okay? I promise. We weren't sure, and I didn't want to waste folks' time. So, but I'll still do one for you, Tracy. I'm not trying to be, Okay, number 3 is Elk. Elk is stamina. Okay, thank you, Tracy. We didn't mean to jump over you, but I just don't. When I'm connected, I don't want to lose it. You know what I mean? Elk is stamina. Elk, your antlers reach for the sun. Show me that strength and stamina are one. Elk wandered through the forest looking for a partner. The mating season was in full swing, and the bucks that usually traveled with the other mates is dispersed to find mates for the season. As Elk bellowed his mating call through the forest, he bugled alerted the mountain lion, which we did earlier, and a feast could be in the making. Mountain lion circled Elk, getting closer to his prey, moment by moment. Elk sensed the impending danger when the forest grew suddenly silent. He broke for the high country when he spotted his pursuer, but Mountain Lion was far behind. As Elk made a running leap for the timberline, Mountain Lion gained on him, but Elk continued to run onward, displaying this tremendous stamina. Finally, Mountain Lion gave up, having spent his energy in spurts as he tried to jump over boulders to reach Elk. Elk paced himself, making headway as he climbed skyward toward the high country. Elk had no other defenses except his ability to go the distance, setting a pace that allowed him to utilize his stamina and energy to the fullest. Elk medicine teaches that pacing yourself will increase your stamina. I can tell you that for certain if you don't already know. Elk medicine may not be the first ones to arrive at a goal, but they always arrive without getting burned out. If you have taken on too much recently, it might be a good idea to look at how you plan to finish what you have started without ending up in the hospital. Elk have a curious kind of warrior energy because, except as mating time, they honor the company of their own gender. They can call on the medicine of brotherhood or sisterhood in discovering the strength which is gained from loving the gender that is your own. You will feel the camaraderie, the comradeship that arises from similarity of experience. This is a special medicine that follows the friendship of others, of your own same sex, to overcome potential competition or jealousy. Um, if you've picked elk medicine, you may be telling yourself to seek the company of your own gender for a while. You may need a support group to realign yourself with the stamina of the warrioress energy that you are a part of. Elk could also be telling you to look at how you are holding up physically to the stresses in your life and to pace yourself so that you maintain an equilibrium of energy over the distance you plan to cover. Now, Hawk is number 2, and Hawk is always about looking at stuff, not necessarily the future, but the messenger. Hawk, messenger of the sky. Circle my dreams and teach me the message as we fly. Hawk is akin to Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Hawk medicine teaches you to be observant, to look at your surroundings, observe the obvious. For everything that you do, life is sending you signals. Uh, Life is the initiation. Life is the initiation. So to become a shaman in training, to become a shaman or a spiritual person, life is your initiation into this. If you have pulled the Hawk card, then right now a clue about the magic of life is being brought to you. And through elk, there's stamina. This magic can imbue you with the power to overcome a currently stressful or difficult situation. Test your ability to observe the nuances of power lurking nearby. Is the power the talent you have and are not using? Are solutions always hard to find you because you have lost the broader vision of Hawk? Or is the Great Spirit displaying a gift that you need only to receive? Have the colors of the morning inspired you to create, or has the gloominess of a present situation left you earthbound, unable to hear the voice within the raindrops splashing on your window? That's an interesting statement. To hear the voice within the raindrops splashing on your window, the voices of the raindrops. Pay attention. You are only as powerful as your capacity to perceive, receive, and use your abilities. So, Hawk is the messenger to telling you these things, and Elk is very stamina with whatever it is. If Hawk is circled and landed in your medicine and your card spread, you are to be aware of signals in your life. So notice and receive them. Hawk may be teaching you to grab an opportunity which is coming your way. On the other hand, Hawk may be bringing you the message that you should circle over your life and examine it from a higher perspective. Interesting. From this vantage point, you may be able to discern the hazards which bar you from freedom of flight. Remember, Hawk has a keen eye and a bold heart, for Hawk flies close to the light of Grandfather Sun. So, stamina, pace yourself. So, does that make any sense? And Turkey was in there as the giver. So we already read Turkey, and I don't think I need to go back over that. But the wisdom of Turkey is the giver. So the giver, the stamina, and Hawk with the messenger. So anyway, hope that was successful to you, Julianne. Now Tracy B, you're next, right? Because we skipped over you, and I'm going back to you. So whoever else is in line, I'm sorry, I'm going back to Tracy. My apologies for skipping over you. Okay, Tracy B. My spirits are going, damn, you're welcome, Julianne. The spirits are saying, damn, man, there's a lot of energy out there in the universe tonight. Like, wow, okay, maybe it is the full moon and so forth. Okay, Tracy B, 30 seconds, close your eyes. Put your hand up. You know the drill. Hmm. There's dolphin in this, and that's to learn to breathe. Okay. Tracy B, there's a message there. But the important card that I pulled, there's actually four, but number 11, it's moose. And I don't remember reading moose very much. Moose is self esteem. Moose, help me to honor the gifts I can give and recognize my worthiness as long as I live. Moose is found in the North America, in the north of the medicine wheel, as is buffalo. North represents the place of wisdom. In some of the teachings that I learned, it's where you talk to the ancestors. It's the old wisdom in the north. Self-esteem is the medicine of moose because it represents the power of recognizing that wisdom has been used in a situation and that recognition or a pat on the back is deserved. Moose is the largest member of the deer family and has great strength. The call of the male moose is an awesome thing. His pride in his maleness and his desire to share his seed with the moose cow are displays of his sense of self-esteem. The bellow of a male moose can be viewed as positive force, since it represents his willingness to tell the world about his feelings. This tell the world trait contains a joyfulness which only comes with a sense of accomplishment. There is no greater joy than a job well done. This trait is therefore not seeking of approval, but rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. Now that's some heavy shit right there. This trait is therefore, I'm reading it over again. There is no greater joy than a job well done. This trait is therefore not a seeking of approval, but rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. Now that's just heavy. Yeah, moose not often. Wisdom woven throughout this scenario is that creation constantly brings forth new ideas and further creation. They want me to repeat that. The wisdom woven throughout this scenario is that creation constantly brings forth new ideas and further creation. Moose is telling us that joy should be shouted with pride. The wisdom in doing the shouting is that the joy is catching. In a sense, the bellowing is a way for all of us to lighten up and give ourselves or each other a well done. Moose medicine people have the ability to know when to use the gentleness of deer, there's deer again, and when to activate the stampede of buffalo. They understand the balance between giving orders to get things done and having willingness to do things themselves. The wisdom of moose medicine is akin to the grandfather warrior who has long since put away his war paint and is now advising the young bucks to cool their blood. Moose medicine is often found in elders who have walked the good red road and have seen many things in their earth walk. Their joy lies in being the teachers of the children and in being the first ones to give encouragement. This is not to say that moose medicine people do not use their wisdom to warn as well as to give praise, because they do. Moose medicine people know what to say, when to say it, and to whom. Elders are honored in tribal law for their gifts of wisdom, for their teaching abilities, and for the calmness they impart in counsel. If you are wise beyond your years and have the gift of moose medicine, use this gift to encourage others to learn and to grow. If you are wise beyond your years, or even if you aren't, and have the gift of moose medicine, use this gift to encourage others to learn and grow. Now, you know, I always do that with y'all, but that's just important medicine. If you're learning, teach someone else and you both will learn. There are many facets to the wisdom of moose medicine. If you've chosen the moose card, you have reason to feel good about something that you have accomplished on your journey. This may be a habit you've broken, a completion of some sort, an insight on a goal, or a new sense of self that you have fought hard to earn. It may be a spiritual thing that you've achieved. Good for you, pat on the back. It is a time of feeling harmonious pride and of recognizing those who aided you in the process. So whatever you accomplished, somewhere along the line, a lot of times you have had some type of help. One good exercise in moose medicine is to write down things. Here we go again with this writing down stuff. This is woven into this tonight. It's to write down things that you can love about yourself and your progress in life. Then apply those same things to friends, family, co-workers, and life. Don't forget to share the finding with others. They need the encouragement as much as you do. Is Bob picking on me? I haven't been watching the He Will Act. I will be one spider and the second will be monkey because I like spider monkeys. So now that's the moose. Now, with that, there are two cards that popped up with it, both of them upside down. And I'm really curious as to what ant has to do with this. Now, dragonfly, I've already covered, and it's about, let's see, let me do dragonfly because it's, well, no, they want me to read ant first. Okay. So with moose in whatever self-esteem that is, it's, you know, the pat on the back for a job well done. And the I love this. It's an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being when you have completed something and it's a job well done. So, but now ant is patience. Oh, tiny ant, your patience grows like the sands of time. Can I learn to be like you, or is it too sublime? Ant can carry a leaf over 100 of miles just to get it back to the ant hill. Ant medicine is a strategy of patience. Ant is a builder like beaver, aggressive like badger, has stamina like elk. Now, that was somebody else's reading, but elk and moose are a lot alike in that. Scrutiny like mouse, and giveaway like turkey. Turkey's come up in several times tonight. Every ant in an ant hill is part of the ant group mind, not like a hive mind. As all the ants work for the queen and the hive, self sacrifice is a part of ant medicine. Greater than ants' other medicines, however, is patience. Patience does have its rewards, and ant people, have a knowing about the sweet victory at the end of the line. There is never a concern about going without if you are late for the opening of a sale. If what they want is sold out, they are sure that something of equal or better value is available. Now, uh, ants upside down. Watch out. Here comes the sting. If you're in a hurry, you may fall prey to those who are not working for the good of the whole of humanity. Those individuals who make greed a way of life prey on the fear and the urgency of others who have forgotten natural and tribal law. It's easy money. If this warning applies to you, become aware of users and con artists. They want me to repeat that. If this warning applies to you, become aware of users and con artists of all kinds. In the contrary position, and also teaches you to trust natural law. If you do, harmony always follows. Your silly impatience will bring Coyote to aid you in sabotaging your plans for the future if you allow your panic to outweigh your rational sensibilities. The key here is to honor the will of the Great Spirit so that mountains are not made out of anthills. Maybe it's not Bob, huh? I swear it's one of his cousins. So, but the other one then is Dragonfly, which is number 27, tied in with the moose. But Dragonfly is about illusion. And so, are you trying to prove to yourself or someone else that you have power? This is the upside down Dragonfly. Are you caught in an illusion that weakens your true feelings or minimizes your abilities? If so, you may have contracted Dragonfly dive bombing. Look within and feel the sense of self energy within yourself. Notice if it is ebbing, and find the point in time when you were deluded into believing that you would be happier if you changed because someone else wanted you to. So there are, uh, yeah, Ant brings patience. Absolutely. It could be Rob. Yeah. I think it's Bobby Sue. I was going to say Betty Sue, but that's a song. Bobby Sue, my Bobby Sue. Do. So, but Moose is the self esteem of a job well done. And Dragonfly is, in that illusion, and is saying, be patient. Buffering. In the many stages of my life, buffering. Bobby Sue and Betty Jean. You're welcome, Tracy. Did it make sense at all? It's always a yes or no question. It's, like I keep saying, it's always to make sure my link is good, You're welcome. Okay. All right, good. Okay. I never need to know why. It just that if it makes sense, that's all I need to know. That's all I need. That's the positive feedback that, did we do all right? Your link is on. Okay. I missed who's next. It's 3:11 in the AM time. Oh, it's Lady Spitfire. Okay. 527, 2021 here on the TTFN radio station, YouTube station. Hello, how are you? Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known, AKA as David Null, saying howdy, howdy, and howdy to you all, good neighbors. All right, you know the drill. 30 seconds, close your eyes. Hold your hand up. Hold your head up high. Hold it. Hold your head up high. Hold your head high. And 111, yes, 312. The Yellow Submarine song keeps wanting to play in my head. Or it is playing in my head. In the town where I was born lived a man who sailed the seas, and he told us of his life in the land of submarines. And so we sailed up to the sun till we found a sea of green, and we lived beneath the waves in our yellow submarine. All together now. We all live in a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine. And our friends are all aboard, many more of them live next door. And the band begins to play. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. We all live in a migrant workers camp, a migrant workers camp, a migrant workers camp. We all live in a migrant workers camp. Oh, I'm sorry. Hmm. That's interesting. All right. Lady Spitfire, here you go. We've got a couple of associated cards, I will say, which is interesting. Um, one of them is only slightly, but is horse, only slightly. Fox upside down, and fox is about camouflage. So you may be camouflaging yourself when you may need to come out of the woods, kind of thing. And what upside down bat is similar to that, and I think because bat and fox are kind of tied in that way. But badger is your primary card. So I'll briefly go over the other two, but they want me to read Badger first and then the other cards, which before they kind of asked me to do the other ones first. Anyway, Number 29, badger. And we're coming up in 5 minutes. Next door, there's a huge yellow submarine mural painted on the wall. Oh, no joke, Tracy B. That's so cool. Is that why I'm singing a song tonight or something? You're quite a badgering person. Well, it's upside down for, whatever that is when we get there. I'm here at Fox Upside Down. Okay, here's the answer to this, and we'll find out with Badger. Upside Down Fox, this is the reminder. Someone may be watching you and trying to figure out your next move. If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. Thank you, Gaza, for hanging in. Good night, Gaza. Give them all a hug for us too, will you? If that don't sound creepy, does it? Give them a hug for us. Number 29, Badger. It's been a while since I've read Badger, but I have read it. Aggressiveness, but it's upside down. Badger, 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 until you reach your goal. Know the inner power that lives in your soul. Badger is vicious and attacks with powerful aggression. Badger is quick to anger and quicker to pounce. The power of badger medicine is aggressiveness and the willingness to fight for what it wants. The very thought of facing badger makes other animals run for cover. Like skunk, badger's reputation precedes it. Its hissing fangs will tear less aggressive opponents to shreds. Badger is the medicine of many powerful medicine women, for badger is also the keeper of the medicine roots. And that's one of the major things to understand, not about aggressiveness, but roots. Badger sees all the roots of Mother Earth's healing herbs hanging in its burrow. These roots are a key to aggressive healing. Roots can be ground negative energy. Let me start over. Roots can ground negative energy into the earth by allowing illness to pass through a body into the ground as neutral energy. Badger medicine people are quick to act in a crisis, and they do not panic. If badger is part of your medicine, you are quick to express your feelings, and you do not care about what the consequences are. Badger people oftentimes insist on carrying the ball for the touchdown. This attitude, however, does not endear them to their teammates. Badger medicine may also point to the aggressive healer who will have the courage to use unconventional means to exact a cure. Badger people can be vicious gossips or may exhibit a chip on the shoulder syndrome if they are out of balance. So if a badger person is gossiping and has a chip on their shoulder, they're out of balance. You can be sure that people with badger medicine will be aggressive enough to make it to the tops of their chosen fields because they never give up. A badger person is often the boss. Badger's certainty is a source of strength. If badger pushes its way into your cards today, it may be telling you that you have been too meek in trying to reach some goal. Badger asks you how long you are willing to sit and wait for the world to deliver your silver spoon. In this medicine, the key is to become aggressive enough to do something about your present state of affairs. Badger is teaching you to get angry in a creative way and say, I won't take it anymore. I did a video about it. When enough's enough, that's it. So I won't take it anymore. You must follow up by keeping your eye on the goal. Honor the healing process as you express those inner feelings. Be aggressive, but don't cut others to shreds on the way. That is too much aggression. Now, this is upside down. Here comes Badger upside down and fuming. This could mean that you are being chewed out by someone else, or that you have expressed your anger in an unhealthy way. Now you don't have you can express anger to yourself and it be unhealthy. I'm just saying, not to you, Lady Spitfire, but in general. Uh, or that you have expressed your anger in an unhealthy way. You know, have been mad about things and you just take it out and you shake your fist at the world and it's unhealthy. But anyway, if this applies to you, remember that all anger stems from anger towards the self. Ding. All anger stems from anger towards the self. It is an anger of helplessness that is misdirected towards others. If you are angry at a coworker for telling the boss that you are looking for another job, you're really angry at yourself. This self-anger condition is usually present when you have silly accidents, falls, cuts, and scrapes, or when you find yourself bumping into furniture. Badger is in the contrary position, can issue in a time of reflection on what you feel helpless about. Is it your lack of aggressiveness or initiative? Is it your fear of being blasted or belittled if you present a new idea? Maybe it is time when you need to get in touch with your own jealousy or envy of others who are willing to put themselves on top through hard work. In other words, you see somebody else doing it and you got the talent, but you ain't. Okay, in the reverse, Badger teaches you the pitfalls of shyness and insecurity. And they're pushing the word insecurity, as well as of misused or vicious aggression. Go to your feelings. Maybe you just need to let off steam. If so, scream into a pillow and punch it a few times. It will surely put Badger back into balance. Badger can be difficult medicine. In another context, contrary Badger could be calling you to use herbs and roots to heal your body. Badger reverse may also be putting you on notice to be aware of those areas of your life that need the input of someone else's aggressive behavior to aggressive creativity to spark your own. They want me to repeat this. Badger reverse may also be putting you on notice to be aware of those areas of your life that need the input of someone else's aggressive creativity. In other words, if you're a painter and you haven't painted it in a while, then go hang out with some other painters or something, you know, or guitar playing or music or, you know. In any case, contrary Badger speaks of a need for more aggressive action in life. It could be physical, mental, spiritual. No more inactivity can prevail without creating pain of some kind. They want me to repeat that. No more inactivity can prevail without creating pain of some kind. So it's gonna be painful if you stay inactive. That's what it's saying. Now, bad upside down, 42 is to go with Badger. Oh, horse was in the mix. Power. Mighty horse, power to run across the open plains, or to bring the visions of the shields dancing in purple dream rains. Horse's physical power and unearthly power. In shamanic practices throughout the world, horses enable shamans to fly through the air. So horse is power. And Dreamwalker had the chance to meet 4 different ones. And it's about In understanding the power of Horus, you may see how to strive for a balanced medicine shield. So Badger is aggressive, and Horse has power, and then seeking the balance of your aggressiveness with the power. Okay, so moving to Bat, which is 42, and it's upside down. Bat upside down. Okay, Badger's saying, maybe possibly stagnation, inactivity. Here's Bat upside down. This position leads to stagnation of the spirit and a refusal to acknowledge your true destiny. So the Horse is saying, you've got the power. Badger's saying, have you gotten stagnant? And here's Bat following that up. It leads to stagnation of the spirit and a refusal to acknowledge your true destiny, which is always to use the talents you have to the fullest. Is there some area of your life that is dammed up and therefore stopped your desire to create? If so, look at surrendering to the death of that stagnation. So by stagnation, I think Gaza's out of here, Elderberry. Berry. So that can also imply that in reverse, that is about rebirth, life, death, and rebirth. Okay. So in that with Badger and aggressiveness. But anyway, so that can also upside down now. That can also imply that in the reversal of your natural cycle of rebirth, you are trying to go at life in a backwards mode. This is a breech birth in a sense. This type of occluded understanding of how to go about freeing yourself can lead to a stillbirth if you struggle too long in the birth canal. Now, that's interesting. So you be aggressive enough and you have the power backing you, and Fox upside down is also in the camouflage. Are you staying in the shadows too much? So anyway, there's your mess. You're stuck in procrastination mode lately. Well, it's telling you to go find somebody like something and get the hell out of it. I'm being a little crude, but I mean that's what they're saying. That's what the cards are saying. And you got to be aggressive to go do it. You can't just sit and be stagnant. If that's your situation, then unstick yourself. And there are times when I don't want to go outside, but Duggar's got to go, and and I could just let him out. But when I let him out, he also wants to go for a walk. He wants me to go with him, and so there are a lot of times when I'm sore and I don't want to walk. I don't want to go play. But we have to be strong. As much as we can be. But anyway, so it's 3:29. I missed the 20 mark. Well, okay, so I'm going to reload because I'm unloaded. I smoked the load. I fought the law and the law won. I fought the law and the law won. There were 7 Spanish angels at the altar of the throne. They were praying for the lovers in the valley of the gun. When the smoke cleared and there was lightning from the throne, and 7 Spanish angels took another angel home. There were 7 Spanish angels at the altar of the throne. You're welcome, Lady Spitfire. You know, and here for me, because it's like I'm reading it and I really don't know y'all, you know. And so, but if the meaning has something, then do me a favor. Which one, Lady Spitfire? 7 Spanish angels? Willie Nelson. There were 7 Span. Now George might have sang it, but I'm thinking of Willie Nelson. Yeah, thank you, David. Willie Nelson. Thank you, Esty. And I have forgotten so many words over the years, but they were praying for the lovers in the valley of the gun. There was lightning from the throne, and 7 Spanish angels took another angel home. I can't remember the words at the moment. She reached down to pick the gun up that lay. Oh, Father, please forgive me. I can't live without my man. When the rifles fired again, there were 7 Spanish angels. The red-headed stranger, yeah. I like old Willie too. Yeah. But anyway, you know me, odd songs at different times. Now I know some of them folks have sung those. Thank you, Michelle. One of these days, I'm going to actually sing a song all the way through. I keep promising, but and I keep looking for that damn snake to crawl out here too. By the way. I enjoy singing for the purpose of, you know, well, here lately, I used to sing all the time because I was usually in a play or something. There were lines to learn or songs to learn or something like that. So I was always singing, And but my old age and my reclusiveness, and unfortunately, like I've said before, but the opportunity to sing again, 333, yeah. What kind is what? Hey, FR. Yeah, and we should sing for ourselves if for no other reason, but it's the joy within our hearts. And I was listening to some music and a song came to my mind, and it was something, and there was a feeling, an emotion tied to the song. And I was like, man, I just wanted to bawl. But as the earlier cards were talking about the spiral and the whirling dervishes, we can create spirals with our voices. Hey, Jeff, how are you? FR, we picked up new folks here early in the morning. Barry, are you still with me? I have lost my place and don't know where to go. Woo wee. Ratsa ruck. You know, Witch Moon. Thank you. I'll do Witch Moon if nobody else is up, and that's so she can do it. She can do it. It'll be. I'll take another hit, and it'll be 4:20 into her reading. How about that one, Elderberry? You just did a live healing meditation. Good. I hope everything's working out. Oh, all right. Which moon is next? Okay, she's in absentia. Okay. In absentia. Cool beans, FR. It's going to be 4:20. Michelle, it's going to be 4:20. 4:20, 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's what I mean. It's going to be 4:20. In 4 more minutes. Yeah, Michelle's got many different hats on. And I hope your hats are working out, Michelle. We have 4 more absent people. All right. Well, this one seems like it's going to be fairly easy. Very interesting and a good one, I think. I guess. I never know, you know. But give me 3 more minutes. Healing for the cannabis card. I just read the herbal oracles. Yeah, we skipped a few people. Well, we're coming back around. 17 people at 333. That's not bad, eh? Which moon succumbed to the null low? Yeah, I understand, Free. I could not. Here's the thing. Yeah, I need intermissions. Yeah, you're right. But in this understanding of, for me, doing the cards, as the old elders were, if you came to my teepee, okay, and wanted a reading and a discussion, then the person would bring a gift, okay. So the elder or the person, the shaman, the reader, whoever it may be, would not ask for money because that's against the rules. But the person asking for it should be willing to honor the person doing whatever it is they're doing with a gift. That's just the way it's supposed to work. So, you know, and different tribes have different traditions. But so, you know, my gift to you all is without regards to any compensation. And I'm not saying this to try to prove something or anything, but it is, it's the spiritual part of this. So different people have different feelings on the matter. They charge for them. They do this and that. You know, I don't. I would never do it. But if you met me and were inclined to leave a gift of whatever you thought it was, that's different, okay? But I'm not asking for gifts. Don't get me wrong here. I'm just saying in the tradition of stuff. Okay, Michelle, it's 4:20. into the thing. What the shaman did to me, gave me so much money, then dumped me and left me. Yeah, I would never do that. No, I'm all about the cannabis card. Hope you're having a positive energy exchange. Who's Heather? uh, who's Heather? I missed it. All right, so at 4:20, Michelle, this is for Witch Moon. And somehow, what little bit I know of Witch Moon, I think this would be appropriate in a good way, I think. Anyway. Number 41 is Whale, and it's straight up. Oh, you're Heather. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Who the hell is Heather? Because I know y'all from your screen names, Number 41, Whale. Whale is a well of a good time. Okay. I think this, whatever is good for Witch Moon, right? Okay, Whale, number 41. And the other card that kind of goes with this is Hummingbird, which is joy. So Whale is the record keeper, all right? Whale of mighty ocean, you have seen it all. Secrets of the ages are heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our world began. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients of the dog star Sirius. Now, for tonight's reading, the dog star has come up several times. Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. In tribal legend, whales move into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the waves. All of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland Mu and the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west, beyond the great waters. The symbols in the petrographs speak of the rivers and mountains crossed by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded. Whale saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, North America, and has kept the records and knowledge of the motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. Now, I was talking about this yesterday afternoon. When the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. Now, another ocean, which ocean is that? So if they came from the west, one would think that it's the Pacific. And so another ocean is not the same ocean, you know what I mean? The native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. Earth's children will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. I just think that whatever you believe, that this is important. The UFO thing, the ET business, but just Earth's children will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. We got to stop this maddening bullshit of fighting. But it's some really nasty entities that are pushing this. So, but whale medicine people are coded in their DNA to understand that sound frequencies can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. So different sounds and tones that we can listen to, the tone of the drum, what it inspires, They are usually clairaudient or able to hear both very low and very high frequencies, meaning the whale. They are usually also physically developed and fairly telepathic. Many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use the shared records, the stored records. So each one of us has records. And people are, I mean, I looked for years for stuff and it didn't come to me. And then after a while, it was like, oh, so, uh, many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use the stored records. Many whale medicine people are able to tap into the universal mind of Great Spirit. I'm always talking about that. I mean, when I do these readings and stuff, I mean, I'm tapping into, guess where? The quantum. My spirit guides yakking with yours. And they tap into the universal mind of the Great Spirit and have no idea how or why they know what they know. I pull the cards and I read them. I don't know how I know this, but you all showed me and proved to me that it's trustworthy. So there we go. Only later, when they receive confirmation, like you all do for me, do they begin to understand how they know or why they received the impression or information. Whale medicine teaches us to use the sounds and frequencies that balance our emotional bodies and heal our physical forms. To recall, to recall why the shaman drum brings healing and peace is to align with whale's message. And I've drummed several times tonight. The drum is the universal heartbeat and aligns all beings heart to heart. Before the advent of speech and primordial language, hand signs were used, and many tribes were silent most of the time. Think about that. Just, the language that was understood was the sounds of the great spirits, other creatures, the animals, and also the trees and stuff. But anyway, so if you're quiet and there's no need to speak, you can hear all kinds of stuff in all kinds of places. And hearing a weird sound don't mean it's evil. It's just weird. If you pulled the whale card, you are being asked to tap into those records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language. We are the only creatures who do not have our own unique cry or call. Find yours. Allow your voice to use this sound to release tension or emotion. Whale signals a time of finding your origins, of seeing your overall destiny as coded in your DNA, and of finding the sounds that will release those records. You may never be the same again, I'm telling you. After all, you are the melody of the universe, and the harmony is the song of the other creatures. And using your voice, after all, you are the melody of the universe, and the harmony is the song of the other creatures. In using your voice to open your memory, you are expressing your uniqueness and your personal sound. As you open to this uniqueness, the animals that are your 9 totems may send out their calls or sounds or calls through you. This will open your personal records so that you may further explore your soul's history and commune with Whale, who carries the history of us all. Now it's backed by Hummingbird, which is joy. And I don't think that anything else needs to be said about that. The Hummingbird card was straight up. So while looking and asking Whale for the history in our own song and producing our own song, we should have joy with it. So Which moon? It took me 10 minutes to do that. It was 4:20 to 4:30 on the timestamp. So that one's for which moon? Who's next? Beautiful whale. Yeah, whale songs. Absolutely. Well, and dolphin has come up and poked its head out. And when you read about dolphin, and it's the manna, and it's like there's always something in the ocean for you to eat, I guess. Um, okay, so FR is next in line. Okie dokie. How many didn't we do that was lined up? I know it was Milk Dud, and I can't remember who else. I call with the crows. PC 31 says we got the dirty one. Maxwell stands alone, painting testimonial pictures. Oh, oh. Okay, FR, close your eyes, 30 seconds. Rose and Valerie screaming from the gallery say he must go free. The judge does not agree and he tells them so. Oh. But as the words are leaving his lips, a noise comes from behind. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer came down upon his head. Do. Maxwell's silver hammer made sure that he was dead. Whoa. That's not fair. You can't do that. That's interesting. I saw that card before. Okay, what's before it and after it? Well, there's Dragonfly again that it's in the picture, and Hawk again. So looking for future things, and don't keep your head to the ground so much. Look higher and look towards the horizon. But anyway, giant plume of moisture has burst at California volcano. Pisgah crater via wow. Dominic Milk Jug, Jenny G, and Dana. Okay. All right. Well, we still did a bunch of folks, right? I mean, we still done good. Thank you all for this is just really interesting. Porcupine, which is supposedly the Null family totem, not totem, but in a way it is, family crest. And one of the things about that I just know about porcupine is that we're fine until you mess with us, So free flow, this is you, all right? Porcupine is innocence. I got to put my other glasses on. Sorry, let me hang on and get a swig of drink. I've been out this for 4 hours and 34 minutes. Animal Medicine Cards by Jamie Sams, I think. Jamie Sams and David Carson. This edition was back in the 80s, I think. This particular one this book is 1988. So when people say, well, there's this and that and blah, 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 No, it sounds like it was written like last year or something, but no, it's Jamie Sands. You got that right. And David Carson. It's Baron Company, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Medicine Cards. The Discovery of Power Through the Ways of Animals I'm reading the front cover here. Anyway, but yes. So, FR Porcupine is innocence. Porcupine, remind me of innocence again. With every man a brother, each woman a friend. The south of the medicine wheel is the place of childlike innocence and humility. It is the home of playfulness and the position of Porcupine on the medicine wheel of life. Porcupine has many special qualities and a very powerful medicine. The power of faith and trust. Now that's interesting because my family crest, the null, is supposed to be the family crest is a porcupine. Now this is your card and this is for you, but I had not read Porcupine before, I don't think. But the medicine is the power of faith and trust. The power of faith contains within it the ability to move mountains. The power of trust in life involves trusting that the Great Spirit has a divine plan. I just have to read that over again. The power of faith contains within it the ability to move mountains. The power of trust in life involves trusting that the Great Spirit has a divine plan. Your task is to find the pathway that is most beneficial for you and that uses your greatest talents to further that plan. Trust can open doorways to the creation of space. The space thus created allows others to open their hearts to you and to share their gifts of love, joy, and companionship. If you were to observe Porcupine, you would immediately notice its quills. These quills are only used when trust has been broken between Porcupine and any other creature. Much like Otter, Porcupine is a gentle, loving creature and non-aggressive. When fear is not present, it is possible to feed a porcupine by hand and never get stuck by its quills. Through understanding the basic nature of this animal, you may come to understand your own need for trust and faith, and for becoming like a child again. In today's society, this is a needed reminder to honor the wonder of life and the appreciation of each new day as an adventure of discovery. They want me to read that again. Through understanding the basic nature of this animal, you may come to understand your own need for trust and faith, and for becoming like a child again. In today's society, this is a needed reminder to honor the wonder of life and the appreciation of each new day as an adventure of discovery. A reminder to honor the wonder of life and the appreciation of each new day as an adventure of discovery. Now that's heavy right there for me. Porcupine sat silently looking at a hollow log. She wondered if it was a playhouse that nature had created just for her. Porcupine envisioned all the things she could do with the log. She could climb on top of it and make the log roll from side to side. She could go inside and see if there were any nice juicy worms for her for her dinner. She could also scratch her back on the rough outer bark if she wanted to, but just as Porcupine was pondering what to do next, she saw Bear approaching. Now, a bear showed up in several of these cards tonight, so just saying. Bear was big and black and looking for honey. Oh, another playmate to share my log, she thought. Hello, Bear, she cooed. Do you want to play and share my log with me? Gruff old Bear snorted. Porcupine, don't you know that I'm too old to play? You're in my way. I'm looking for honey. Go away. Why, Bear, you've never been too old to play, she replied. If you forget what it was like to be a cub, you'll always be impatient and gruff as you are now. Well, Bear, he began to think about what Porcupine had said. Maybe she was right. All the other creatures had run away from Bear in fright. Even the other bears had turned up their noses when he growled at them. And here's this little porcupine was certainly trusting him not to eat her. She even offered to be his friend. The old bear looked at Porcupine and began to feel something move inside him. He started to remember the games he had played as a cub. Joy started to live in him again. Joy started to live in him again. Little Porcupine, you have reminded me that in becoming strong and seeking answers, I got caught in trying to be intellectual. I became afraid of what others would think if I dropped my mask of gruffness. I was afraid they wouldn't take me seriously anymore. You have taught me that being a fuddy-duddy, I was causing others not to care for me. Thank you. I'd love to play with this old log. And so it was that Bear became childlike again and learned the innocence of Porcupine. In choosing the Porcupine card, you have given yourself a gentle reminder not to get caught in the chaos of the adult world, where fear, greed, and suffering are commonplace. The medicine in this card is that of relief from seriousness and severity. Open your heart to those things that give you joy as a child. Remember the preciousness of fantasy and imagination and the making of some game or toy from nothing but scraps. Honor the playfulness of spirit that lets everyone win. Now, I remember when we was kids, we would take, the old rim of a bicycle and a stick and push it down the road and see if we could keep up with it. We also got some of those big spools where they take the wire off, or anyway, and we would take out one or two slats from the inside and crawl inside, okay, and hunker down, all rolled up, and push each other down the hill and crash and boom and bang. Yeah, we did those kind of things. The playfulness of picking up a stick and okay, we're playing more. That you can turn a stick into a gun, or you can play bow and arrow, or you can use your imagination to go pew pew pew, whatever it is. Okay, you use your imagination. But now the another card that's tagged itself with Porcupine, but Porcupine was the the absolute in the innocence of things. And the bottom line is honor the playfulness of spirit that lets everyone win. And the other card is Mouse, which I think is scrutiny. Mouse always wants to look at things too close, and Mouse has to learn to, back up, and it because it's upside down. And it was interesting. Yeah, scrutiny. I was right. I've done enough of these. So, Mouse, if I could see the world through your tiny eyes, maybe then I would know how to scrutinize. Every detail carries weight and, true to its purpose, has its perfect puzzle place to stop the three-ring circus. Mouse says, I will touch everything with my whiskers in order to know it. Paradoxically, this is both a great power and a great weakness. It is good medicine to see up close. It is good medicine to pay attention to detail, but it is bad medicine to chew every little thing to pieces. Mouse says many predatory animals, it has a very high sense of danger. So-called civilization is a highly complex set of components, which calls for more and more organizational skills and scrutiny to detail every year. Mouse is a powerful medicine to have in these modern times. Things that might appear insignificant to others take on enormous importance to Mouse. The chief tells us that without mouse medicine, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning that there is always more to learn. One can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper. Now, so Mouse is upside down in this message. Mouse, in the contrary, may be telling you that you are spending too much time with matters of great consequence when you should be paying a traffic ticket or sweeping the house. You may have let yourself become slovenly or have developed a disdain for authority and order. You may be procrastinating about something that needs immediate attention, or you may just be procrastinating about something. Bring mouse medicine to your life's chaos, and you will soon have everything back in tidy and shipshape. Another message of mouse reversed may be that you are pipe dreaming about your own importance in life. Are you wondering why you have not been nominated for the Academy Awards? You can't be recognized if you're not taking care of life's details and walking in humility. Remember that all good things come to those willing to work towards wholeness. They want me to say that again. You can't be recognized if you're not taking care of life's details and walking in humility. Remember that all good things come to those willing to work towards wholeness. Little Mouse needs to see the big picture, but only assimilate the information the picture gives a little at a time. Expansiveness can be overwhelming if you forget to take it step by step. Confusion is a product of too much too soon. Little Mouse can conquer any task by using its scrutiny. Slow down and write the contrary medicine. Stop chasing your tail or being confused by the maze and start observing the details of your present pathway. Yeah, so Little Mouse can conquer any task by using its scrutiny. They're making me read this again. Slow down and write the contrary medicine. Stop chasing your tail or being confused by the maze and start observing the details of your present situation. And your present pathway. Now, let me say this too, in some of these, what the cards are saying. You know, if things change in a week, 10 days, 2 weeks, something, that, situations can change. But at the same time, we should always use scrutiny when change is about. We should always use Hawk as to look and see if what's going on is even close to being correct for us. Skunk, it's like some skunk cannabis. Since we've got 10 minutes to the next one. So Lady Spitfire, Flowers for Algernon. That was a really interesting book, and they made it into a movie back with oh man, Roberts something. But anyway, it was a really good movie. Went to see it back in the 60s or 70s. It was, Flowers for Algernon. Yeah, we had to read that story. A lot of people don't. Castle is next. All right. David, quite contrary. Are you bald or are you hairy? Sorry, crazy limericks. I'm just teasing. 420, 420. Light 'em if you got 'em. Hey, Tracy B. 16 reads tonight. Holy mackerel, man. I know I'll be sore. It always takes stuff out of me when I do this. One is, kind of sitting in in the same position for 4 hours and going on 5 hours now. But I always feel humbled after the experience as well, because it's like, I'm for 16 folks, I pulled at least one card, probably two or three. So that's 2 times 16, 3 times 16 on most of the pulls that I've done. So it's like, and the connection there of the things woven through the different cards tonight, just in the general message. And Hummingbird showed up a couple of times, and so is Dragonfly, up and down, Moose was there to, we should sing our own song, like Whale has said. Humans don't have their own cry. It could be it could be a Tarzan call. Tracy B. Cliff Robertson, thank you very much, Michelle. You got it. You are damn good at that, sister. Let me tell you. I can see his. I've always had a problem with his name, but anyway, I had a problem with it years ago. I couldn't remember, but I could remember the Robert part, But I really liked his acting, and I thought his acting in that movie back then. Well, I haven't seen the movie, quite a few years. They redid it with somebody else, but they didn't call it Flowers for Algernon, but it was absolutely based on that. He got a hold of some stuff, he got smarter, and then went stupid again. So, but anyway. Yeah, Fox turned up. Spirit fingers. Yeah, I remember when I went to Tampa Catholic in Tampa, obviously, graduated in 1970, about this time of the year, come to think of it. And 6 weeks later, I was homeless, living on the street. That was interesting. But anyway, but how I met Sister Helene, that's a flashback to the past. But we had to read the story Flowers for Algernon, and then when it came out, I think it was called something else back then. And Cliff Robertson was in it. You know, they made us go to the movies to watch this. You know, the thing. But I was glad that they did. It was, you know, I'm glad that they made us at the age of 16 and 17 years old to go look at these things and watch these things, because it helped me. And I think, I don't know, I see some other folks and it's like, I don't think it really changed them too much. But for my life and my story and my whatever, I needed Flowers for Algernon. I needed the story, as I've read it several times, somewhere upstairs in my collection of stuff. I think it's in one of those books. I have all of my English books from Tampa Catholic, and in them there are lot of literature, a lot of stories, and it's just a good, you know, just pull them down and flip through and read some stories that might be 10, 20 pages long, you know, others longer. But so I have all my literature books, or English books, as folks might say now, but from Tampa Catholic. And but because there's some fine literature in there, Franz Kafka, you know. We all have to keep on listening to the art of listening never ends. If you stop listening, you know, we had to read it in the seventh grade. Mine was a little older. I was in ninth grade or 10th grade, you know. You said good night, but you're lingering. Kafka. Yeah, Franz Kafka. There's some really interesting stuff. But anyway, not Agatha Christie. Maybe, but something, anyway, it started with an A. I can't think of it right now. But anyway, it's 4:17, so it will be officially 4:20. Michelle, are you next in line? Is there anybody else? Tell them Hawkeye sent you. That's right, David. I didn't know Chloe was still around, but here we are with 5 hours coming up as 4 hours and 58 minutes. And the time is 4:18 a.m. here, 5:27 on 2021, here with Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends. And we are doing, you know, doing just fine. Ha ha ha, ho ho ho. David Castle and Michelle. I don't care. You know, if David, okay, I was going to say, David, if Michelle's getting sleepy, then I'll do her because you may be slightly more awake. I don't know. That was my 10 cents. It's exhausting to say the least, channeling so long. I'm going to cut back and focus on balancing my selfie care. Okie dokie. Yep, I understand, you know, because sometimes after doing a card reading like this, and as long as I have, um, you know, for 2 days, I'm like kind of wrecked, you know. Uh, Thank you, Free Flow. Okie dokie. Okay, so Michelle, this is for you. All right, all right. So next in line. Wait, I got one more minute. One more minute, and then I will, you know. I'm alone in my kitchen because it's bound to be raining outdoors. 49 reasons, all in a line. All of them good ones, all of them lies. 420. Drifting with my lady, we're oldest of friends. Need a little work and there's fences to mend. Steady girl, be my world till the drifter comes and now he's gone. And I let my man play his hand. And how was I to know he was all to know? I'm down on my knees, hoping and begging you please. Anybody know what that song is? Fire in the hole. Yes, sir. Michelle, I know you're still awake. And this one's for you, right, honey? So there's a hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a hole in the bottom, a hole in the bottom, a hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a log in the hole in the hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a log in the hole in the hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a hole in the bottom, a hole in the bottom, a hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a hole in the bottom, a hole in the bottom, a hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a knot on the log and the log and the hole in the hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a knot on the log and the log and the hole in the hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a hole, there's a hole, there's a hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a rod on the noggin and a knot on the log and the log in the hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a frog on the knot and the knot on the hole in the bottom of the sea. I messed it up. There's a frog on the knot and the knot on the log and the log in the hole in the bottom of the sea. I got it right that time. Yep. There's a hole in the bottom, a hole in the bottom, a hole in the bottom of the sea. Yeah, I forgot about that. And the green grass grew all around, and the green grass grew all around. Yeah, that's one too. Yeah. You can't think about it. If you try to think about the order and doing it fast, you just have to rely on it knows where it's at anyway. So, Michelle, this one's for you. With a hole in the bottom of the sea, where the grass grew all around, and the grass grew all around. Big Chief Buffalo Nickel, pride of the burning sands. He never gave a nickel to watch all his blues away. Da 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 da. Oh, Big Chief Buffalo Nickel, pride of the burning sand. Anybody know where that song come from? I go like, wow, man. Ooh, buffalo. And here's lizard next to the buffalo. Just saying, lizard's been in the picture. And bear is on the other side of it. Okay. So here's, I don't need to go back through bear, but I will touch on bear and lizard. You know, lizard's right side up, and so is bear. And they're on either side of the buffalo card. And which is kind of interesting because we've had turkey, which is the giver, elk, which is stamina, but presented itself, to the people to eat, and said, "Listen, you need to make a choice here. You can eat me. I'm willing, or you can starve." And they said, "Well, what about clothing?" He said, "You can use my skin." So there are these givers of the animal kingdom that will give themselves to us for use. and they know it, and it's just understood. It's sort of like why they're here. I mean, I can't imagine saying that, I'm here so that somebody could eat me. You know what I mean? Just say it. But to the point. So the honor to these animals and to what they represent to me is even more. Now, buffalo, okay, number 19, upside down. But buffalo to me, and I'll find out in a second if I'm right, is sort of one of those, buffalo gave itself to, to the people and said, here, use my, so, but anyway, let me see if I'm right. Buffalo is prayer and abundance. I could not remember that of buffalo. I don't think I've only pulled this a couple of times. Hey, Ian. Buffalo, you bring us the gifts of life. Here are prayers, smoke rising like phoenix. We are reborn within the sacred words. In the Lakota tradition, it was the white buffalo calf woman who brought the sacred pipe to the people and taught them to pray. The bowl of the pipe, the bowl of the pipe was the receptacle that held the tobacco, an herb with male and female medicine. The stem of the pipe represents the male entering the female and seeding life. In the coming together of male and female, the connection to the divine energy of the Great Spirit was made. So the understanding of smoking peace pipe, just as the pipe was loaded with tobacco, every family in nature was asked to enter into the pipe and share its medicine as prayer and praise to the heavens. Do you notice in all these things that I'm talking about, the word worship never comes into this? Never do you hear the word worship, okay? So who are the savages in real life? Just want to say. As the pipe was loaded with tobacco, every family in nature was asked to enter into the pipe and share its medicine as prayer and praise to the heavens. The smoke was considered to be visual prayer and was very sacred and cleansing. All animals are sacred, but in many traditions, white buffalo is the most sacred, and it is. The appearance of white buffalo is a sign that prayers are being heard, that the sacred pipe is being honored, and that the promises of prophecy are being fulfilled. White buffalo signals a time of abundance and plenty. So buffalo is prayer and abundance. So buffalo was the major source of sustenance for the Plain Indians. It gave meat for food, hides for clothing, warm and soft buffalo robes for long winters, and hooves for glue. The medicine of buffalo is prayer, gratitude, and praise for that which has been received. Buffalo medicine is also knowing that abundance is present when all relations are honored as sacred. I love this. And when gratitude is expressed to every living part of creation. I want to read that over. They want me to too, but I want to read that over. Buffalo medicine is also knowing that abundance is present when all relations are honored as sacred and when gratitude is expressed to every living part of creation. In understanding about being a shaman, that that line right there explains a lot, because the more you understand things and the more you give credit and the more you give honor and gratitude to the universe, to every living thing. Now, the idea of your relations, your relation can mean your relationship to a tree, your relationship to a frog, your relationship to a bird, your relationship to a whale. So all of your relations means everything, because we're all related. So a lot of, I don't stress that, but when every time I say a prayer at the end of things, they say to all of your relatives and all of your relations, past, present, and to come. And that means everything that you have ever been a part of or will become a part of. That's all of our relations, all four-legged, all critters and other universes. I mean, all of our relations. So, anyway, abundance is present when all relations are honored as sacred. But anyway, but this card ain't for me. But this is what I mean by this when I say it in the prayer. Because of Buffalo's desire to give the gifts that its body provided, and because of its willingness to be used on earth for the highest good before entering the hunting grounds of spirit, Buffalo did not readily stampede and run from hunters. To use buffalo medicine is to smoke the pipe in a sacred manner and to give praise for the richness of life to be shared with all races, all creatures, all nations, and all life. It means smoking for others so that their needs are met, praying for the good of all things in harmony, and accepting the great mystery as part of that harmony. A lot of people kind of look at the spirit world, we're supposed to be harmonious with it. As Brian would say, I kind of feel his presence around, but anyway, be the frequency you want to receive. So if you've drawn the Buffalo card, you may be asked to use your energy in prayer. We were praying for Nile earlier. You may also be called upon to be an instrument of someone else's answer to a prayer. This could portend a time of recognizing the sacredness of every walk of life, albeit different from your own, is a part of the message that Buffalo brings. And I've tried to explain this to folks sometimes, and it shows up in the cards, in that we have to, there are evil beings out there. Okay, but if they don't mess with me, I ain't going to mess with them. I'm not going to try to extinguish them. Uh, lions and tigers and bears, oh my. I'm not going to go hunt down everything like that that could harm a human. No, not like that. But could we respect all things, and give them space? And sometimes there are accidents, people and alligators or crocodiles. But anyway, buffalo medicine is a sign that you achieve nothing without the aid of Great Spirit, and that you must be humble enough to ask for that assistance and then be grateful for what you receive. Now, I just find that just really, really, really interesting. Now, buffalo is upside down. So, to receive buffalo upside down is a signal that you have forgotten to seek help when it has been needed. If your hand is closed in a fist, you cannot receive the bounty of abundance. In understanding the significance of the reverse buffalo, you may well ask yourself, have I forgotten my eternal partner, the Great Spirit? Am I pushing myself too fast in the physical world and keeping myself from seeing the importance of reunion with the source to all life. They want me to read that again. Am I pushing myself too fast in the physical world and keeping myself from seeing the importance of reunion with the source of all life? Have I forgotten to honor the ways of others and to afford them the same respect that I wish to receive for myself? Am I feeling like my life is being used for the highest good at this time? Have I forgotten to be grateful for my life, my possessions, my talents, my abilities, my health, my family, or my friends? No, I don't see that. But here's one thing that they want me to go back to. I had to read the whole thing. Wait a minute. Become buffalo, feel the smoke of prayer and praise the change your buffalo robe to white, so that you may be the answer to the prayers of the world. Is it time to make peace with another, or to make peace with some inner conflict that you may have, to may walk in balance again? So there are some things that all of us, I still have certain things that I'm conflicted with inside, but there are a whole lot less after all these years. But there's still some there. I can't think of one at the moment, but I'm sure there's something in there I'm conflicted with. Like how it's more about how people get along in this world and how people just can't see what's obvious. Anyway, but become buffalo, feel the smoke of prayer and praise change your buffalo robe to white, so that you may be an answer to the prayers of the world. So, but in this, you cannot, let's see, if your hand is closed in a fist, you cannot receive the bounty of abundance. And I think that's just, you know, sometimes sometimes our fist is closed and we don't realize it. So, but anyway, and bear and lizard were the next other two cards that were attached with buffalo. But so I will just go quick with bear, in that it's all about, bear is all about going inside into the hibernation and walking within. And bear is straight up, so it's introspection. Bear, invite me into the cave where silence surrounds the answers you gave. To become like bear, enter the safety of the womb-like cave. We must attune ourselves to the energies of the eternal mother and receive nourishment from the placenta of the great void. The great void is the place where all solutions and answers live in harmony with the universe. If we choose to believe that there are many questions to life, we must also believe that the answers to those questions reside within us. Each and every being has the capacity. It didn't say people, it says each and every being has the capacity to quiet the mind, enter the silence, and simply know. Many tribes have called this space of inner knowing the Dream Lodge, where the death of the illusion of physical reality overlays the expansiveness of the eternity. It is in the Dream Lodge that our ancestors sit in council and advise us of alternative pathways that leads to our goals. This is the power of bear. So it's tied in with the buffalo. So, and lizard is also tied in with the illusion. So, they're all kind of there. So, but anyway, that's the reading on that one. I do not, you probably know what that means, but That's the message, Michelle. Hey, Ray, how are you? White buffalo and bear divinely orchestrated after a difficult day. You're welcome. See, a lot of times these cards mean something for other people too, you know. Um, but to me, there's a lot of strength in the buffalo card. I mean, I don't know. There's, you know, and each of these cards, when I read them to you, I feel the presence of the animal in a way to express, you know, how deer felt, you know, how the fawn stared down a demon, you know, um, to convey what the true honor of that um, critter, creature, animal, you know, um, and in that convey the message that the cards are discussing. So, Chloe says, pay attention to the message. Yep. There's always some good stuff in these cards, even for myself. And like the porcupine, I'd forgot about some of the stuff about porcupine and trust and honesty. You know, like yeah, not if you here's something that is interesting for me in that if you trust someone, then there should be truth on both sides. Now that trust can be broken with a lie or a non-truth or something like that. But if somebody's truthful, then that means you should be able to trust them. Yeah, and Ian, I mean, I've been doing this now for 5.5 hours. And you asked for help today, and so Buffalo is cool beans. And sometimes it is literally as close as a thought away. I mean that. It now Barry's hanging out there somewhere. Today, earlier today, I thought about Barry, and then when he called me later, I was thinking earlier. I said, "Man, for some reason, you know, I think about y'all a lot, uh, whether you know it or not. But in that, whether or not I call you or something." So and I was like, man, well, that's weird. I feel like calling Barry, you know? Well, I don't know. And I was still kind of groggy. And anyway, because I'd had a really long night and into early morning. So, you know, I was getting over that. So Barry calls me later on and go, wow, so, and he goes, yeah, I was thinking about calling you earlier today too, but I got tired and laid down and took a nap and I just woke up and called you. And I was like, I was thinking, I almost called you earlier today, which was, there was this, we didn't compare the exact time, didn't have to, but the idea though that we were synchronous enough in the time of day that I was going to call him, which I don't normally do. You know, people are free to call me, but I don't want to unless it's something really important or something. I just had the you know one. I just wanted to call Barry, you know, and here he was thinking about calling me. So there are synchronous things in the world. To me, it just proves every single day. Even thank you, Chloe. The idea, though, that see that connection, that radio station, that the thing out there is always open. It's the universe. It's the quantum reality. It's all these little tiny little quirks and stuff well, I say we'll never know, but we may not think of much. Did I miss somebody? Ray? Did I say hi, Ray? If I didn't, I'm sorry. Uh, there's somebody at the top of the screen. Not sure why I do. I woke up today and realized the error of my ways. Oh, Radar Love. Down, 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 down. Radar Love. Uh, yeah, Radar Love. Yeah. Riding on the city of New Orleans, Illinois Central, Monday morning rail. 15 cars and 15 restless riders, 3 conductors and 25 sacks of mail. All along the southbound Odyssey, the train pulls out of Kankakee, rolling past houses, farms, and fields, passing towns that have no names, freight yards full of old black men, and the graveyards of the rusted automobiles. Good night, America, how are ya? Ah, don't you know me? I'm your native son. I'm the train they call the city of New Orleans. I'll be gone 500 miles when the day is done. Golden earring. Thank you, David Castle. And I think, David, you're the next in line, right, to get everybody done? Nighttime on the city of New Orleans. Penny a point, ain't no one keeping score. Rumbling neath the floor. All the sounds of Pullman porters and the sounds of engineers and the fathers made of steel. Anyway, I've been writing all night. My hands wet on the wheel. Yeah, down, 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 down. Yeah, I can't remember the words to that song, but I remember it. Radar Love. Yeah, Golden Earring. Yeah, David Castle. Come on down. Okay, hand up. Thank you. All right. So it's great that I can, I can share the songs that, kind of get the, because I was taught to sing from the diaphragm by a really nice, and I don't mean this badly, a nice gay man. Not that's important, but he from Florida State, and he showed me a technique to how to sing from the diaphragm. And he was a very busy man, and he took time with me to help me to stop singing from my throat and to sing from the gut. And ever since, it was so simple to change it, and my whole tone of song, because I wasn't pushing it through trying to push it through my vocal cords. So it's good to feel it down in my stomach, which is the vibration. When I hit certain notes, my whole chest vibrates, and it's like interesting. But anyway, so Dave, it's your turn. So I think that's right. Okay, I have a slight discrepancy here, but we'll try this out here. It's 4:50 a.m. on 5/27, 2021, doing a reading here for the good David Castle. Welcome y'all to this early morning show. show at 5 hours and 30 minutes in. Hawkeye and Two Feathers with you. And I'm sorting out the cards. The one of the main cards here is, and I've got a couple of secondary cards, is Raven upside down, but also Armadillo. And so that's interesting in its of itself. But Raven, I keep putting the book down so I don't drop it, and I lose it down here in the dark. One song I can't stand is When I Get in a Car is ZZ Top, aka LaGrange. Every girl's crazy about a sharp dressed man. Dun, 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 dun. Nope, no, ZZ Top. There's some, I guess, because I played all kinds of music on the radio. There are some ZZ Top that I'm sorry, I just like. It can't not but like it or get along or something like that. Okay, Raven upside down, David, is magic. Well, not the upside down, but Raven is magic. Raven, black as pitch, mystical. Here we go with another moon reference tonight. Mystical as the moon. Speak to me of magic. I will fly with you soon. Throughout time, Raven has carried the medicine of magic. This has been true in many cultures across the planet. It is sacred in the medicine ways to honor Raven as the bringer of magic. Now, hang on the honor of magic. Okay, honor. See, the word honor is there instead of worship. Okay, folks change things around. But also, though Raven is the one that brought the people to the earth, the Tlingit and folks up there in the northwest of us, and along in Alaska and up in there, the Raven has a whole totally different thing. It's not just the bringer of magic. If the magic is bad medicine, the carrier may be honored out of fear rather than out of respect. Those who fear Raven may also do so because they have been dabbling in areas which they had no knowledge, and a spell may have backfired on them. Rather than analyzing the dark side of sorcery, realize that you will fear Raven only if you need to learn about your own inner fears or self-created demons. Raven magic is a powerful medicine that can give you the courage to enter the darkness in the void and of the void, which is the home of all that is not yet in form. The void is called the Great Mystery. Great Mystery existed before all other things came into being. Raven magic can give you the courage to enter the darkness of the void, which is the home of all that is not yet in form. Now, one would say the future, but it's not just here, us, this reality, but the universe of all that is not yet in form. The void is called the Great Mystery. Great Mystery existed before all other things came into being. Great Spirit lives inside the void and emerged from the Great Mystery. Raven is the messenger of the void. If Raven appears in your spread, you are about to experience a change in consciousness. This may involve walking inside the Great Mystery on another path at the edge of time. It would portend a signal brought by the Raven that says, you have earned the right to see and experience a little more of life's magic. Raven's color is the color of the void, the black hole to space that holds all the energy of the creative source. The black hole in space that holds all the energy of the creative source. Now that's just a. This book's 1988 now, okay? In native teachings, the color black means many things, but it does not mean evil. Black can mean the seeking of answers in the void, or the road of the spiritual or non physical. The blue black of Raven contains an iridescence that speaks of the magic of darkness and a changeability of form and shape that brings an awakening in the process. Raven is the guardian of ceremonial magic and in absentia healing. So, in other words, you want to heal somebody from a distance, Raven. In any healing circle, Raven is present. Raven guides the magic of healing and the change in consciousness that will bring about a new reality and dispel the dis-ease or illness. Raven brings in the new state of wellness from the void of the great mystery and the field of plenty. Now, that's just an interesting. The Raven brings in the new state of wellness from the void of the great mystery and the field of plenty. Wow. Like bringing a whole new person kind of thing was what I was thinking. Anyway, Raven is a messenger that carries all energy flows of ceremonial magic between the ceremony itself and the intended destination. So we've talked about this before when we pull this card, but I keep looking on the floor for that snake. Anyway, that we want our intentions and prayers to get through. We just ask for Raven to help carry it. So that's why Raven should always be present, whether physically or not. Like if you don't have a feather or something, you can at least ask Raven's help. At least there are times when people might not speak of Raven or of a certain totem or something, but for myself, I would think of it. I would think of Raven. I would think of my totems, and I would thank the spirits. And so, those spirits that may not be nearby for me, the Raven. So anyway, I digress. Or anyway, I didn't digress. I went off topic. For instance, if a ceremony is being formed to send energy to a disaster area and people need courage and strength, Raven would be the courier for that energy flow. The intention would be to allow the people of a devastated area to feel the concern and the support of the participants in the ceremony. So we do that ourselves too. If you've chose Raven, magic is in the air. Do not try to figure it out. You cannot. It is the power of the unknown at work, and something special is about to happen. The deeper mystery, however, is how you will respond to the sparkling synchronicity of this alchemical moment. Will you recognize it and use it to further enhance your growth? Can you accept it as a gift from the Great Spirit? Or will you limit the power of the great mystery by trying to explain it away? There's a lot of truth in that statement right there. We cannot try to keep, it's about this. Sometimes we just need to shut up. It may be time to call Raven as a courier to carry an intention, some healing energy, a thought, or a message. Remember, this magic moment came from the void of the darkness, and the challenge is to bring it to light. In doing so, you will have honored the magician within, and not just ourselves. But now this card is flat upside down, okay? Raven reversed is not to be taken lightly. It can mean that the boomerang is coming home. If you have wished harm to another, beware. If you have asked for this to teach you a lesson, in turn, what it feels like. If you've not been wishing evil on another, contrary raven may be bringing you a warning that you are not equipped to move into another level of consciousness until you have mastered the one you are currently working with. They want me to read this again. It's a warning that you are not equipped to move into another level of consciousness until you have mastered the one you are currently working with. On yet another level, Raven may be telling you that you have forgotten the magic of life and have settled into a mundane rut. If this rut suits you and you do not want to experience the extraordinary magic in your life, ask Raven to fly through your dreams and give you a taste of its medicine. If you do, you may never be the same again. Contrary Raven also may portend a time of smoky, confused messages that you cannot see or hear because your intellect is insisting that magic is not real, or insisting something else by trying to explain it away. If you cannot imagine or pretend due to your lack of faith in magic or miracles or of the universe, healing cannot take place. Raven may be pecking at the door to your consciousness, but you will not receive unless you clear the smoke and seek the other realms of imagination and awareness where magic lives. To write the contrary Raven, you may need to seek a trained shaman, right, to clear the energy field you have created. You may need to block some negative energy sent by another person or cancel the harm you wished on someone else. Keep it clean. This is the message when the magic moves into smoky shadow. Seek healing and a clearing of intention, and then reach for the stars and honor Mother Earth and all other living things. Fill yourself with the magic of being alive and call Raven to teach you the proper way of using energy. Now, it may not be that you're doing anything, uh, negative, but the way that I see this sometimes, I was noticing that my anger about something was just negative energy. That's why I said you can be angry for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but if you're still pissed off after 15 minutes, you've crossed the line. So there are things that we can do that is very obscure, and Raven can, you know, some things just hit us. It's like they're just mundane things. There are times when I'm just now, how in the hell did that happen? You know, um, uh, Seek healing and clearing of intention, then reach for the stars and honor Mother Earth and all living things. Fill yourself with the magic of being alive and call Raven to teach you the proper way of using energy. I think that's the message that I'm getting, is just ask Raven, ground that energy so that manifestation can occur. Do this in love and simplicity. Raven will tell you this magical truth. Never go beyond that which you have prepared and trained for. Life is good, so use the magic to aid the entire family of Earth. They want me to read that last section. Um, Call Raven to teach you the proper way of using energy. Ground that energy so that manifestation of the magic can occur. Do this in love and simplicity. Raven will tell you this magical truth. Never go beyond that which you have been prepared and trained for. A lot of folks want to push the envelope, and sometimes you just have to just Be quiet. Life is good, so use the magic to aid the entire family of Earth. So now armadillo is about the shell. Armadillo is about doing circles. Armadillo is about, let's put your, he doesn't know what kind of snake it was. Oh, here in the house? No, I don't actually. I was hoping because I have so many oak snakes around here, but it seemed to be the wrong color. It seemed more like a rat snake than an oak snake, but it had a very small head. It was not a moccasin or a baby rattlesnake because they literally have diamond heads, you know. So yeah, those are the words from Raven. And armadillo is all about, you know, and whatever Raven may be telling you, Dave, um, armadillo is about using your own shell for protection. So the things that we allow, we write down and put it in that middle circle. Now, in talking about an armadillo, everything else falls without. But there's another set of circles for me. There's the really intense stuff that is in that inner circle. Then there's stuff in that next circle out. It's not necessarily a bullseye, but there are things that we like, oh, we're 50-50 on, you know. And as long as everything's hokey dokey, like, you know, I'm not against guns, but if you bring one and try to shoot me, I'm going to, you know, but, you know, there are certain, just, that was a bad example, but to the point though, I can respect somebody's use of a gun, although I don't have one. Needs help crossing the road. Guess they are tired from migrating from Texas to Georgia. What's that? Oh, armadillos. No, we got them. I have armadillos here in the yard. There are places that get dug up all the time. We got armadillos on the property. So, and I have eaten armadillos. So, you know, not that they kind of taste like pork in a way if they're cooked right. Just saying. But be careful if you ever shell one of them suckers that you don't get any pee or any of that on the meat. Oh, now the Native American folks, they would just catch them, slice them. Not even I don't remember them gutting them or anything. They just put them armadillos right on the fire and cooked them, boiled them right in their shells and everything. So it's like how though that the intestines whatever didn't taint the meat. You know, I think it just worked out that way. But you know, maybe boiled off the juices so it didn't get into the carcass. But anyway, I'd had some armadillo before, but we did not go around the scent gland. If you're going to skin one, peel one, whatever, you got to, for any animal, you got to stay out of them musk glands or it will ruin the meat entirely. And there's nothing you can do that'll make it taste better. But armadillo is about, you know, the outer shell, which we should all think of that as our aura, you know, but also as our protection. So there are things that I'm I may have considered years ago that I would not allow into my quote inner circle shield. I have reconsidered and seen another point of view and went, you know, I just kind of poo-pooed that away years ago, and now I see that it literally has, yeah, your energy field, yeah, that there's actually validity in that. So there are things that I kicked out before, and I'm like, wait a minute now, you know, I kind of look back on that and go, you know, there's some useful shit in that right there. Let me just tell you, you know. You never used to see them here? You up there where you're at? Yeah, they're moving north. You know, the milder winters are allowing them to move further north. Dead armadillo, dead armadillo, dead by the side of the road. Da, 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 da. There was a song about that. I can't remember who did it. Slightly obscure band, but no, and No, and I don't think it was Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Um, there was another. Anyway, yes, Raven is a very interesting read. And from my Legend Keeper friend Kashka, you know, told about Raven, spoke about Raven. I actually held a Raven mask that was hand carved, several hundred years old, and to be able to hold, you know, to hold something was made that long ago with religious intent, you know, and so forth, and used by different shamans and so forth. Very, very, very interesting. And he was the keeper of those sacred items. And when he passed away, I'm not sure, he may be dead by now, because I mean he was 15, 20 years older than me, so that would put him in his 90s, you know, or at least late 80s, I would think. But that the items that he had in his possession for keepsake and to show, um, was to go to uh, to Alaska to native. It was going to go to a museum keeper or something anyway. Anyway, but to be able to, you're welcome, David. 5 hours and 52 minutes. It's 5:12 a.m. in the morning time. We are here with friends and neighbors, and 13 of us have made it. Lucky 13. 13 of us have made it and stayed and hung in here all this time to do card readings for folks. And the whole idea of doing this as I said in the title of this, you know, card readings for compassionate folks, you know. Uh, there was intent with that because I feel y'all have compassion, and that my compassion is to do the readings. Okay. So, but it's up to you to continue the compassion. It's not a prerequisite. I'm not asking you to. There's no deal in this, but in the universe of things, um, you know, if it really means anything to you, and you act on whatever the meaning is. I mean, because most of this I've pretty much forgotten, because you know, you do the channel thing, they talk and they give you, here's it, okay, boom, next one. So I'll see flashes of stuff, but I can't tell you who was for what and when. Okay, I just do this. So, but it's up to you though. But so if you don't act on the information that is given to you, I want to say this politely, shame on you. Simply because the messages, you know, pay attention to them, you know. And I don't mean that from my point of view to you, but, you know, if you're going to ignore that which you seek, so the messages are given to you, but you don't act on them, or at least keep them in your thoughts, or do something about, you know, try something, and you just let it rest, then it's almost like, not from my perspective, because I don't know. This is all your part of the thing in the compassionate part of this. The compassionate part is that you will listen to the message and can be compassionate to yourself to act on that which has been given, whatever it means for you, you know. So, you know, I don't get anything out of this. I don't ask. I don't, you know, desire anything. But in being compassionate to other people, for you all, if there was anything that I did ask, I would say follow through on the compassion. That's all, you know, just follow through with what you do, with whatever the message was, because if you follow through and be compassionate to yourself, then you will be better for it. And in being better for it, then you're going to help out the whole. We will see and feed the bigger plan. We will continue to express ourselves and to share this energy, and which unites us, and we're all learning just how connected each of us are by folks I've never met. Me and Barry having simultaneous thoughts this afternoon. You know, that's just, you know, I just like, there's one, there's another. For me, that's another one. You know, there's another one in the notch. My granny and I used to do it. Different people I've known, we used to do it. My friend Serge, before he passed, we used to do it. Thank you, Barry. You're welcome, David. Uh, so I'm not, you know, this is I don't say these things to like put you into any kind of guilt, but in the universe of spiritual learning, if the universe gives you advice and you don't use it, then the next time you ask, why should they even bother? Think on that. It's not about me, because I'll still do a reading. But if you're not paying attention to what the reading means to you, and you know how this should help you, because by asking me to do a reading, you're asking for help, right? So I can't keep up with what y'all end up with, you know what I mean? So I'm just the conduit for this. But the universe is saying, though, how many times will you ask for help? It's sort of like the boy who cried wolf. How many times will you ask for help and not heed the advice? So I cannot make that determination from any of you all out there. But for any messages that you get from the universe, take heed, take the advice, act on it in some way. If you can only find 10 or 15 or 20% on whatever it meant to you was, but you act on it and you at least try, it tells the universe you're honoring the universe for the message that was given to you. Okay. It doesn't really honor me because I'm only the conduit, but to honor the universe and to honor yourself, you have to be compassionate with the information and pass it on. You got to pass it on, not necessarily to other people. It will get passed on to other people because you acted on it. You follow me? And the compassion is in the acting for yourself, to receive, to work, to take whatever action is necessary. In looking at the cards and just seeing what was around the cards that I chose, Mountain Lion showed up a time or two. And it's about courage. It's about having the courage to stand up and go, well, okay. And if it's internal work, if it's something that's been bothering you for years and you need to give it up, whatever it is, have the courage, you know, to at least try, you know. Nobody's going to know but you, but it's important to the universe that you try. Great Thursday morning with y'all. It's almost 5:20. Yes, it is. You know what? And I still got some of my pipe. Lois said you can't even see my profile. What? Thank you, Chloe, and for all of the other two. Yeah, y'all's voice matters. Hey, Travis, how are you? Yeah, I think I got another pull in me. I think, yeah, I'm still kind of sort of connected. Travis, right? Hang out. Let me have it's 5:20 a.m. here on the TTFN radio station. Uh, it's 5:20 in the a.m. time on 5/27/2021. But I am going to say this for my own health and for my own sanity and the energy that, it requires for me to do this. Unless somebody else speaks up really quick, Travis, you're the last one for this set of readings. It's 6 hours long up to this point, and I'm tired. I'm stiff. I need to get up and walk around, and I'm all right and ready and all that good stuff. I'm willing to do one for you, Travis. No problem. So let me shuffle the cards, and in doing so, close your eyes for 30 seconds ish. Raise your hand if you've heard me do this before. But good night, David. Hope these things help. And I honestly, when I talk about this, act upon the message that are sent. I got a message the other day, and it was like, put your camera up and something else. And I go, no, I got this. And I mean, 2 minutes later, the camera was on the bank in the water. And I was like, man, pay attention, And there are so many times we go, nah, we override it. And we need to listen, And I was reminded the other day, and I was like, I got this. And I knew better and went ahead and did it anyway, right in the water. Man, oh man. When it would have been really easy to have moved my camera. But anyway, Travis, okay. So, what card is that? The dog and the butterfly up in the air and oh so high. The dog and the butterfly. I honestly don't know if I can do another, Travis, but I will give you this, okay? Because I'm really tired. It's been, I'm pushing 6.5 hours. It's frog. Now, frog is about cleansing, and I put the dadgum. We'll see how I feel when I get done with yours, okay? If a friend's over and sit with you, but if somebody else comes on, no, you're the last one in chat that gets a reading. Okay. I'll leave it like that. Okay. Just give me a few minutes and we'll see how things go. Yes, frog is about cleansing and it's upside down. Sing, frog, sing, call the rains, quench the dryness, cleanse the earth, then fill me up again. I got to get my other glasses on. So, frog sings the songs that bring the rain and make the road dirt more bearable. Frog medicine is akin to water energy and the east on the medicine wheel. Frog teaches us to honor our tears, for they cleanse the soul. All water rights belong to frog, including all initiations by water. Water prepares and cleanses the body for sacred ceremony. It is the element we understand best in the womb because we float around in the, Frog, like ourselves, is a polywog in the fetal waters and only learns to hop after it experiences the world of fluidity. I always like this line. after it experiences the world of fluidity. In other words, we floated around for 9 months, in fluid. And so after we've experienced that, then we're plopped out onto dry ground. Anyway, the transformation into adulthood prepares Frog for its power to call in the waters of the skies, the rain. In knowing the element of water, Frog can sing the song that calls the rain to earth. Like Frog, we are asked to know when it is time to refresh, purify, and refill the coffers of the soul. If Frog hopped into your cards you chose today, its ribbit may be calling in the cleansing you need. If you were to look at where you are today, would you use any of the following words to describe your condition? Tired, overloaded, harried, frustrated, guilty, itchy, nervous, at a loss, empty, or weakened. That's a long list. If so, take a break and allow yourself to bathe in the waters of frog medicine. This could mean a long, relaxing bath, disconnecting the phone, yelling stop, or taking in a deep cleansing bath or breaths or a bath. And you may just lick a frog just for the fun of it. I'm kidding. The key thought is to find a way to rid yourself of distractions and to replace the mud with clear energy. Then replenish your parched spirit, body, and your mind. Okay, now frog's upside down. So I'm going to skip a bunch of other stuff about shaman practices and water and all that kind of thing. But frog speaks of new life and harmony through its rain song. The deep tone of frog's ribbit are said to be a call to the thunder beings, thunder, lightning, and rain. The ribbit is the heartbeat that comes into harmony with Father Sky and calls for the replenishment needed. Call to Frog and find peace in the joy of taking time to give yourself. A part of this giving is cleansing yourself of any person, place, or thing that does not contribute to your new state of serenity and replenishment. Now, that's what frog means. Frog slipped in the mud and is lying on its back. This is the contrary. Unable to right itself. Get ready for more mud in your eye. The contrary position of frog can denote an unwillingness on your part to wipe the mire out of your life. Mud can turn from mire to bog to quicksand if you don't recognize its effects on your present situation. Mud will also harden down here like concrete and can wreak havoc on, tires out of balance with great big mud clogs, just saying. Is someone draining your energy? Are you allowing yourself to ride down the tubes with them? Have you tried to settle someone else's quarrel and gotten in the line of fire? Stop, it says. Recognize what it is that is mucking up the lily pond. Swim with frog. Frog's bug eyes see it all. Dive deeply, then hop to the next lily pad. Catch the sun. In this way, you may be able to see exactly what has been draining your energy. At times, all of life's activities can be overwhelming, and everyone occasionally needs a break. Contrary frog can signal one of those moments, but can also portend a time of feeling waterlogged. And feeling waterlogged, you may be dealing with too many emotions or feelings. This is to say that the world is too much with you, or that you have immersed yourself in this idea or activity to the exclusion of all other facets of your life. If this is the case, break from routine is suggested. hop to other lily pads, or visit other ponds. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume your new viewpoint. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. Frog in the contrary position is an omen that you are courting disaster if you don't stop and smell the lilies, eat some flies, bask in the sun, and ribbit until the rain comes to refill your spirit. Now, I want to go back up to this other part. When you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. So, in thinking back on how Frog would look at stuff, if you're stuck in the mud, then you've only got one viewpoint. So, and if Frog's moving around the lily pad, it gets a 360-degree view. But with that, though, if you just are stuck, then you need to get unstuck and, find that at times all of life's activities can be overwhelming and everyone occasionally needs a break. Contrary Frog can signal one of those moments, or it can portend a feeling of being waterlogged. So if you're feeling waterlogged in the mud, the world is too much for you, or if you've immersed yourself in too much activities, if this is the case, a break from routine is suggested. Negativity, this is what I wanted. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. Negativity is drawn to you. What I was saying earlier about if the energy, if the message is given to you, like I was talking about before, if you ask for a card, I give it kindly. But if the message that is given to you freely isn't used, then there's sort of a negativity to it, and it can be drawn to you. Now, this kind of called it out a little in a different way, but when I was talking about it earlier, I don't know if these messages are good for you or not. It isn't up for me to decide. Now, it's nice to know if the message means something, it's a yes or no question. That's all. Only so that I can understand that my spirit guide is talking right, that I got the right information. It's a yes or no. But it's up to you to take that information and do something with it. But if you don't, it's sort of like you don't fulfill your destiny. You asked the universe for something and you didn't act on it. So just saying, somebody would call it a curse. I can hear somebody saying now, the old gypsy woman, she told me, if you didn't follow the instructions to the letter, if you didn't follow her instructions, that you would be cursed all of your lifetime. You would be cursed over and over for sugar nut. Anyway, is it Dead Nut Song? Okay, so you got one more. I need a name, Travis, just to help out because it ain't you. You know what I mean? To do another card sort of attached to you. This is a little different. Give me a name. First name's fine. Roger. Roger Dodger. Roger Rabbit. I had an Uncle Roger. I don't know if he's still alive, but he was getting senile. He's in his 80s at least. If he's still alive, good for him, Roger Dodger, Roger Null. Supposedly he wrote a book and they did a video about yoga for old people. But anyway, all right, Roger. Now, since you're in my brain, I have to make a connection. So through Travis is Roger sitting next door or beside or whatever. So Travis, I want you to hold your hand up along with Roger because I'm using the same. This don't make sense to me neither, but that's what they're asking. So 30 seconds, close your eyes, hold your hand up in the universe. Here I am. That's all. And Travis, you can go, here I am, and this is Roger. I really don't know how the guys upstairs do this. I'm just sitting here with my eyes closed, and they'll let me know when. Okie doke. I'm sitting here having this conversation with myself. My grandma wants a card. She's in Jersey. Can you pull a card for my grandma? My grandma. She lives on 29th Street, down in the suburbs there. What? You don't know my grandma? Come on, pull a card for her. I know you could do it. For Sugna. Now that's interesting. Okay. With foxes camouflage. That is really interesting. Okay, to Roger Dodger, and I know I mean no disrespect. I'm just crazy that way. Or this way. I was listening on to the news today. You have an Uncle Roger too? Yeah, Roger Null is mine, but anyway. My dad's older brother, I think. Anyway. The cards that are up is Beaver, and it's a side card is Otter, which are both very closely related. And then as a card to go with the two of those is Fox, which is camouflage. You said goodnight 2 hours ago. Yep. This is got to be it though for me. I mean, it's 5:38 a.m. The sun's going to be coming up, and here I am, another all-nighter, which I don't mind, but it's like, oh, holy crap, here I go again. Said I wouldn't do this, and now it's going on 7 hours. But for that reason, and because I'm tired and I need to move around, and I am eventually going to have to take a pee. So, but anyway, so Beaver is number 22. In the upright position. Wow, I was almost on it. Beaver is a builder, okay? Beaver, teach me to build my dreams, including others too. One mind, one thought, hearts as one. Lessons learned from you. Builder, Beaver is the door in the animal. I'm sorry. Beaver is the doer in the animal kingdom. Beaver medicine is akin to water and earth energy and incorporates a strong sense of family and home. Now, Otter is very similar in that. If you were to look at the dam that block woodland streams, you would find several entrances and exits. Yeah, the beavers in the backyard, back here in the swamps, they got trails all over the place. In building its home, beaver always leaves itself many alternatives and alternative escape routes. This practice is a lesson to all of us not to push ourselves into corners. So this is, they want me to repeat this. Beaver always leaves itself many alternative escape routes. This practice is a lesson to all of us not to paint ourselves into corners. Now, one of the things that we should understand and look at, if we are aware of our surroundings, we can look around and go, wait a minute, if I keep going like this, I'm going to paint myself in the corner. So it's the awareness of whether or not you're being painted into a corner. So you can make your mind up and change directions. But anyway, beaver is armed with very sharp teeth. I'm sorry, I missed. If we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our lives. A doer is characterized by industriousness, and beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. Limitation cancels productivity. So if you're limited in your spiritual knowledge, if you're limited in physical, beaver is armed with very sharp teeth that are capable of felling whole trees. Imagine what those teeth could do to the limbs of a predator. From the rear, beaver is armed with a paddle-like tail that aids its swimming as well as guarding its behind. And it does use its tail to pat down mud and sticks. It does. It says here, this tiny mammal, the beavers I've seen aren't tiny. To understand beaver medicine, you might take a look at the power of working and attaining a sense of achievement. In building a dream, teamwork is necessary. To accomplish a goal with others involves working with the group and the group mind. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way. This is, I love these few lines right here. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way. Each partner in the project honors the talents and the abilities of the others and knows how to complete their piece of the puzzle that belongs to them. In working well with others, a sense of community is achieved and unity ensues. I consider this being, teamwork is us, all of us together, If beaver has appeared in your spread, it may be time to put your ideas into actions or to complete some project that has been neglected. Beaver card could also be asking you to settle differences with fellow workers or friends, or maybe an internal thing. Spiritually, Beaver tells you to look for alternative solutions to life's challenges and to protect the creations which you put your love and your energy into. If you put your love, it doesn't include spirituality in this, but I am. So you put all your energy into us to trying to learn spiritualness. And you sometimes, some folks will paint themselves into a spiritual corner and they don't feel like there's any way out for them. And I think that's one reason why I'm here, just to give you all options. Sometimes Beaver brings you a warning to watch your back. If this is your message, you will know it by the position. I have no idea what position. It says, use discernment and all will be fine. If the card falls, never mind. Okay, so Beaver. But now Otter is a playful, water critter. And I have had beaver experience and otters come up to me in the river after I completed a ceremony. So I understand about this otter medicine. It's just, I just got to say, And to have one just come up to you in the wild and smile at you is just like, oh my gosh. So otter is woman medicine. Otter so playful, plays by the stream, the medicine of woman, the realized dream. The medicine held by otter is a set of lessons in female energy. This applies to both men and women, as all of us have female sides. The otter's hide is very often used to make medicine bags for powerful women because it represents balanced female energy. Otter's very caring of its young and will play for hours, performing all types of acrobats. It lives on land, but always has its home near water, which is why beaver and otter get along, kind of, sort of. The elements of water and earth are the female elements. And when I did a ceremony in my own backyard, I had to do a water earth ceremony, and that's when otter showed up that following morning, about this time, actually. But anyway, at home in both of these elements, honor is a personification of femininity, long, sleek, and graceful. Otter is the true coquette of the animal world. It's always on the move, very curious. Unlike other animals, otter will not start a fight unless it's attacked. This joyful little critter is adventuresome and assumes that all other creatures are friendly until proven otherwise. So this otter was upside down to kind of go along with beaver, so I'm going to go right to it. If the otter card appeared reversed, you may be running from one idea to another without focus. This could also imply that you have forgotten how to receive. This is an important message. This could imply that you have forgotten how to receive. Now, I always end with my prayers, accept and receive the knowledge and the healing. But many people have forgotten how to do that and what it means and so forth. So it's not your fault if you've forgotten, all right? It just is what it is. This could also imply that and that you have forgotten how to receive and that you are blocking a gift from the universe with your male side. If this is the case, you may be embarrassed to receive compliments, to have someone hug you, or to allow your genuine personality to come out. Okay, guys, put on your skirts. I'm kidding. Fear of being rejected is the contrary message of otter. Drop the seriousness on all levels and play at life so that fear rolls off your back. Realize that the only flow is the flow of love from the Great Spirit to you. That's a great line. Realize that the only flow is the flow of love from the Great Spirit to you, from you to others, and from others back to you. And so, in mixing in with the beaver card and so forth, the idea, as I was discussing, I give you these messages, I read the cards, the message is up to you. But if you don't heed them, work on them, otherwise, take the advice of the universe. Okay. Hey, Crafty, how are you? Yeah, it has been a marathon. Let me tell you, it's 6 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah. Otter lives on land. Yeah, but on my river down there, I've been on the river and watched the otters run along the bank. It's really neat. And they'll play, depending on how fast you're going, you're in their territory. They'll stick their heads up and look, and they'll go underwater, and you might be looking over there, and the next thing you know, they'll come up right behind you. They're great. Not as many otters that used to be around here, by the way. but I know I've had them on my property. Whether I still have them, I'm not sure. But there was a pretty nice family that lived on the Little Ochlockonee stretch. Yeah, we don't have otters like other places do, but the otters that are here and that I've met, I mean, literally come right up to me that day. I know for some of you that are kind of new, I was doing ceremonies when when a shaman was staying with me. And so he was teaching me things and helping me to understand better and, hands-on training. So we cleared out a place down by the river that has been blocked off now for a couple of years, and I really want to get down there. But anyway, I need to seek and find another way. I'm gonna have a cigarette. Now it took me 3 days to smoke this pack of cigarettes, and I think that deserves a moose call, or was it elk? Anyway, without ego, if we've done something and it's a job well done, we should be proud. Now, we should not brag, but we should be proud. Beavers are land animals as water too. Oh yeah, beavers build huts and they swim under the water and go into their places. Around here, beavers, not too many uh, houses in the middle of water. There are a few down the road because it depends on the depth of the water and the space and all that. But in my backyard and down around in here, the beavers make their homes in the bank or in dams or whatever. So and they will take debris and stuff around their houses, but um, and you can tell by the debris how close their place is. Um, but where you see in the movies or nature shows where there's a pond and there's a beaver house out there, not so much right around here, but they will burrow into a dam around here. They get rid of beavers all the time because they will tear a dam to shreds by digging into the dam, and then water leaks in, and the dam will collapse. So depending on where in the water and that kind of thing, instead of building a house out in the middle of the pond, which I don't think farmers would mind too much, but they burrow into the dam and will cause the dam to collapse. Now, some of these dams, the tallest one might be like 20 feet from the top of the dam down to the lowest point below it. But 15 footers are common, and the beavers will just dig right into the pond, but they'll do it on the pond side. So unless you see the beaver dive down, so they dive down and dig into the dam so they can come up inside. So on the opposite side of the water, the downside of the water, you don't see the beavers there, but they dig tunnels and all around. And then as the water gets in there, and if there's a lot of rain or whatever, then the water starts breaking through. Then you see seepage on the other side of the dams. Anyway, because I've seen it around here, witnessed it, kind of thing. So anyway. Well, it's been a good ride, everybody. My spirit guides are saying, see ya. So it's just me sitting here now. If anybody asks for a card, I can't do anymore. My guys have gave up. They've got other things to do in a polite way. Yes, they had dams here on the river. They did take away, but sometimes they will have to destroy due to what they build. A family of foxes have one on video swimming with the branch. Yeah, but the water tends to dry out. Yep. Thank you, Michelle. It has been a long one. What? Close to 18 people tonight, this morning. after 6.5 hours plus. So, I thank the spirits and the creator for allowing me to do this. And they want to insist that I say this one more time to the 12 folks that are here and pass this along. And it's not for me, but it is for you. If you don't act on what spirit is given you, then you're like the boy who cried wolf. I need help. I need help. And then when you really need it, and then you don't pay attention, it's sort of like that. But at least act on it. At least consider it. You asked for it. You got it. Toyota. And sometimes these messages are difficult for people. And, but, life ain't always easy. But if you choose, oh my God, I got to do all this hard internal work. Screw you. You're going to be in turmoil because you're already putting the thoughts in your head that, oh my God, it's going to be horrible. No. Sit down with yourself. And if you write some things down, which was a common factor through tonight's, this morning's discussion, write stuff down for your own benefit so you can check, and it's important, it's also a legacy. As one of the cards pulled tonight is that, if we get stuck, we have to understand that for everything that we do, there are generations, up to 7 generations in the future that are going to benefit or not benefit from the choices that we make now. So if we want a better future, if we do the right things now, whatever they may be, in whatever capacity we can do them, then that will reflect in 7 generations ahead of us. So for me, it's like, well, even if it was only 2 or 3 generations, why not? Because then for each generation that we try to help out in this way, they in turn hopefully will teach another 1 or 2 or 3 generations ahead of them. So, but so in that affects 7 generations down, or maybe even more. So, always write what I've seen. Yep. Always write it down. And I trusted a lot of writing to a hard drive that got crashed. So now I've got lots of these books around with different stuff in it. And one of these days, it may get too hot outside this summer. If you put them in a log or in a file or something, back up the damn thing 2 or 3 times and always make a printed copy of whatever it is you're doing. So if you're typing it, okay, but print it. Don't just leave it up to the universe that your computer or the file won't get lost, burnt, damaged, or otherwise. And always do it in the simplest of text. In other words, if you're writing notes just as a diary, you can use a simple text format that has none of this, word processor thingy, blah, blah, whatever. No, it's just text, that's all. It's just text. So when you print it out, it's just text. There's no paragraph things. There's no fonts and changing. It's just text because all you want is a record of it. If you needed to fancy it up or something down the line, you can always do that. You can import a simple TXT file, if you know what that is, like .txt file that, almost any program will accept it, any Word document kind of program, because it's in the simplest format that you could get into. But my point is, there's no excuse. You can just simply get it out and print it, because losing the data, losing your thoughts to the data, also, there's something about holding the page and reading it yourself. Just saying. For yourself and 7 generations, and some of the stuff that I've written down, I've always wanted to be a writer. And I've written stories, and I've written plays, and we've performed them and all this kind of stuff. So in a way, I'm not necessarily pursuing that. But this summer when it's hot, oh, and by the way, I bought my first thing on the internet that just sort of from one of the ads on the side over there. And it's about these little air conditioners that you plug in and you add water to them and it cools the room down. It was 90 something bucks. And I'm like, I was looking at buying a small window unit for the really hot days down here. But if I can plug it in, and normally what I do, like right now, I've got fans on over here in the back and the window's open. So the cool air from the swamp goes uphill because the heat rises. So, but the cooler air by natural convection comes into the windows, and then the fans pick it up and takes it through the house and out down here where the new porch is still taking shape. I'm getting better. Doing some landscaping. I was going to do a video out there, but it was the mosquitoes were eating me alive. So understand this when I tell you about, but anyway, so but the normal flow. But then here in just a little bit before I lay down, before the air warms up, I'll close I'll close the window down here, and I'll turn off the fan down there because I bring in the cool air. There's all this air exchange. I got a fan overhead that's pushing the hot air that rises in the house down to circulate with the air down here. It gets vented out the east end of the house, where it comes in from the swamp out of the west. So I turn the fan off. I close the window down, the window back here, and then it maintains the coolness through the day because of all the concrete, all the. So I don't have the windows open during the daytime because it will draw. Why somebody says open the window, turn on a fan. Well, if it's 95 outside, you're going to bring in 95-degree weather. That's just dumb. So I learned a long time ago, close the windows in the early morning while the house is still cool. The fans can still run because it helps to circulate the air. I can turn them down because right now I just want that air exchange. I want to take out any air that's in here and exchange it, and then I'll close the house up for the daytime. And you can walk in my house, in the middle of summer, and you go, "Wow, it's really it." There's no air conditioner. Nope, it's just the house. But anyway, so the hottest it got in the house last year when it was 100 degrees was 88 degrees. And I was uncomfortable. Where other people are, they've got air conditioners running and big stuff like that. Anyway, so I've got one of these little things, the Breeze Max or something like that. I'll let you know how it goes. It'll be here in about a week. But I'm like, if I could just set it here on the table and plug it in and run it for a little bit, on those days that it's really hot, because in the evening time I open up the windows and everything's copacetic. I wouldn't need it. So it would only be for a couple of hours during the heat of the day to help maintain a cooler atmosphere down here. So I'll find out how it is and let you know. Do a little, me to you, but like I'm going to check the power output and all that kind of thing. But anyway, interesting. So it's interesting the different technologies and certain things. Where is that snake in your house? I wished I knew. Quite frankly, I wished I knew. It could be anywhere down here or crawled back under the couch. Who knows? I just want to keep an eye out on it. I don't think it's poisonous, but I don't want to step on it. That box AC from Fox. Um, Here, let me read the information to you. A little bit anyway, the name of the thing. But it was an impulse thing. We're like 50% off. And I was looking at it going, well, so I would have paid $200 for it if it's really that good, right? And so As I'm sitting there watching the thing, they said, if you act in the next 5 minutes, we'll give you another 10% off. And I was like, what the hell? Click, right? So anyway, I'm looking for the page. I wrote it down. It's called the Breeze Max. And I just typed it in, anyway, it was an ad on one of the YouTube things that comes up. And they're at the top of over on the right where all the other ads and stuff run. I just said, what the hell? Let me see what this thing's about. 50% off. Well, how much is it, And so for less than $100, and that's with shipping, I think, I'm going to get this little air unit. And I've seen some of these things work before. And I'm going to let you know. I've read the reviews, and while I was on there, people were buying the thing while I was online. And I was like, well, this is interesting. Down at the bottom left, it'd pop up and it'd go, such and such from such and such just purchased one. Then another one popped up, and I was like, I very rarely do something like that, but I've been watching and studying, and this company, I went to the website and checked it out and looked it over, and I was like, I've wasted $100 in cocaine up my nose in a 24-hour period. And, for $100, it would be interesting to see how the unit works as an engineer. So it would, and if it works, that's even better, because I was going to spend more than $100 on a small window unit, just simply for those. I got 2 air conditioners around here, one upstairs that the motor's hung on, and I need some help to pull it out so I can get to the motor. But anyway, I've got one downstairs that's got a frozen motor on it that was in perfectly good condition, but I can't get it back upstairs, and I haven't been able to get it to run. But both of them were in good condition. And so I've got 2 air conditioners here that neither one of them are doing me any good. So I'm like, and it would cost me $100 to try to get either one of them fixed or whatever. So I'm going for this little thing. And we'll see. We'll find out. Crafty says, well, I need to know if it works. Our AC don't work, but have window units and find they can be a pain. Yep. This thing is an individual unit, and I learned years ago, back in the 80s, that there is this thing that they do with a vortex. And you can take a evaporative water, okay? So evaporation, if the water is cold, it will, the evaporation is the transference actually. So the heat will transfer into the water. And if the water gets hot enough, then it will evaporate. But there is this heat transfer, regardless if it's just a glass of water, that, ice melts. What's it doing? It's sweating on the outside. What happens after a while? The temperature, guess what? The heat gets to the ice eventually. But anyway, but in this thing about a vortex of air, I had this machine that we used in machining. We needed to keep something super cooled while we were grinding with exotic metals and materials, which we were. And so you couldn't use water because that just gummed up. You couldn't use any oils. And so they came out with, this is back in the 80s now. They came out with this thing that you plugged a regular air hose to it and turned it on. So you had to have a decent flow. So, but it went through this vortex thing in this aluminum tube, and out there were 2 side ports, and out these side ports came hot air, and out the front port came cold air. And it was simply because the air went through some type of vortex inside this aluminum tube, and the hot air got vented, and the cold air went straight to the piece you were working with. Now, so the idea of that has been around for a long time. Since at least the 80s, and the early 80s. So The technology isn't new. So this idea of putting air into a vortex, and if there's humidity or this thing used to sweat water, okay? There were places that you did not touch it because it was extremely hot, but down towards the nozzle, it was extremely cold. And all it was air passing through it. So, and I mean noticeably colder. I don't mean just cooler. I mean like cold. So, so this technology, though, combined with water through an evaporative system, a vortex system that uses water to help trap the heat, because if it's blowing cold air out, it's drawing warm air in. And it's also drawing the moisture that may or may not be in the room. So these are just, if the fan's running and blowing, it's got to be sucking in from somewhere. So, but anyway, what it does with that air, and it was showing that there's some type of special inner thingy at the top that goes around, and it does. And I was like, oh, so they're vortexing the air as they pass it through a chamber, and they've got an intake that's, oh, and there's something about the filters that wasn't quite clear. And it might be that you have to buy their filters on a regular basis, which could be expensive, but we'll see about that. And it may be something that I could. There are a lot of times, if I look at something with all the different materials I've worked with, I might be able to make my own filters if that were the case. But and one of the things too are how our city buses will run on water soon here in my town. But that's really cool. So, but anyway, there are technologies out there. Here's something else. Now, I have to remind people of this. There are people say, Dave, Hawkeye, how can you make it through a summer without air conditioning? We're coming up on a 20. And I say, you practice. And they look at me and like, what? And it's the same thing. Now, I have a lot more problems with heat than I do with the cold. But these last couple of winters, the house has gotten, it stays 60, 65 degrees without turning on the heater. And I'm like, I just got used to it. If I was an Eskimo, 65 degrees would be like a heat wave, right? So, but I'm thinking about this, but we allow our bodies to adjust to the temperatures. I've got so many friends that keep their air conditioners at 70, 65 degrees in the summertime and their heaters in the wintertime at 75 and 80, so it don't make sense to me. But I'm cold. Okay, but 80 degrees, well, it's only 77. Okay, close to 80. But the idea, and then it can bitch about their power bills. But to the point, though, of this, you must allow your body to adapt to the temperatures around it, period. Don't, if it's 90 outside, if 75 in the house, get used to it. Oh, well, I like it colder. Yeah, but 75 from 90 or 85, that's 10 degrees. Okay. Get used to a much higher temperature. It will save you in electric bills because for every 2 or 3 degrees with whatever you're trying to cool with, it sucks the crap out of everything. It makes everything work harder. But so get used to, listen, 75 degrees in the house and it's 90 outside. Be happy with it. Be content. Folks will turn their air conditioners down and, the picture of what the company is, I noticed PCL is gone. It has come. Inuit. Yeah, I know, understand Eskimos. I was just being, the group of folks that live on the ice. Anything in Canada sometimes in USA is foreign. Yeah. Hey, Ed, it's going to be a cool year where I live this summer. we'll see. There's a hot heat wave at the moment down here. I mean, things dried up in a hurry. Let me tell you. Oh my God. Being down on the river the other day and checking the heights and so forth. I mean, it's down to 2.5 feet. It was 15 feet, like 6 or 8 weeks ago. But we haven't had any substantial rain in over a month now, and very light rain that it kept the river from going down any further, but it didn't add anything to the river, which was interesting. But anyway, the river is still continually dropping, and when it gets down to the 2 foot level, you pretty much are walking, in a lot of places. So much for the paddling kind of thing. Yeah, you said goodnight 3 hours ago. Yeah, me too. Actually, I didn't, but it's almost 7 hours I've been at this. It's 6:16 a.m. To all you good folks out there, you've been listening to Ta for Now Radio and YouTube presentation here with your host and humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And it has been an interesting reading tonight. We're getting needed rain. Yeah. I'm hoping that high will move over a little bit and down and throw up some Gulf moisture. Right now, it's just being hot and dry. I'm not complaining because I was outside earlier and the sun's starting to come up, getting daylight outside. This was the time of the morning when I had that interesting, meeting with the otter during my ceremony down there on the river. And the river was low too, about like it is now. But went across the bridge into Meg's earlier to go to the store. And that store, even though it's a Dollar General, and there's like 7 miles this way, 6 miles that way, so I'm kind of in between the two towns. Um, you know, they had stuff where the other one over in Coolidge did not. So I was like, that's interesting. Had lots of dog food on the cart and everything, and not much canned, but anyway. And they had other things that the other store didn't have. So it just interesting. So from now on, I'm going to check out both stores, see what's going on with where. But anyway, but 3 more minutes, going to finish this bowl with y'all. And then I got to get up and walk around. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, like I said, this spring has been one of the wettest in a while. But I've talked about it and I said, it could be the last rain we get. Knock on wood, that ain't it. But it's not just affecting me here at the house and what I said, but it was a prognostication. It was a prognostication. Remember the days before. We went through these droughts about this time of the year, and we're just saying. I look smaller. You talking to me? I know my neck seems thinner and everything. I think it's because I trim my beard and everything off, so I've got less fullness on my face. But I haven't lost any weight or anything, and I got my hair tied way up high in the back. So normally my hair is hanging around my neck, so I look fuller. All that exercise, yeah. I don't know about smaller. I need more exercise actually. That's partially it, Michelle. I'm hoping that is the exercise. You know, Still a little chunky around the middle, but I'm 68 and a half plus. I can't believe if I live another year ish, I'll be 70. I just, I mean, I'm glad I'm here. Oh, so your dollar store is only selling essentials in lockdown. There are so many, like around here, the state of Florida is open. Texas open, some of these other states have opened, they're talking about, just, you know, no mask thing and all this other stuff. And down here in Georgia, they passed a law that kind of sort of made it, you know, no, the store can't be sued if anybody gets sick in their store, kind of thing. So it's like it's up to the individual whether or not you wear a mask or whether you get sick or whatever. So they took it off the places and kind of sort of put it on the people. But in being in the store today, there were some people that did have a mask and others that didn't. But it seemed like it's getting less and less, and people are just, one lady looked at me and I smiled and nodded, nice black lady, but she had her mask on and she was like, staying over here kind of thing. And I was like, I will avoid you and give you your space. But I thought to myself, it's been a year and a half and people are so still terrified, even though the numbers are so low. On a normal year of flu, there would be 10 times more people with the flu. I've been through seasons of the flu. We had the Hong Kong flu back years ago, and then another strain of flu. And oh my God, I remember one time I was so sick, I almost died of the flu right here in this house before it got this big. But right up there in the loft, I was so dehydrated and sick from throwing up and not being able to eat. I was damn near dead. That's not a joke. And it got serious. And the one time I even went to the hospital because it was so bad. Because I had gotten dehydrated and all that, and they pumped me full of fluids and all that kind of good stuff. Because I got sick, was living here by myself, didn't know the signs of what was going on, and it got out of hand with me really quick. But anyway, so there's another time that I faced death, come to think of it. Holy crap. I've stared at it several times in my lifetime. Man, I forgot about that one. And it was close too, let me tell you. Like, man, if you stayed like that, another half a day or so and dehydrated, you would, because I'd been up there for 3 or 4 days without anything and with heat and stuff, couldn't move, this is gross, but kind of sort of laying in my own sputum kind of thing. It was not pretty. It was not a pretty sight for me, but anyway. But this idea, though, that there's all this mask stuff, and Rand Paul, I watched he was doing a thing and he was talking to people, and they go, people who talk about wearing a mask and Fauci and the lies and the lockdown, and why should we be locked down when people are wearing T-shirts for masks when we know that's not effective, and only people who are really sick, who have the P9s or the N9s, whatever and they're hard to breathe through, And so people are walking around with all this stuff on. It ain't doing them a lick of good, But they have to live in the fear that it's especially outdoors. Oh my God. Be more afraid of radiation. And be more, if you're going to wear a mask, don't wear a mask because it might be the COVID. Wear the mask because of the shit they're spraying out of, airplanes and UFOs. So I got a family, abundant blessings upon you and your families. Please know Ontario is not a walkover Providence from us, or some will toss you in Niagara Falls. Just saying, we fight Trudeau with this issue. I understand. I was actually in Toronto, right? Anyway, I've been to Toronto several times, so I know about that. And I gotta say, from an American standpoint, there are a whole lot of Russians and Pakistanis in Canada. When I got there, I was like, "What's all this squiggle stuff?" As an American growing up down here in the South, we think French Canadian, okay. We think, just Canadians, so but not so much French. Okay. But the idea when I got there, and I met some perfectly wonderful, middle-aged, Russian women, that spoke broken English at best, and perfectly delightful. But all these places, there was this plant with 100 or so people in it, and most of them were Russian or Pakistani. They, you know, there wasn't a white skin among them hardly, and I was like, so where are all the Canadians? And I don't mean this with disrespect. The people that I met were absolutely delightful people. So, but this idea that Canada is like just a bunch of white people, like, with a few blacks here and there. But it was like, no, there was Pakistani andIndi and this, and, the Russians and, okie dokie, you know. Um, One of the engineers that I worked real close with for several years, called him on the phone almost weekly there at times, discussing things. And, um, he was from a Pakistani or over there in that area. Maybe it might have been Arab, but the family had moved to Venezuela or the French Indies or something anyway. So in South America, but he was one generation from being from the Middle East, and then but he grew up in and moved to Canada. So it's like there are all these people. Talk about a melting pot. So I was really surprised. Yeah, white people are a minority, right? They're walking over here, not quarantined. Yeah. And I mean no disrespect. The people that I met were absolutely lovely people. But from a race standpoint, Americans think, oh, it's all these white, pure white, Canadians. And I was like, didn't see many of them. A lot of we stayed in two different places. One, we were in Toronto. Well, one place on the outskirts and another place more in town. But anyway, I couldn't tell you at the moment. But stayed for like 4 or 5 days. Got a chance to ride around. One was sort of in the springtime. The other was in the dead of winter. I want to say I went 3 times, but anyway. We flew into Detroit and then drove over from Detroit to Toronto, but we had to stop in Windsor at the Ford plant there and visit there and do some politicking and some engineering and some bitching and some report, writing and stuff like that. So have been from, Windsor across Canada, several times with we're looking at the, looking out the window, all the way to Toronto. So I've had the experience of driving at least a decent way across Canada, and also seeing the big city and the subways and stuff, which really amazed me. I was like, wow, to us folks down here in Georgia, this kind of stuff up here and in the underground world with the subways and stuff, it's like, wow, totally different, So, but anyway, it's been 7 hours and I missed the 20, didn't I? Yep. So I'm out of here. Some are rude and right. People are rude no matter where they come from. There's multicultural people, Haitian, as they come here, have Syrians. That's the country, Syrians. Windsor, Chatham, London. Then after that is closer to Toronto and me. Yeah, have been across whatever that highway is from Windsor over. Have ridden it, driven it, several times. But that's been a few years back. But anyway, so I thought it'd be lovely country. The people that we met were lovely people. you know. But again, there are assholes in any country, in any religion, in any. Sometimes people are just having a bad day, and then there are other times when people are just buttholes. Yeah, the 401. As an artist and puppeteer, my dream was at my age would be to go back to Toronto with my puppets and be able to perform. There was used to be a place years ago that did marionette puppets, puppeteers, or that kind of thing. Um, so because I was like, wow, Toronto is a really interesting place. When I retire, I'll ride up here with my stuff and find some place to perform. But anyway, I'm still down here in South Georgia, but I can visit you all, you know, here in this medium. So thank you all. Crafty, it's been good to see you. I know we've lost a bunch of folks here. That's okay. You're fixing to lose me. But I always want to close with a prayer because I honestly mean it. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, hey, Richard, you're not late. It's just I'm the one that's late. It's been 7 hours and 11 minutes so far. So, you know, and I'm tired. I'm stiff. I need to walk around. I'm out of drink. I got to pee, you know. Hey, Elderberry. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, man. I mean, all of y'all that hang out with me. I know some of you work in shifts, and that's just amazing. Uh, and there are times when I don't know how I make it through. Right now, it's just been, you know, a long, interesting ride tonight reading the cards. And it was like after any time after any performance, there's for me this down period. So right this moment, I'm in my cool down period after having, and I do not like to use the word perform, but in the energy that was used to do this. So I'm in my cool down mode after that. Uh, yeah, I'll rest well. Thank you, Crafty City of Miss Mississauga. We got studio and yes, come up with puppets. We need them back in our city. I wish I could drive. I wish I could get up there. I swear to God, but I don't. It ain't happening at the moment. My dream would be to get my my sheds and everything built so I can set up a studio and at least videotape these things. This is the time of morning. It's the best time of day. Sometimes I continue to pray that each and every day, Ed, Richard, Elderberry, Crafty, anybody else listening in, and anybody who was here earlier, uh, I don't have my glasses on. Home of the Eagle and the Three. What? We have names like that down here, Crafty. That was bad. I was thinking of the letters in Mississauga, and that they're like O'Clockney, 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 you know. After being down here and around these Indian names of rivers in North Florida and places, you sort of get an eye, and I don't have my glasses on, and I'm too tired to find. I put them down. I forgot. I want to look for them. Anyway, yep, you can. You got many tribe clan. Hardin Sassi, Hardin Sote. It depends on how you pronounce the E. some would say versus C, SE. So the E, how it's pronounced, is different from tribes and regions. But the spelling might be the same. So anyway, going to finish my prayer. I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, no matter how big or small they are, and be grateful and give thanks to the universe for what we get. I continue to pray each and every day that I put my 2 feet on the ground and me and Duggar run around in the yard with the kitty cats. I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come. And y'all, that means a lot. That we'll continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of 3, which is always very, very important to me, 3 varies. I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive and to share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And also keep this up. I know this is the end of this, and whoever gets here, thank you, but my prayer is still the same, however many are here, is that you will continue to learn how to reject those things that come into your life that are simply unnecessary. And for me, I've whittled it down to just a few items. To other people, there are things in our lives, if they were to stop and think whether or not whatever it is, apps or phones or stuff that, uses their energy without their knowledge, or, they give consent because they do it. But if they really stop to understand what was being stolen, what is being stolen from them, but it's hard for people to understand. But you have to be able to sit, be still and listen and be brutally honest with yourself. So until next time, it's 7:17 hours at 6:37 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time down here in the south, down here in the swampland. See if there's enough light. Kind of, sort of. So I'll go out in the darkness as the lights, or as the sun's coming up. So TTFN from South Georgia. You too, Richard, Crafty, and anybody else that's listening. I'm tired and I'm sore, but it's been a good morning, evening. So I hope this has been beneficial to people. Cheers, everybody. Keep the faith. Remember that the universe is all around us. Remember that we are all connected. Just remember and have faith and believe, 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 believe. Have faith in yourself. And, as long as we keep telling the truth to each other, that we can trust each other. So any lies or any kind of hypocrisy or anything along the way, we have to understand that if we find out that something we've said is somehow wrong or out, then as long as we apologize, we can be good. But if we continue on with misinformation or stuff, so, you may believe it, but other people may not. Always leave the option that it's not that. For example, I was listening to some folks, if you don't believe in Jesus, you're not saved. And I think to myself, I believe in Jesus, and Jesus I don't think would necessarily, people would say, how do I get where you're at? And he said, come and follow me. So, but all this other nonsense, I don't know if Jesus actually said that. But as a person, he would say, listen, we need to follow these guidelines. We need to follow these guidelines of the universal law to do no harm to anything. We don't need no stinking 10 commandments. I'm just saying. So what Jesus may or may not have said, I believe in Jesus, but I do not believe in the Jesus movement as many people expected. And I think that people need to understand that there's more to the Christ influence in our history than just the people who say, well, if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, well, I do. But then they say, but you don't believe in the Bible. Nope. Portions of it. I got my spots I like. Yeah, but if you don't have Jesus in your heart, well, he is. Well, but you don't go to church and you don't you don't read the Bible. Nope, I don't. You don't believe in all. Nope, I don't. And then, but you got to have Jesus. Well, I got Jesus. Well, you can't have Jesus in your heart if you don't read the Bible. If you ain't going to church and if you're not being baptized. Look, I've been baptized 3 or 4 times. Let's stop this nonsense. So I believe that they can make it to the next level, if you will, but they don't believe that I can make it to the next level because I don't believe exactly the way they do. And it's all about their book. It's all about the religion, And it's like, what? I just can't believe in the man as a man? Like Buddha was a man. He didn't want a religion after him. St. Francis didn't want to be a saint, and he didn't want a damn, following behind him because that's what he wasn't about. But the Vatican had other plans, and now there's a damn pope that's using the Francis syndrome to a fake pope that is suspicious at best. You know what I mean? Forrest is the church, like your body is the temple. Yep. Yeah, you too, Barry. I need to shut up, right? I just need to shut up and turn this thing off. I've said prayers, but that last little tidbit, there are certain things in life and in understanding, and it's like, I'm a very spiritual person. I'm very, try my best to be, I'm going to, when I get off here, I'm going to walk outside with the dog and look around and see where the kitties are and etc. Maybe give them a little morning milk to, give them a, give them some breakfast. And the kitties are getting bigger, boy, let me tell you. Anyway, some of them are really frisky. Well, one of the things that's always bothered me, and to kind of, in a way, wrap this up a little bit, is that and everything that I was reading earlier, and Richard and Crafty, I know you may not have been in on it because it was like 4 hours ago, but in reading the cards and the information from it, it's that, every creature is connected to the universe. Every creature, every one of us is equal in the eyes of the Creator. And why are we here is to find our talents, use our talents to the best of our abilities, because we're learning and experiencing, and that's going into our soul. That becomes part of our present becomes our future, in that hopefully we will remember this when we go make the transition. And so that information and this life experience is what it's all about. Why am I here, Alfie? To learn. But this idea of the consciousness of a Christ, it's like it's so much different than all these things, all these religions want to do. And one of the things that bothers me about these religions is the fact that in the old days, words were used that we will come together and honor and adore the Lord. Okay? Honor and adore. And they changed it to worship. Okay? During the King James days, because he was Lord of the manor of 2 different countries. It never happened before or since. And he was pissed at the Pope and started his own church and wrote his own damn Bible. And now everybody in the world is like, ooh, the King James Version. No, do your history. I've been about this before. But the idea, though, that it's just a book and people have tampered with it. So regardless of what it says, if you get the gist of it, What Christ said most of the time was, "Peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters." He never asked for money. He never asked for, so churches out. He was outside when he did his preaching. And so this idea that I have to join a church and get baptized in the name of the Lord, which one? Because every church has got their own version of it. Why can't I just believe, 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 believe in my heart of hearts the goodness of the Christ, that whether it's on the cross or not, but there's, in my humble opinion, there's too much emphasis on his dying and not enough on, how many times did he feed people? How many times did, it's not about the miracles, but it is, but what was he really preaching? He was preaching brotherhood to each other. Did he want this religion and this stuff that's going on now? Man, he'd be throwing people out of the temple left and right. So, but anyway, exploring ourselves in nature, I find, is better to connect to God rather than inside a church setting. Yes. Now, I gotta say, I've been in some cathedrals, okay? And there's something about a Gothic cathedral, and it was explained. Dante said something about this one time, and some other folks. I'm like, why build these great big churches? Why these great? Because it's the sense of heaven inside a building, so that it's not that you can touch it, but it's the loftiness of the heavens. And I gotta say, there's something about it. I've studied churches as an architect over the many years, and I've drawn some of them for projects and things. So, and used to be able to name them all and where a lot of these were. Now it's sort of a blur, but it would be easy to like go back in it if I needed the information. But our the question was at one time, are cathedrals necessary? And there's a guy in Arkansas many years ago that built this church with a lot of glass and a lot of ceiling, and they use it, and you walk down this little trail back up this hill, and it's back along in the mountains, hills back in there, and people were flocking there. I went there myself and left donations and whatever, and I was like, here's this guy just out in the woods decided to build this church, and he made it lofty. It's nothing special, but it was the fact that he built it with the intent of that it was a church. It was his vision to have the sky open with glass to God. Very interesting. So it was his tribute, and after all these years, people still go there. And it's non-denominational. It's just, he did it for the sake of God, Christian. So, but anyway, can't say there's anything wrong with that. Not been christened or a part of any religion. I believe in, by the way, it was written in the Bible. Yeah, they didn't have J's back then. The big deception on the resurrection. There's a lot of truth, though, in it. And I say this because of individuals involved back then with that personage that was the Christ at the time. So, and there's evidence that he may not have died on the cross had other things not intervened. So we don't really know the whole story on that. But here's the thing. What was his quote preaching about? Brotherhood. What was he trying to do? Throw the money changers and the people and the Pharisees, out of the damn church, the Jewish tradition. And, you got to kill animals and sacrifice them. And, he was saying, no, you don't. Oh, yeah, you got to kill the birds. You got to make these sacrifices to Jehovah. No, you don't. In all the native traditions, they always gave cornmeal or tobacco or a sacred herb or burn sage or a sage grass or something or a sweet grass in honor, in respect, but never in a worship. There's so much difference because as a Catholic growing up, we were taught to worship, to bow our heads, to put our heads down and to pray, brother, pray, and, the rosary. I've been there. But the idea, though, when I learned about what honor meant and what the difference when you use the word adore instead of worship, I adore the outside. I adore what Mother Nature brings. I adore listening to the birds and seeing the little, I put up the feeder out there and, watching the little hummingbird fly here to the window, which, one should be showing up. It's about that time in the morning for him to come check some breakfast out. But yeah, and I saged earlier here, Crafty. And earlier on, if you go back, I did some drum too. I'm too tired and weak at the moment to do any drum. As the church crosses now, just the time I've seen them, they do cover it up though. Have been upgraded here. Was one to be done. The problem I have with, and even with the Catholic Church that I grew up in, it's the idea of worship. There you go, Ed. I adore this time of morning. And I've been up so long, I got to see the sun set and watch the moon go across the sky. And now I'm getting, now it's getting on daytime. Yeah, I've been down on the river where I put in late at night or like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I just get a wild hair up in my buns and go down to the river and put in and spend time out on the river or on the lake. It's more like this one area is more like a lake that's attached to the river. But been out there and yeah, the cats are coming out to play. They want something to drink. They're all out there playing now. I was going to say I don't have a rock, but that's not true. I've got rocks all around the house that I've collected from Arkansas to Georgia to you name it. I think I've even got rocks from Florida and from like the rivers and pieces anyway, the Flint River and anyway. So I've said my prayers. I gave them earlier. So if you all missed it, go back. But Ed and everybody, so good to see you. So keep up the good work, everybody. Honest to goodness. We are the extended soul tribe. We're the late night, early morning, all hangout crowd. So from South Georgia, as always, TTFN, ta for now. And I hope these card readings did anyone, some of you, all of us good. So act on what you've learned. That's the lesson for tonight. Whatever it is you've learned, please act on it for you, yourself, and the universe. 7 generations we affect. So it ain't about what you do for me because my job is done. The message is out there for whoever uses it. But they keep stressing, act on what you've learned. Even if it's just a little, act forward on it. So with that, TTFN, it is, I don't know, my eyes are too blinky. 6:54 a.m. on 5/27/2021. Hawkeye Two Feathers. David Null saying, cheers, everybody. Keep up the good work. Keep up the faith. Believe, 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 believe. And blessings to all of you. And by the way, Ween! And thank you, Bob. We love you. Things kept going. So, till next time, adios.